as you all know, we recently announced that we were no longer producing new episodes of the podcast, but we still have that tradition where we've been hanging on to our bloopers and our outtakes, and we still want to share those with you. So, for our last episode, it seemed only fitting to share ourselves at probably our worst, maybe our best, who knows. But be warned, however, this time we did not bleep out any of the bad words. So if the kids are around, you've been warned. This is our bloopers episode. It's the final bit of content. Again, we wanted to say thank you to each and every one of you for taking the time to listen to the podcast for all these years and supporting us. Thank you again. We really appreciate it, and enjoy.
Thinking Sideways. Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
I don't understand. What? Thinking sideways. Thinking sideways.
Devin?
Steve, Joe.
Thinking sideways.
Foot stuck.
It was stuck.
That sucks.
Yay, it's working.
It's on.
It's on codec. Now
No.
that Joe's done his ad.
Yeah.
Okay.
Play with
You're not going to knock over your AR-15.
Yeah, I'm a
and
little
kill me, are
concerned
you?
about that.
Don't worry, it's not loaded.
Famous last words.
Yeah, literally.
Kaboom!
Okay.
You didn't need that foot, Steve.
You didn't need that head. You can grow another
A
one.
lot of people on the internet have said that.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, yeah, I should look at this script.
Oh, no,
I mean, I've been winging it this whole time, but
Yeah, it's derivative.
it's blasé.
This isn't writing, this is typing.
This is pure transcription. Okay.
Wait, what are these blue hot links from?
Why do you have these weird tiny numbers next to these?
Your citations are great.
Okay, ready. The thing is, it's just frustrating. Brian Chafer.
I'm not that you chose it, but then
yeah.
it frustrated the
Yeah.
crap out of me because there was nothing there.
I
There is
know.
nothing there, I know.
But it's still like so interesting. It's like there's nothing there, but it's like so interesting because there's nothing there.
Yeah.
Having
that-
nothing has never been so interesting before.
I mean, really though.
They're really,
Yeah.
I mean, that there it is a seamless quality that suggests to me a serial killer.
Yeah.
Because nobody around him had a motive, you know.
Yep.
I mean,
Anyway.
but yeah, I'd never really been a fan of that mystery, to be honest with you. Not
That's
that
why
I'm
I just wanted to do it and get out of the way. Because we
why
were
not?
just going to
I
get
hear
it suggested and suggested and suggested.
Yeah.
I hear you.
Yeah.
And, 20 years on, we were going to be like, okay, well, we're in geriatric facilities. And
Yeah.
we're doing
Thank
it.
you for the 20th anniversary of joining Thinking Sideways.
Are we still going to be here? 20? Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are.
Not in this building.
No, that's a good
Honestly,
point.
almost every year I say to Nash, this is my fucking last year doing it.
Ah.
And then something happens, and it's not the last year. So.
Well, hey there, and welcome again to another episode of Thinking Sideways, where Joe is yawning in the background.
And Devin's
not.
about to sneeze.
But we'll do it.
Seriously, next year, April Fool's.
I
Just
can't do it.
Joe
I
coughing
cannot fucking
and
do
clearing
it.
his throat for an
I
hour.
cannot make the cough track.
Yeah, you know.
You should.
Yeah. I can't believe that shit that people were saying. I picture Joe as having a really huge beard.
Yeah. They're all like, Devin was clearly a blonde, so,
Yeah.
Hey.
The only thing they got right is I'm a douchebag.
True. Okay.
And you, Mr. T, I think that was kind of spot on.
So too, yeah.
Yeah. There are times, when I hear that noise and it just keeps growing and growing and growing, especially if it's a jet liner. And I'm like, okay, time to fade away now.
Yeah.
it fades away.
Usually.
Yeah.
Well, it fades away because you've gone and hidden in your basement.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that's going to do me a lot of good.
In the gun safe again.
Yeah.
You need to clear your throat.
No.
Which, by the way, was my favorite part about the Facebook comments about the April Fool's episode. Oh my God! And Joe and his throat clearing.
Oh, really?
I wanted to comment on that and be like, my petition every year is that we just do an episode that's just the outtakes of Joe clearing his throat.
Sorry about that.
You know what? I would spend more time copying and pasting those into a single file.
I know. Okay.
Let me know
go
when
ahead.
you guys are ready.
Ready?
Are you sure? Okay. Okay, here we go. Thinking Sideways is not brought to you by Preparation H. Because you don't have hemorrhoids, so you're not in our demographic. Thank God. Okay. Okay, here we go.
Everybody take a drink.
That's why I got Coors. It's light.
Ugh. Coors.
Yep, Coors.
You can drink a lot of that shit.
Or as Nash says it, Coors.
Coors.
Coors?
It Coors what ails ya.
I don't know. That's how he says it. Coors.
Madden NFL 2006 features Donovan McNabb of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Beatles. I like
Beatles.
it. Yeah.
I'm going to do that again.
No, it's not that boring, is it? It's not that boring. You did the fucking Madden curse last week.
Yeah, I like this a little better than that, I have to say. I was going to think, I try to keep throwing in true crime shit, but I don't want to hog it, You guys might feel like I'm hogging all the good murder stories.
No, you
That's
can,
what we do
you can
call you, Joe. The hog.
Yeah.
Murder hog. Yeah.
Murder
The murder
hog.
Actually, that should be my new name. Just Murder Hog. You can call me Murder Hog.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, anyway, but I don't want to be unfair about it. If you guys are hankering to do some good, some good grisly murders.
Joe, let me tell you what. If
What?
we want to do them, we will.
Okay.
So
All right.
just don't worry about us.
Okay.
Yeah. Right?
I thought maybe the two of you were in your own minds thinking, oh God, Joe's just always doing this fucking horrible murder shit, and I wanted, so I have
Well,
to
it's
keep
because
doing
you're
these
always in
quirky
your
little
basement
mysteries.
doing horrible murder shit, but
Yeah,
okay.
you're the murder hog.
Oh, I am the Murder Hog.
Yeah.
Murder Hog.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
murder hog, murder hog, always murdering.
Friend,
Some
friend.
hog murder.
Hog.
I don't know. It was Spider-Man at first, and then Spider-Pig, and then
Yeah,
it went off track.
it did not go very well for you.
Doesn't normally for murder hog.
All
It
right.
just ends up in a splatter.
Okay, ready?
All right.
No.
Let's do it.
No.
Do you two want to hear something really dumb?
Sure.
Okay. So I went to watch this video, and I could not hear it. I cranked up the volume, and I could barely hear it. I thought, man, this is a shitty video. Why are people so upset? I mean, thank God for the subtext on it, because I can't hear shit.
You had your headphones plugged in,
I
didn't
have my
you?
fucking headphones
Yeah.
plugged in.
I've done that
Because I went to
before.
the next video, and I'm like,
Yeah.
wait, no.
I can't hear it
crap.
either. Yeah.
Yeah.
Technology.
Yeah, so this is it was the best quality video I could find.
That's fine. Is the mixer on?
It is.
Can you imagine? That would be like
Thank
just
God.
the fucking worst.
Holy shit!
No, it wouldn't be the worst.
It'd be pretty. It just took you a half hour to record a single
would
ad,
actually be
so I
really
think it
funny.
probably would be the worst.
In the stab me in the eye kind
Yes.
of funny.
Yeah.
In the sorrygrove.co, but you guys are getting a shitty sound quality version of this ad.
Mhm,
Sorry.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, let's try something different.
Let's rock it and roll it.
Okay. Okay, here we go. All right.
He can't be one-upped.
I know.
No, I can't. No. Go ahead. I
No.
won't do the last word. Okay, fine.
turn this into an hour and a half.
Can we please make it short?
No, we're gonna
I
make
have
this
so
an
much
hour
writing
and a
stuff
half.
Now, if we could stretch
In a
fucking
half hour.
if we could stretch Fink into an hour and a half, we can do
I think
2
we can
hours.
stretch this into 45. As long as
Yeah.
we get to 45 minutes, I'm fine.
45 minutes is great.
That's cool.
45 minutes is what I'm expecting to get out of this.
All right.
An
All right.
hour and a half will be painful.
That'll be everybody listening to the sopping sounds of Devin beating our heads in with hammers.
Yeah.
All it is bam squish, bam squish, bam squish, bam squish.
I
That's
don't
not
know.
actually what it sounds like, but
It's
whatever.
just going to be squish, squish,
Yeah.
squish.
Well, that's
kinda.
what she's done, and just
Yeah.
walking on us.
Hmm.
That
Yeah.
squish, squeak, squish,
Yeah.
squeak, because that's the floors in this place.
Yeah.
Hey guys, welcome to an episode of Thinking Sideways, the podcast. I am Devin, joined.
You said an episode?
That's actually not inaccurate.
I
It's
guess.
fine. It's
Okay.
fine.
All right, never mind. So,
I am Devin, joined annoyingly this week by two men who are pointing at each other.
Pointer number one is Steve.
I'm Joe, and we're not annoying.
No,
No, you are.
yeah,
Damn you.
yeah.
Just kidding. Did you? Were they listeners?
No.
Oh,
they
they
knew
weren't?
of us. They had met us at our table, and I had chatted with them later, but they had never actually listened to the show. But
Oh.
they recognized me.
Well, look at it this way. At least it didn't cost them anything.
Yeah.
You know, you didn't
Yeah,
actually.
they had to take a cab ride anyway.
Yeah. So yeah.
I cost them an extra $3, I think,
Did you? Oh, okay.
because the body fee.
Well, you're a shithead. I was going to say shitheel. I didn't mean to say shithead. You're a shitheel.
Oh, you
Okay.
called me a shithead before.
No, that's all right. Yeah.
Ready?
All right, Devin, I'm ready when
Let's
you
do
are.
it.
Joe's not. Let's get the Finky on.
Okay. Try really hard not to just be like itching.
Yeah, please. I really don't want to hear in the
Just- it'll
microphone
sound
this
like
week.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is that? Devin has turned into a cat, and she's currently scratching at the back of her neck
Well,
with
So
her left
itchy.
leg.
So
It's
itchy.
weird.
just
Okay.
save it all up and call for a break, and you can scratch the shit out of yourself for 30 seconds. Yeah.
We can get the hose. We can spray you
I
down,
don't
see if
think
that helps.
Actually, it doesn't. Showers make it way worse.
No, I
'cause
didn't
it's
say
the,
a
like-
shower. I meant the actual hose with
Yeah,
the spray
no,
nozzle.
I know. I'm
hosing
just
down.
saying, like, like any stimuli on it is just like even worse.
All right.
You know how it goes.
Okay, you ready, Itchy?
Yeah.
How about you, Scratchy?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Is this thing working? Is this thing on?
Nope.
Guess not.
We turned yours off, actually.
Yeah. Oh, it's off?
Devin just never plugged in your cable.
Time for the hot mic in. So
It's actually extra funny because he plugs the mics in. He just trolled himself. It's fine.
Yeah.
I like
Okay.
it.
Told. I just want to put a lot of extra O's and everything. I'm so sorry.
It's
Yeah.
it's Irish.
It's
There's a lot of
O.
extra O's.
Yeah.
Hi there. Welcome to another episode of Punch in the Gut. Stories so hard hitting, every one of them is like a personal punch in the gut. This week.
How long have you been working on that tagline? Like 30 seconds?
Yeah.
10 hours.
Yeah.
5 years.
Yeah, no, I'm working on a new podcast names for some reason. Punch in the Gut. It sounds kind of good.
Hey there, and
Lord Almighty.
Oh my god.
Sorry, jumped the gun a little bit.
Yeah, I think you might have. Just a little bit.
All right, let's do it again.
All right. That's what mermaids are? H2Os?
Yeah.
I don't think
Yeah,
so.
They kind of are. Yeah. Actually, I could just picture the commercial campaign for that. Girl, you're some kind of H2O.
Glug, 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 glug.
That's right. And I'm proud of it.
Oh my god. Okay. Ready?
Yeah. Hi there. Welcome to another this week. Hang on. I'm your host, Joe. No.
Joan?
Joan.
You're
Yeah.
Joan? When did you transition?
I'm a
'Cause
woman, goddammit. Leave me alone.
that explains a lot.
Hand me the Kotex.
Oh, hey.
Okay,
All right, Joan, let's go.
I'm going to start from the very top here. All right.
Well, okay, but before we talk about theories, briefly, we just need to take a minute to hear from our sponsors.
Have you been doing this very long?
No, I've never done this
that
before.
explains a lot.
Okay.
You want to do that again?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Like the middle of your
Sternum?
no, on your back.
Okay, like your spine?
No, I always forget your shoulder blades. There we
Yeah.
go. I always forget the word shoulder blade. I can't help it. It happens every time. Because my grandmother calls them wings, and I always think wings, but they're not fucking wings, Grandma.
They're
So we
not.
start over again.
Instead, it's brought to you by your local pelt shelter. Uh-oh.
No, that is not what
Not
it's brought
that.
to you by. Try it again, lady.
Like a hamster or a bunny or a cat or a dog? Of course you do. You need 1 million of them. Go down to your local pelt shop.
There you go.
Next, Stonehenge Campers, 1646. Before we theories, let's take a break.
You bitch.
That's what it says.
I can't help it if I was typing crappily.
Okay, for reals this time. 1646.
Choop, choop, choop. Choop, choop, choop. Chupacabra. Chupacabra.
Choop, choop,
Chupa
choop.
choop.
Choop, choop, choop. Chupacabra. Oh, God, the mic is on.
Who is in charge of this?
Goddamn engineer.
This is why we need one.
Yeah.
Hey guys, Steve here. You are listening to one of our original 26 episodes. If you've listened to any of our new episodes, you're going to notice that we're sounding a little different in these ones.
Yeah, there's a reason for that.
There is.
They've been remastered
They have been remastered.
because they had a really annoying hum.
Yeah, I mean, a huge thanks to listener James for doing almost all of the legwork on this
Yes.
thing.
Yeah.
You'll also notice if you had listened to what we're calling the Lost 26 episodes before, and you're re-listening now, the music and sound effects are gone.
Yes, we've gone back to straight audio. So be warned, we sound a little different today than we do in what you're about to listen to.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
Uh-huh.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
Thinking sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know. What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Well, hello there, and welcome to another episode of Thinking Sideways, the podcast. As distinct from Thinking Sideways, the movie, Thinking Sideways, the novel. This is the podcast. So I am joined by, on my right,
Devin.
and on my left, actually straight in front of me,
Steve.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay. So the gang's all here. And we're going to talk about something very mysterious, an unresolved mystery from the 1970s. It is, some of you may have even heard of this, the case of the Isdal woman. The Isdal woman was found dead in late November 1970 near a town called Bergen, Norway, in what's called the Isdalen Valley. The valley sort of tapers down towards this mountain called Mount Ulriken, which is to the northeast of Bergen. And on that side of the mountain, it's called the Valley of Death.
Oh.
Yeah, I know.
I was gonna say I was waiting for the connection of like how Joe might have found this story.
Yeah, you've got a thing for the Death Mountain.
Yeah, I just go and type in Valley of Death, Mountain of Death, River of Death,
Lake of Death.
Yeah, Lake of Death, Creek of Death, Toilet of Death. And I always find something. So November 29th, on the foothills of Mount Ulriken, a man who's apparently a professor and his two daughters were hiking, and they came across the remains of a naked woman who'd been hidden among some rocks. She was partially burned. There were some empty bottles, plastic bottles, which smelled of gasoline nearby. Also a bottle of sleeping pills. So they, I don't know if they finished their hike or not. Presumably they walked back to town and got the police.
Yeah, that would make sense.
I would think so. And by the way, this place is called the Valley of Death because there's a lot of trails there, some of which apparently, according to a website I was reading about that was totally separate from this entire thing, some of the trails are not very well maintained. It's considered, and they're rather treacherous. So that's why it's called the Valley of Death, not because corpses are found up there all the time.
Okay.
So anyway, the police show up, and this winds up being the biggest criminal case at the Bergen police. It's not a huge town by any means.
And it's in the Netherlands, right?
And no, it's Norway.
Didn't you say? Oh, Norway.
Norway, yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah, Netherlands. It's all the same.
Same thing,
yeah,
really.
Same thing, really. Yeah. So anyway, I mentioned they found some plastic bottles reeking of gasoline, and they also found a partially burned passport, and again the sleeping pills. She also, and it turned out that upon the autopsy, that she had some of those pills in her.
So she had taken a couple of pills, presumably.
She had taken several of these things, yes. Some more interesting things. I mentioned the passport and the sleeping pills. And this is one of those dealios where I really, really would like to be able to see the actual police reports because, what I've been able to round up is kind of spotty. For example, the body was naked, right? Mm-hmm. So were there any clothes nearby? There's no mention made of that. So
was there burned up clothes
were there burned clothes
near her? Because you said she had been burned, correct? That's where
her body
the gasoline connection is?
Yeah, her body had been partially burned. Presumably, they don't say what parts were burned, but presumably it must have been her head. Mm-hmm. Because they weren't not able to take any photographs of her face, to show to people.
Because there was nothing recognizable left.
And apparently they were not able to get a photograph out of the passport that they found because that had apparently been burned also. It's probably why it was burned. So anyway, they had a problem with how to identify this person. Her fingerprints had been sanded off.
Did you ever find, when I was looking through this, I could never find, were they sanded off prior to death or had they been sanded off, weeks in advance? I was never able to pin down, was this like done to her after she was killed?
Well, that's, one of the little fragments of evidence that's in here leads me to believe it happened after she was killed. But, there are people who are, criminal types who don't want to leave fingerprints behind, and they do sand off their fingerprints. It's not totally uncommon. You can either use sandpaper or acid to get rid of those fingerprints. As far as when they were sanded off, later on they found some luggage. I'll get to that, but they found some pieces of glass in the luggage, and it had partial fingerprints on the glass. And police reportedly believe that those were her fingerprints, although they were never able to use those to identify her.
Oh, okay.
But if police believe that they were her fingerprints, then that makes me believe that somebody must have sanded off her fingers after they murdered her.
That would make sense.
Yeah. So, but again, I'm not 100% sure. And again, like as with all of these things, little stray factoids that aren't really actually true manage to get worked into the story by other people.
Yeah.
And so as far as the pieces of glass with the fingerprints, I don't know if that's true or not. Who knows if any of this is true? Who knows if Norway even exists? It might be a big old hoax. I've never seen it. Yeah. Okay. So anyway, as I said, they did an autopsy on her. She had suffered blunt force trauma to the neck, and this was apparently the cause of death, or if not the cause of death, then certainly a contributor to it. Then again, they discovered several sleeping pills in her system. They looked at her teeth, and they tried to find her using her dental records, and that came back nil. They were not able to identify her that way. There was evidence that she had some dental work done in Latin America.
How?
Yeah, how?
How do you know that?
Can you tell?
This is again something I know that like certain things, like for example, if you get dental work done in Russia, It's kind of obvious, apparently, because it's kind of crude. And
Okay.
it might be, and I was not able to find out how they knew it was anything to do with Latin America, unless customarily in Latin America, perhaps they use different materials for fillings.
Or techniques,
or different
maybe?
techniques. Yeah, so I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, that was one of those things.
Yeah, how do
I
you-
questioned how did you make that connection, because it's not stated anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, enough of the dental work. I'm going to skip ahead to the ending. They eventually wound up concluding that she committed suicide.
What?
Yeah. Now this is somewhat controversial, but let me get back to their investigation. Though they first of all they were asking around all the people. She stayed at several hotels. She had actually come and gone to the town of Bergen several times, and meanwhile gone off and traveled around Europe a little bit, returning. And while she was there, she tended to change hotels often, and sometimes within hotels she would change rooms. So interesting behavior. So
Yeah, that's a little odd.
yeah, so the police asked around at all the hotels. They got descriptions from people, and based on the bone structure they were able to see in her face from the autopsy and everything, and pairing that up with police sketch artists and descriptions that hotel employees gave them, various other people, they were able to put together a composite sketch of this person and show that around to people. So anyway, they continued with their investigation. Eventually, it led them to the train station in Bergen, where they found in a locker, they found 2 suitcases that belonged to this woman. Yeah, I know. Oh.
This sounds so okay.
Sounds so much like Tom and
Trude.
I know. Do you think they might have been related?
Maybe.
Yeah. All right.
Was his girlfriend?
She was the murderer.
Yeah. It's something shrewd, but anyway, I haven't checked. Actually, I need to get a globe out and find out if this town in Norway is exactly on the opposite side of the earth from Adelaide. It was Adelaide,
Yeah.
Australia, where he was found, right? Yeah. So anyway, they find these suitcases, major find, but then they find, to their chagrin, that the labels had all been removed from all the clothing.
What?
Yeah, I know. No labels. They found a bottle of lotion, which was apparently prescription only, but the label had been peeled off. And in the lining of one suitcase, they discovered 500 German marks had been sewn in. Yeah.
With orange thread of a weird type. Or...
Yeah.
We don't know that part.
So they found a few pieces of broken glass. Why you keep broken glass in your suitcase is kind of beyond me. But they found, these are the ones I mentioned earlier, they found partial fingerprints on those pieces of glass, which they believed to be hers, but they were not able to use those to identify her. Again, this leads me to believe that her fingerprints must have been sanded off the scene of the crime. Although, maybe they ran out of gasoline. Do you think they could pour gas on her hands and just light them on fire? It'd be a lot easier than sanding her hands.
Yeah, this is obviously a murder, and the suicide theory that came up by the police, I'm going to discount that right away, because I don't take sleeping pills and then throw myself onto a rock and bang my head and then light myself on fire. This just doesn't.
Gasoline,
while I'm naked, this just doesn't make sense.
Mm-hmm.
So I could see if somebody botched burning the body, then they would go for, okay, what else can I do? Sanding the fingerprints off seems like a hard way to do it, rather than, and I'm sorry, this is gruesome,
chopping the hands off.
Yeah,
that's true.
That would be an easier way to take care of the problem. But then again, you got to get rid of the hand.
Yeah, maybe they forgot to bring their hatchet.
Maybe.
Yeah. But
that must have been it.
luckily they had thought to bring their sandpaper.
True.
It could very well be. But what a lot of people don't realize about human bodies is that they're almost all water, and then that actually burning a human body is a lot harder than it seems.
It's very difficult.
Yeah, and so they probably had a couple of bottles of gas. They threw them on there, and then she just didn't, go up in flames like they had hoped. And so, unfortunately, they had no gas left over to torture hands with. So one of them had to go back to town to the hardware store and get some sandpaper.
Okay. All right. Yeah, this is weird. Okay, continue on.
Yeah.
Continue
So
on.
anyway, so on the basis of all the various witnesses who had met this woman, they were, like I said, able to put together a composite sketch, and they were published in the local papers, and they were also disseminated across Europe via Interpol. And they were able to actually put together quite a bit of her travel itinerary between Interpol and between various inquiries that police made, and also they found a diary that had some coded references to it, which they broke. Yeah, I know.
Oh, they broke it.
They broke it.
They broke the code, not the diary. So they were able to decipher some of this and sort of figure out her travel itinerary. They found out that she had traveled around Norway and across Europe with 8 or 9 different identities, different names that she gave.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's a lot of names to keep straight.
Yeah, it seriously is. And according to some reports, in the luggage, they found a bunch of different passports from different countries, all in different names. I'm kind of discounting that because if they had found the passports, they would have had photos of her, and they wouldn't have needed to put together a composite sketch.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
So I hadn't
don't
even made that connection. That's a great point.
Yeah, so they discovered all these different names that she had signed into hotels using and stuff like that by using again police inquiries in her diary. So she went to, let's see, she was in March 1970. She was in Norway, stayed in Oslo, went to Bergen, stayed at the Hotel Bristol under 2 different names. In Oslo, she used Genevieve Lancier, and then she was Claudia Tilt in Bergen, and then moves to the Hotel Scandia, same name. And then and then winds up leaving Bergen and traveling eventually to Germany, stays there for months, and then eventually got back to Oslo in early October. After staying there for a brief amount of time, she wound up going to Paris, stayed at a couple of different hotels in Paris, and then eventually made her way back to Bergen, Norway, got there at the end of October, where she stayed at yet another hotel under yet another name, and then left, coming back and staying in a hotel under yet another name. While she was in Oslo, she stayed in a hotel under the name Very Jarl. She gets to Stavanger. She stays at a hotel called Fenella Lorch. Eventually gets back to Bergen, stays at the Hotel Rosenkrantz using the name Elizabeth Lienhauer.
She had a lot of names.
So on the morning of November 23rd, she left the hotel. She signed up, paid in cash, and asked for a taxi. She apparently went to the railway station, which is where when she dropped off her 2 pieces of luggage, and that was the last anybody saw of her alive. Her body was found 6 days later. So back to her many names. She also used wigs. They found wigs in the luggage, and some of the people at the hotel said they had seen her wearing various wigs. According to some accounts in the luggage, they also found eyeglasses, non-prescription, probably used just for altering her appearance. Yeah. And again, the diary with the cryptic entries. Witnesses said also that she had spoken several languages, French, German, English, and Dutch. She, as I said, stayed in many hotels and often changed rooms. She usually, in signing in, would indicate that she was a traveling saleswoman and an antiquities collector, which is suspicious. Well, not really, but yeah, they described her as 30.
Those antiquities dealers,
I know,
they're an odd bunch.
Well, that seems to be the standard cover for spies. Antiquities
Really?
dealer. Oh yeah, but don't you watch movies?
No.
Okay, so anyway, according to the staff at the hotels, she was described as 30, 40 years old, attractive, about 5'4", 5'5", with wide hips, small eyes, and that's about it. They said that she seemed to be kind of on her guard and stayed in her room a lot. They took the clothing in the suitcases, which of course didn't have any labels in it, but they showed it to some clothing retailers, and all they were able to say is that it appeared to be Italian clothing. So apparently she had a taste for Italian clothes. Huh. There was a connection. She'd been witnessed hanging out with apparently an Italian photographer whose name eludes me at the moment. But anyway, this photographer supposedly had given her a lift. According to some accounts, had dinner with her. One other account said she spent the night with him. And so, again, some of those funny little factoids that work their way in to the story. So anyway, the police interviewed him. He said that the woman said she came from a small town north of Johannesburg, South Africa. And
that's a hard accent to fake.
Mm-hmm.
That would be.
A South African accent is a hard one to fake.
Yeah.
But I swear when I was reading on this that people said she had a quote-unquote unplaceable accent. Mm-hmm. If she was fluent, what was it, 3, 4, 5 languages, something like that?
German, French, Flemish, and Dutch, I think.
Yeah, so she had a lot of languages under her belt, which will mute out an accent on its own.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so that might be why they said, I can't place this accent, because if that's where we're presuming that she was telling the truth, or this guy's telling the truth. If that's where she came from, then she learns all these other languages. She's going to water down that accent, just unintentionally or intentionally.
Yeah.
And nobody's going to know what she sounds like.
Yeah. Well, it's also quite possible this is Northern Europe, too, and an Afrikaans accent is probably an unusual one that most people wouldn't recognize, as opposed to, you know, say a German, French accent, that kind of thing.
Very
so
true.
that could be another possibility. Anyway, besides the Italian saying that she had was from near Johannesburg, she told him that she had 6 months to hang out in Norway and didn't elaborate on that anymore. And so that's about all he knew. So that was kind of a dead end. So when she checked out of her room, she paid in cash, as I said, and was never seen again alive. And the only other part of the story, well, there's a couple of other parts. Supposedly, 32 years after the fact, a local 26-year-old man, 26 years old at the time, was hiking around in the same area with some friends. And I'm kind of discounting this because, I mean, the guy waits 32 years to come forward. It's like, you know.
That's questionable. You're right.
Yeah, but I'm going to go ahead and tell his story anyway. So on 24th of November, that would be the day after she checked out of the hotel, this guy was hiking with friends in that area and supposedly came across a woman of foreign appearance who was her face was distorted by fear, he said. He said that she was dressed elegantly and very inappropriately for hiking. So, and that seemed a little bit mysterious to him. And
what does elegantly mean?
Probably like an evening
like
gown.
A formal gown or something like that. Yeah.
Okay, I'm thinking at least a dress, if nothing else. Maybe not a big poofy prom dress, but just a
Probably
dress
a
in
dress,
general.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. So anyway, so he sees her. She looks very scared and is dressed in formal wear. And they pass each other, and she said she moves her mouth as if she was going to say something, but then decided apparently not to. And also, she was being followed by 2 black-coated men who also looked foreign.
Huh.
Yeah, I know.
Did he report that to the police?
Not until after the body was discovered. And this is the thing that I find kind of incredible about it. And so this is a young guy, 26 years old, with friends. She's all by herself being followed by some guys that are going to murder her. Why doesn't she just say, hey guys, I'm going to hike with you. Is that okay? Seriously? I mean, wouldn't you do that?
Yeah.
I sure as hell would. That's another reason I don't really buy this story. But apparently after he heard about the murder, he contacted the police and he recognized her from the composite drawings he saw in the newspaper. But he said that the policeman that he spoke to basically said, quote, forget her, she was dispatched. The case will never be solved. And so he basically took that advice and forgot about it. And then 32 years later, apparently decided to come forward about it. Yeah, I know, it's a little fishy. So I'm not really buying this.
Yeah.
But I thought I'd throw it in there because it's just part of the legend.
That sounds hinky to me.
Yeah. There was a Norwegian television network did a little story on it in 2002. According to them, Special Branch, which is apparently Norwegian intelligence, was involved in this case, they claim. And that might be when this guy came forward, because 2002, that's about 32 years after the case. So he might have been part of it. The story, I didn't see the television story about it. I just read about it in the papers, and I didn't see any mention of this guy in the newspaper articles. But according to this, Special Branch was involved, and even though apparently the police were following some promising leads, Special Branch basically told them to cut off the investigation and just label it suicide. So this is what they said.
Oh, so what they're saying is basically they were told what the answer was and just to let it be.
Yeah, basically not to follow it any further.
Although I guess that goes along with that young man's story, right? I mean, I guess there are some circumstances in which you don't speak up. Like, maybe those guys behind her had guns and she knew it and she didn't want to.
Yeah.
Involve an innocent.
And
not just that, but involve a lot of innocence, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's not going to save her life. It's just going to get other people killed.
That's true. Very
if that's
noble.
the case, yeah.
Great. That was very noble of her. But but another thing I find incredible about his story is that the cop would say something like, forget her, the case will never be solved. If the cop was truly being warned off by Special Branch, wouldn't he say something like, well, thanks for the info, sir, I'll put it in the file. You're not going to say something as blunt
if the guy comes forward and he tells somebody And then they keep acting as if they've got no other information, and he pipes up again, and he says, well, I talked to, Officer Kowalski over there, and he took my statement, and then Kowalski said, it makes this, it just snowballs on itself.
Yeah, possibly. Although, Kowalski could just say, look, the guy said she was being followed by two foreign-looking men in black coats. So what was I supposed to do? Put it on an APB on foreign-looking guys in black coats?
Okay.
Yeah,
it's
that's
kind of a
fair.
vague little story.
You and your logic.
Yeah. So anyway, it is a big imponderable mystery, and I've decided that what we need to do is one of us needs to learn Norwegian. And another one of us needs to get a second job to save up the money so we can fly to Norway and then read the police files.
Why don't we just make a time machine?
Yeah, there we go.
That would be easier. Okay, Joe. So we've got this account of what happened to this woman. And this is one of those stories, as you mentioned, where things work their way into the story and it changes.
Often, yeah.
I came across completely different accounts of this story. I don't know if you did.
Well, yeah, I forgot to mention that there was another account where she wasn't found on the mountain at all. She was found in a hotel room with her body stuffed in a fireplace, partially burned.
Right, and they found, and in that version, they say they found not the 9 passports.
The 9 passports,
her.
yeah.
And it was not only the 500 German francs, is that correct?
Marks,
but they also found local currency, I think it was. So it was, I mean, the details were the same, but then there was odd things injected into it. There was a monogrammed silver spoon, but the monogram had been carved off.
Yeah,
and then when they found spoons in her suitcase.
In her luggage, when they found her, exactly. And
that one, I admit right now, this version that I'm talking about sounds like the fanciful version that got spun off, but it still makes me question the original version that we're talking about and the details that we're finding in it.
Although I got the spoon thing I found especially kind of laughable because if you buy a spoon, you've already cut the labels out of your luggage, so you buy a spoon with a monogram on it, and then you file it off. Why don't you just buy a spoon that doesn't have a monogram on it?
Yeah, just go to IKEA.
Yeah, I know. I mean,
Just get a plain spoon.
Yeah.
I know how ignorant that makes me sound, but it didn't make sense. I know they don't have IKEA at that time, but it's really weird.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, although the spoon thing, the only explanation I can think of for that is that she was a bit of a klepto, and maybe she had a policy of nabbing a spoon from every hotel she stayed at.
Yeah, that's possible.
There's people that do that kind of stuff. So,
yeah.
I mean, but I found I did run across that, and I was going to mention that. So I thank you for bringing it up because I had spaced it off. But yeah. As far as, being found stuffed in a fireplace in a hotel room, I don't know. Most hotel rooms, number one, don't have fireplaces.
Actually, I mean, this is, 70 is when this happened? 1970? And we're in Norway, which is kind of cold. I wouldn't be surprised if hotel rooms had fireplaces. I mean, I've stayed in hotels in the States that have fireplaces.
Oh, it does happen.
I'm not going to say that it doesn't happen.
Yeah, it's entirely possible. But yeah, so.
Were there accounts of her every time she checked into a hotel asking for a room with a balcony?
Well, there was at one point, she didn't always do that, but at one point, apparently, when she was staying at, I don't remember which hotel it was, she asked to change rooms because she wanted a room with a balcony. That just might have been a way to change suspicion.
I guess that's fair.
So that's probably what that was about.
And then somebody said they heard her talking to a man in her room.
A man across the hallway, and she said something to him in German.
Yeah.
Like, I'm coming, or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, that doesn't,
There's so many, tiny little weird details.
Tiny little things that don't really shed any light on anything, which is why I didn't mention they were talking to the guy.
Yeah, I just think they're interesting because, we're just talking about how it's hard to tell what's true and what's not true in this story. So, I think adding any little detail we can, who knows what's the real one and what's not the real one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know. That's the beauty of this kind of stuff. It gets people all fired up and people start fictionalizing it. And next thing you know, it's all polluted.
Yep.
And it's hard to say what's real or not. But it's interesting, though, that the Norwegian media has gotten sort of involved with it. And actually, in one of the articles that I read, they actually questioned somebody from Special Branch and who basically said they wouldn't comment on it. So that was about it.
Plausible deniability, or just maybe they didn't know anything?
It's entirely possible that they just, weren't involved and knew nothing about it.
I don't know. I feel like it's so much easier in cases like that. If they don't have anything to hide, then just don't have anything to hide.
It's 30 years later.
And say, no, nope, we weren't involved.
Yep.
Sorry.
We know nothing about it. Yeah.
I can't comment on that.
So what theories, Joe, do you have on this? I mean, what the heck is going on here?
I'm at a little bit of a loss. I know that there's some talk about her possibly being a spy, but I'm not.
Shocking.
I know. Yeah, I know. But the thing about it is, and it's entirely possible she was a spy, but spies don't do suspicious things like sanding off their fingerprints. Although, again, if they were sanded off after her death, then that might explain that.
They don't? That seems like the sort of thing a spy would do.
No, that would attract attention at borders and stuff like that.
Oh, all right. That's fair.
Yeah, that would look suspicious.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're supposed to, when you're a spy, you're supposed to just never attract attention to begin with.
That's fair.
Well, in the spy theory, what you and I had talked about this before. There's a book that's in Norwegian about this, and it's, what the heck is the name of it?
It's Operation Isotope. Unfortunately, it's in Norwegian and it's never been translated to English, as far as I know, anyway. And so, there was talk about her, like attempting to buy radioactive materials and where.
Hey, that sounds familiar too.
Yeah, I know. Where the evidence for this, came from, I don't know.
Oh my God!
I can't read the book. I don't know Norwegian.
I have a new theory.
You do? Okay, let's hear it.
Remember our Rio de Janeiro lead masks case?
The lead masks, yeah.
They were the foreign-looking men in black coats.
That could have been it.
I think the time frame is a little off.
Time traveled.
Oh, that's right. They time traveled.
They
time traveled over there. That's why she looked so freaked out, right?
Got
it's because they just appeared out of nowhere.
Got it.
Started following her, and they said, "We need the radioactive material." And she said, I don't have radioactive material. What are you talking about?
I'm not the radioactive material you're looking for.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they got mad and killed her. And then kill themselves.
What other theories have we got on this?
She could have been. I could see where possibly she could have been maybe a courier for, say, a crime network, that kind of thing.
Or a drug cartel or something funny like that.
Yeah, it's entirely possible.
That would be an easy way to transport drugs across borders. If it's your quote unquote, these are antiquities, and look at these old vases that I have.
Yeah.
And then they're just crammed full of whatever drug it may be.
Yeah.
That would make total sense.
Yeah.
Because the procedures for checking stuff were obviously not as stringent as they are now.
Oh yeah. So they probably would have been fairly easy to do that kind of thing. She could have been smuggling secrets, radioactive materials. Who knows what? But although smuggling radioactive materials just sounds like kind of an unhealthy thing to do.
Yeah, that's
probably
not
not
a long-term solution.
Yeah,
not a good career choice.
Yeah, there's other possibilities. Another one is that she was just kind of an itinerant, heiress type of person who had enough spare cash laying around to travel around in Europe, and she just ran across the wrong person and was murdered for some entirely random reason. That kind of stuff happens too.
Oh, stepped on somebody's toes, basically, or made the wrong person mad.
Made the wrong person mad, or just happened to make friends with the guy who turned out to be a serial killer.
Oh.
That kind of thing.
Okay, I hadn't thought about that one.
Yeah.
I don't like that one either.
Yeah, no,
that's weird.
Yeah. There's not a lot of hints or clues that really point us anywhere. That's why, again, one of us needs to learn Norwegian so they can read that book, and the other one of you needs to learn Norwegian so you can read the police files. And then we'll shed a little light on this whole
thing.
There
we go. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Perfect.
But this case actually did attract the attention of no less august an organization than Cracked, and they actually wrote a little thing on it. They were mainly focusing on the bungling of the investigation by the police. Especially, they were a little incredulous about the whole finding of suicide. Although, if you believe these reports that came out in that 2002 report, and Special Branch actually did get involved and basically told them to back away and declare a suicide. Well, maybe they're not bunglers. They were just, told to declare it a suicide. Although even at that doesn't make any sense, because when you think about it, it would have made a lot more sense to tell them to declare it to be a murder, an unsolved murder. Because those things do happen fairly frequently.
But unsolved murders would have a higher probability of being reopened in the future.
Oh, yeah.
Whereas in a suicide, well, it's a suicide. We don't go back and look at cold suicides because we know what happened.
Yeah, that's true. But at the same time, given the facts of the case, it's going to arouse a little bit of suspicion. If somebody strips naked and files their fingertips off, douses themselves with gasoline, and then bashes themselves in the back of the neck while lighting themselves on fire and eating sleeping pills, I hadn't forgot about that. It looks like a kind of a clumsy way to commit suicide.
It's a heck of a juggling act.
Yeah. Well, it's a little
Additionally,
multitasking.
her clothes would be there.
You would think. Well, she might have stripped them off and just run naked around for a while. She's like, I'm going to die. I might as well run naked in the wild for a
True.
while.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Wait, it was February?
It was November.
November?
In Norway.
Yeah,
in Norway. I can't
nice
imagine
brisk
that.
day.
Yeah.
It could have been that she was running around naked and she started freezing to death. And what was that? Do you remember the Dyatlov case? So I forget what that condition is called now.
Hypothermia?
Well, it's hypothermia, but the actual mental condition that develops from hypothermia.
Oh, where you think you're warm.
You think you're warm. Yeah, exactly. So maybe she was running around naked and started thinking that she was like really cold and then decided, hey, I've got some gasoline here. I'll warm myself up with a little gas.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's nonsense.
This is not holding water.
I was willing to say it was like an accidental suicide before I read about the burning situation, right? Because all right, somebody takes like a bunch of sleeping pills and like goes a little crazy, takes all their clothes off and slips and falls. Sure.
Yeah.
And then douses themselves in gasoline and
yeah.
Although I guess only plausible scenario I have here is somebody takes sleeping pills and they're going to commit suicide by dousing themselves in fire. For whatever reason, that's the method they've chosen. All right, fine. So they take sleeping pills because they think it'll hurt less, or they'll just like fall asleep and then burn to death, or whatever. Set themselves on fire, slip, fall, kill themselves on accident. But it seems like there would be more burning, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, it's still not working.
Yeah.
Still not working.
Yeah.
Those are the two places I can get.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's puzzling. Well, another theory is that, that I made up just now, but she decided to take the sleeping pills and also drink some gasoline, and then just because the gasoline would kill her on top of the sleeping pills, and then she decided to smoke one last cigarette and lit herself on fire. And I know. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Okay, well, this is the first of a mystery that we have not actually solved.
Yeah?
Yeah, I know.
Not a first, but
kind of a disappointment.
Yeah.
It's a first in Joe's mind.
True, okay.
He always solves them.
Yeah,
That's true.
always.
Joe has the answer.
Yeah.
We just are never on board.
Yeah. Well, what about the chupacabra? Did I mention the chupacabra? Yeah. Okay, so she was being followed by two foreign-looking, dark-clothed chupacabras.
Anyway.
Yeah. Okay. Well, anyway, so there we go. Mystery solved. The chupacabra once again. That's the end of our episode. I know it makes you sad. It makes me sad too. If you want to contact us, if you have any information about this case, and I'm sure one of you does, there's somebody out there probably with Special Branch who participated in this cover-up. We want to hear from you. Contact us at thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. Check out our website, thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. Find us on Facebook, and, of course, find us on iTunes. And while you're out on iTunes, grabbing episodes left and right, be sure to leave us a rating. We like those ratings, and make sure it's a good rating. And also, leaving comments is also much appreciated.
Yeah, we always love to hear from folks.
Yeah.
It's good.
Yeah, we do like to hear from you folks. Oh, yeah, and also, by the way, don't let me forget Stitcher. Find us on Stitcher. So there's so many ways to find us.
We're all over the place.
We're super accessible.
Yeah. All right. So that's it for this week, folks. So long. We'll see you next week.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know.
Insufficient data to formulate a reply.
What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Well, hey, everybody, and welcome again to another episode of Thinking Sideways, the podcast. I am Steve. Of course, I am joined by...
Devin.
And Joe.
And once again, we got a mystery.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
managed to fish another one out.
We did. We got one.
Yeah, there's still a couple left in the world.
Only a few.
Shooting fish in a barrel. Well, anyway, so today we are going to talk about another historical mystery because I'm evidently on a historical mystery
I
bend.
think some of us are, yeah. Like we did the runestone.
Yeah.
Too. That was mine, even.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah, we
The
really
Runestone.
have.
That was a scary one.
We're gonna have to deal with some killing soon.
Ah.
Yeah, it's gotta happen.
For my last one that we just did, I was like, knife edge. Do I do a disappearance or do I do a murder? And I was leaning heavily towards murder.
Knife edge, nice.
So the next one, I think, is going to be a real bloody, disgusting murder.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about this non-bloody, non-murder story.
Mm-hmm.
The mystery we're going to talk about today is: did Frederick Cook make it to the North Pole to be the first man in recorded history to make it there?
Yeah.
Now, before we get into the story, of course, as normal, we got this from one of our listeners because you guys suggest so many great stories.
God, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks, listeners.
We got this one from Dawn.
Thanks, Dawn.
I can't remember Dawn, regardless of how you sent it in to us.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the weird thing about trying to be the first person to reach the North Pole is how do you prove it? You can't plant a flag there.
You can't. And
Yeah,
we're going to
I know.
go into some of that. But part of what makes this mystery so weird is that Frederick Cook, when he came back, he shortly thereafter discovered that he wasn't the only one claiming to have reached the North Pole at the same time, basically. There's a guy, I know Devon's going to laugh because she's been laughing all day. But according to the history books, the man to reach the North Pole first was Rear Admiral Robert Peary.
Yeah, I don't think he did.
I've got my opinions, but I'm going to hold that till we get through all of this.
Okay.
So let's talk about Mr. Cook.
Captain Cook?
No, not Captain Cook. Frederick Cook was born in New York in 1865, and he grew up. He became a surgeon. He almost immediately started exploring. He kind of had the bug. Initially, he wasn't really big on the idea, but his wife and child, they died in childbirth, and he wanted to get away, and it was a great excuse. And so he started going on expeditions. Initially, he was serving as the surgeon of the team that he would go with. And then after several years, started making his own or getting his own expeditions set up and then finding people to finance it. And he'd go out in the world.
Yeah. And his first expedition was with Robert Peary. Correct?
It was with Robert Peary.
The Rear Admiral.
They were actually on better terms once upon a time.
Yes, they
Until
were. They were
bitter rivals.
And that's the thing is it was the 1891 to 92 Arctic expedition is the one that he went on with Peary. But there was no bad blood between them. Actually, I'm pretty sure that if I remember correctly, Cook saved his life.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, because Peary broke his leg so badly.
Yeah, well, there was that time, but also the time that Peary was kind of lost or marooned up there. And then
and he went and hunted him down.
And treated him for sickness and brought him back.
Yeah.
I mean, so he really saved his bacon twice.
He did.
Yeah.
So, these guys got along. They didn't have any animosity, at least in the beginning. Though, I will say that from everything that I've read, Cook was a bit different than Peary, and most of the explorers who were operating at the end of the 19th and the beginning of the 20th century, right in that 1900 time frame. Most guys, they'd go to an area, they'd hire a local crew, and then they would tell them what to do and ignore them. That was kind of the status quo. Cook wasn't like that. He learned the language. He got to know the people. And sometimes he was more interested in the locals or as much interested in the locals as what he was there to find.
So he was like being a good guy or whatever.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think Cook actually was a pretty decent guy, despite all the bad things that have been said about him.
I would agree with that, absolutely.
Yeah.
The first record that Cook wanted to set or tried to set was in 1906 when he tried to be and said that he successfully was the first man to climb to the peak of Mount McKinley.
Yeah.
You might or you might not be familiar with the name McKinley because today, officially, the name is not McKinley. I believe it's Denali, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
But
which is the traditional indigenous name for it.
Yes.
Yeah.
but most folks would know it as McKinley, and we're going to keep using that name because anytime you do the reading, it's always referred to that. So just to keep it
'Cause it was.
easy. It was at the
Yeah.
time, yeah. The reason that he wanted to climb it is, if you don't know McKinley, it's in basically the middle of Alaska. It's in is it the Denali Range?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the Denali Range.
There's like a national park.
Yeah.
But it's like, it's a huge mountain, right?
It's absolutely huge. It is, here, let me grab the number, 18,000 feet from base to peak. And the peak itself is just over 20,000 feet above sea level.
Yeah.
So it's really freaking high up there.
Yeah, that's a tall mountain.
And a lot of people had tried to make it to the peak, and a lot of people would climb the lower reaches of it and
Yeah.
then stop.
Right.
I think most people would go to what's called the Gateway. That was the farthest they would go. But what happens? Cook says, I'm going to climb this. He takes his party. They get most of the way up. Then he takes one other man with him, and he climbs to what he says is the top, takes pictures, comes back, and says, I made it to the top. And everybody went, okay,
Cool.
great. Okay, well, congrats. We'll put your name in this little book we have right here of people who did things first.
Yeah. But there was obviously some dispute about that later, right?
We're talking about this now because it does come up later.
Cool.
Oh, and because this is going to be important. Remember I said he took one person with him to the top of McKinley? Mm-hmm. That guy's name is Ed Burrill. So remember that name because it will come up in a bit.
Okay.
So the climb on McKinley was in 1906.
Oh, did he plant a flag or anything like that when he went up there?
He went up there. I've seen a photo that is him holding a flag, but he's on the tippy-top peaky bit. You know, like there's not a whole lot at the actual peak.
Tippy-top
Yeah.
peaky bit. Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah, of course.
So I don't know that he planted the flag. There's a picture of him holding it,
Yeah.
but I never saw anything that said he specifically planted it.
Okay.
But he did that in 1906. Then he went home, and he began planning his next Arctic expedition. And in 1907, he went to Greenland. And while he was in Greenland, he then announced that what he was going to do was try to reach the North Pole. And I think he made the announcement, I want to say it was in August of 1907. He couldn't actually leave, I believe, until February. Because that was when...
Got to wait for the ice to freeze up, right?
Yeah, he had to... So the timing of it was very, very specific. The thing that you need to know about where he left is he left from a place, and I hope I get this right, Anoatak, I believe is how you pronounce the name of the village. It's an Inuit village in Greenland. It's on the northwest tip of Greenland. So it's really pretty far up there.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to go for Anahuac.
Okay, well, the trip from that village to the actual where they say the North Pole is going to be is 700 miles.
Okay.
So it's a 700-mile overland journey in ice and snow and basically terrible conditions.
Oh, yeah.
Is what he's going to do.
Well, I think, for the first part of it, I think there was still, like caribou or things like that wandering around.
There were animals around. And it's,
even out onto the pack ice, so they were actually able to hunt for the first part.
Yes, they were. They were for part of the beginning. And it wasn't as if he took, for the final bit of his race to the North Pole, he took 2 local Inuit with him. But he didn't just start out with those 2 guys. I think he left, if I remember correctly, he left as part of a bigger party.
Yeah.
And then he and that party split ways. They were going to do something else. And then he made his run for the North Pole. The trip wasn't expected to take but a month or 2. Everybody figured Cook was gone. When a year had gone by, they figured that everybody had died.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's a reasonable assumption.
He and his companion showed back up at the village 14 months later.
Wow.
Looking a little worse for the wear, as I understand.
Yeah, absolutely worse from where. What happened is they made the run for the North Pole. They got there. According to Cook, they made it to the North Pole, and they didn't take into consideration the movement of the ice flows. They didn't think that, I guess, that they were going to be a problem, but they totally were. They ended up hitting open water. They had to make all these detours, and they ended up southwest of where they wanted to be. by 200 or 300 miles.
Yeah, I think wasn't he expecting the ice to move eastward and it wound up moving westward instead?
Yes, that's exactly. It went the opposite direction. So he's like, well, I'll just keep going straight south and it'll always be okay, but everything's moving under your feet. That doesn't work. Here is the data bits, the data points that we'll use here for his actual trip. From when they split off of that larger party, they traveled, according to Cook, 360 miles, and they did that in 24 days.
Okay.
That comes out to an average of about 15 miles a day, which is pretty good pace in the Arctic. When you consider it's not smooth ice, it's going to be ice flows that are going to heave, it's craggy, it's nasty. I decided I'd go ahead and take a look and pull a Joe. I'd go on Google Earth and Google Maps and take a look at the North Pole.
Did you go on Street View?
Well, it turns out you can't because there's nothing there.
There's no streets?
There's no streets. And here's the problem. Unlike the South Pole, there is no landmass at the North Pole, so it's not a actual fixable point. You can't, as you said with the top of the mountain, plant a flag.
Well, you can. I think,
but it's not going to stay in the same spot.
No, it's not. It's going to move off. Perry supposedly planted a flag.
He did and he didn't. He planted ceremonially a flag and then pulled it down. Left a bit of it in a tube in a crevasse. But he didn't actually even bother to try to leave the flag there because that just wasn't going to do any good.
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything, yeah.
But the point is, it's a moving target.
Sure.
As I said, though, of course, they missed the mark when they were coming home. I found the number here. It was 400 miles because they ended up living in a cave on what is known as Devon Island. So it's your island.
Well, it's spelled wrong, but yeah.
Not according to the internet.
That's true. Apparently that is how you spell my name.
People misspell your name. Sure, it's Steve and Joe Islands anywhere nearby?
No, there isn't. But they ended up living in a cave. They barely survived off of local animals. They were hunting. When they ran out of ammo, they were hunting with spears, which is pretty hardcore, if you ask me, in the Arctic.
Yeah,
They managed to get back to the village. They arrived in the spring of 1909. So they left February of 08 and arrived back 14 months later in 09. So that's a heck of a long trip.
Yeah, it is.
Cook would eventually make a initial announcement that he had made it to the North Pole. That would be the date that he said he got there would be the 22nd of April, 1908, which means that, he made it there in about 2 months from when he initially left, which is pretty good time.
Not bad.
I think, Joe, it was you that said they were looking a little worse for wear for living off of just whatever animal they could kill and hiking in freezing conditions.
Probably a scurvy at least, huh?
Yeah, I probably at least got back to the village. Of course, Cook wasn't just going to turn around and head home. He hung out for a while to recuperate. While he was in the village, he met a man named Harry Whitney, and they became kind of buds. They were both English speakers. I'm sure that helped in a village where, it's Inuits and he could speak the local language. Both of them could, but it's always nice to be able to use your native tongue. I'm sure that was something to bond over.
Yeah.
Whitney was there on, I wouldn't call it a safari, but he was on kind of a sportsman's trip. So he had been dropped off by a ship. It was set to come back for him several months later. And he was just kind of having a good time. And he told Cook, hey, I got this ship coming. If you want, you could just hook a ride with me and I'll take you back down to New York and you can go home.
That's what he probably should have done, huh?
Well, I think he probably should have, yes and no, because of the way things turned out. But Cook didn't want to wait that long. So instead, he decided to plan out another overland journey to head down the coast of Greenland by sled and go all the way to go home, or as far south as he could till he could catch a boat at one of the major lanes. What ended up happening, though, is he had two guys set up to go with him. The day before he's going to leave, one of them got sick, and so it was just going to be Cook and one other Inuit, and that really put him in a bind because he couldn't take all of his stuff with him. Because one sled down means one sled's worth of stuff you can't pack.
Yeah, and you're going to have to bring other stuff like food.
He's got to bring food. So Whitney, being a good guy, said, hey, if you want to leave that stuff with me, when my ship gets here, I'll totally bring it to you. No big deal. So he left all the heavy stuff that he didn't need. So his navigational tools like a sextant, all of his records, except for his own personal diary or his journal. I guess it wouldn't be a diary. Would it?
Yeah.
It'd be his journal. It was his journal. They call it his journal. It's manly if it's journal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Just because he had stars and it was pink doesn't count. It was a journal. It was manly.
Sequins.
Just because it said Dear Diary at every entry doesn't mean it was a diary.
But he left all that stuff with him because it was heavy, and he didn't need any navigational equipment because he was just heading down the coastline. It's pretty easy to follow the coastline. So he goes ahead. He heads south. He eventually gets home. He makes the announcement that he had done it, and great. On the 1st of September, the world learns that Frederick Cook was the first man to make it to the North Pole.
He didn't just tweet it out?
He didn't tweet it out.
Yeah, why not?
He didn't have service there.
Oh, I guess that's true.
Yeah, it's way up there.
Yeah.
Can't just do that.
AT&T will cover you up there.
Are you sure about that?
No, I've never tested it.
They don't cover me in my house.
Yeah.
That's where I'm going to leave Cook's story for the moment.
I thought we were talking about Cook.
We are, but there's another big player, and we need to switch gears, and we've talked about him a little bit already, and that's Robert Peary.
Yes.
Peary, as we had talked about before, he had made a bunch of Arctic expeditions. He'd gone with Cook, or Cook had been with him a couple of times. Peary had made, if I remember the number, it's something like 8 or 9 attempts to get to the North Pole.
Yeah, and then
8 or 9 failed attempts before his last attempt, which he will learn he says was successful.
Yeah, and the reason Cook did stop going along with them in these expeditions, did you hear about that? He wanted to sign up, but then Peary put down the requirement that nobody was allowed to write their memoirs of the expedition before he published his.
Yes, which is a financial reason, because, of course, everybody sold their story. So that means that, oh, great, I'll pay you whatever I pay you, but you can't make any actual bonus money until it's, your story's worthless.
Yeah, pretty much.
And one of the things I think Cook was writing more about things like the locals and that kind of stuff, which wasn't even gonna step on Peary's toes. But that, you're right, that is the reason that they did part ways. On the 1st of March, 1909, Peary left for the North Pole. He went ahead. He was already in the Arctic. He says, I'm going to go. He gets his big party together, and he and this large party that he has, they head 280 miles north heading towards the North Pole. And they didn't leave from Greenland. They left from a different location that actually longitudinally put them closer to the North Pole. But he was still kind of in that same region, because that evidently is where you start from.
In the Arctic Circle.
Yes, yes. On the 1st of April of 1909, Peary split off from the main big group that he had with him. He took 5 other guys with him, and they then would make the final dash for the North Pole. They did that in 6 days.
So this was a year after Cook said he had...
Right. Okay. This is when Cook is still presumed missing.
Right.
Okay. And so,
Just wanted to make sure.
Yep. No, so it is weird when you read it because, technically Cook found it a year prior before Peary ever got there.
Sure. Yeah, but he was still missing. So.
But so he's missing. So Cook, Peary's like, well, nobody's got it yet. I'm going for it.
Yeah.
Because that evidently was his white whale at that point.
I think it was everybody's white whale.
I plan to do it.
So he goes with these guys, and they go to what Robert Peary says is the North Pole. He says, we've got the North Pole. He plants his ceremonial flag. He then, like I said, tore off a strip of it, put it in a little jar, and buried it in a crevasse, and they beat feet back out of the circle. And when he got back to the party, then they go back to their launch point. Everything's hunky-dory, except that at that point, he kind of just starts lollygagging around the area. He's, they're steaming from place to place. They're going on little hunting trips. They're just kind of having a good old time. He's in no hurry to get back to the civilized world and announce that he made it to the North Pole.
Oh, you'd think he would be.
I would too, but maybe it was I'm basking in the fact that I finally did it. I finally achieved what I'm after all this time. I mean...
Well, I'm sorry. Did you say earlier that he said they were at the North Pole? Can you clarify that?
Okay, yeah. Perry was the only one of the six, because he had the 5 other men with him, who had the ability to navigate.
Yeah, he's the only one that could use a sextant, right?
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
And you got to remember is that, and this is, Joe might have to help me out on this to how you would navigate, but you use a sextant to find 2 fixed points and figure out the distance between them, and as they change, you use that to figure out your longitude. Is that correct, Joe?
I think that's how it works.
Okay.
I don't use the sextant.
I don't either.
very
But
few
the
people
point
do
is that
anymore.
you use it to fix on this point, and so he would have to take readings. And when nothing is north of you, everything is south. That means you're at the North Pole.
Sure.
But he's the only one who could do it, so he's the one doing all of the readings. So he's the one that has done all of that. I'll call it the hard math.
Okay.
To
okay.
figure it out.
And
Sure.
Isn't it? I seem to recall something in the story around that one of his assistants was a black guy. I can't remember his name now. And they're just at this place, and one day this assistant says, this place has kind of a North Pole-y feeling to it, don't you think, Admiral?
Something like that.
And he says
yeah.
something, and he says basically, yeah, I think you're onto something there. And he pulls out the flag and everything.
Yeah, that is
Yeah.
what that guy says.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
absolutely right. That's not the version I know that you will read from Perry himself, of
Sure.
course.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
not going to put it that
No.
way.
Well, I think in retrospect, if I were either one of these guys, Cook or Perry, I would have made sure I had several people in my party and that every single one of them knew how to navigate.
Actually, the funny point is what we're getting into here is that if you haven't already figured it out from what we're leading up to, there becomes dual claim for being the first person to go to the North Pole between Perry and Cook.
Yeah.
The guy who ended up being the first man to reach the South Pole, because of, and I think he did it in 1911, but everything that went on between these two, which it turns into a giant public battle.
Oh, yeah, that's a big mud fest.
This guy made sure to double, triple check all kinds of things and leave all kinds of signs and all kinds of markers. Like he dotted every T, or
Yeah.
crossed every T and dotted every I.
Yeah,
Got that backwards.
That was the guy's name, like Roald Amundsen or something
Yeah,
like that?
yeah, Raoul, yeah. That
Yeah.
was his first name, and I'm not positive on the pronunciation. I listened to it a couple of times, and I'm still not sure. But
Alright.
the point is, that's why he went to such extremes.
Smart move, dude.
So Perry finally makes it to Greenland.
He gets to Greenland, and when he gets there, he starts hearing rumors that Cook is back, that Cook wasn't dead, and that he's back, and that, hey, he's also claiming that he made it to the North Pole the year before you did. And he's like, wait a minute, that's not possible. And he ends up getting to the same village where Whitney and Cook had been. And, of course, Whitney is still there because he's just having his little sportsman vacation. And Perry talks to him and says, well, what do you know about this? Cook and Whitney had talked, and Cook had told him, he said, listen, don't tell anybody. Until I've made my official announcement, don't tell anybody. And so he plays dumb. He's like, well, I don't know. I mean, he said he went north and had some expedition, but I'm not really sure. Perry then goes on and tracks down the 2 Inuit that went with Cook, and he interviews them. And he basically interrogates them. And he takes away from it, and we'll later learn he makes all these statements about how they disagreed with what Cook is claiming. But what you need to know is that natives of the area at that time, they didn't have an understanding of latitude and longitude. They knew distances in days. Took me a day to get there. So we walked north for X number of days. That's all they knew.
And it was Perry didn't speak the language.
He
did
didn't speak the language. So they're, and he's showing them maps, and they're just kind of drawing on it. Whitney, who does know the language, talks to them after the fact, and he went on record and said, yeah, they said they didn't know what the angry white man was asking them and what the pieces of paper that he kept pointing at meant. They didn't
Yeah.
understand.
Yeah.
But Perry didn't care. Once he figures that out, well, that lights a fire underneath him to get back to the mainland and stop all this. Here's the other thing that really, really, really bites Cook in the rear. And that is the fact that Whitney, remember he had a ship chartered to come back and pick him up?
Yeah.
His ship never showed up.
Oh.
Wait there at the tip of Greenland for another 6 months before another ship would come to take him home. And he really wasn't keen on that idea. Well, being such a nice guy, Perry says, hey, we'll give you a ride home, no big deal. Except when he brings all of his stuff down to the ship to load it up, Perry specifically stops him and says, hey, is any of that stuff Cook's? And he has to admit, well, yeah, there's these trunks here that belong to him. He says, I don't want any of that on my ship.
What a jerk.
Total jerk move.
Yeah.
And some of the things that go on in this story make me think that he did that very intentionally, knowing that it was going to screw Cook over.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, sure.
So poor Whitney, what's he do? He goes over to some rocks, he digs a big hole, and he buries them so that at least they're sort of secure and Cook could come back for him.
I mean, has anybody actually gone out looking for these things?
I imagine
know they've never
that
been
they
found
have,
again.
but they've never shown up, which makes me feel that probably if anybody found them after a couple of years, they were probably destroyed
Probably
anyway.
trashed, yeah.
You know, I mean, they would have been buried in permafrost, which is okay, but still, they're trunks. Not like they're totally waterproof.
Oh,
There
not
is
at
going to
all.
be some moisture, and that's going to just destroy paperwork and tools in no time flat. So we move forward. Perry now gets to work on destroying Cook's claim. He meets up with some of his supporters. What are these guys called? They are the
Perry Arctic Club?
Yes, the Perry Arctic Club, which is a bunch of well-off dudes
Of course it is.
who financially back his expeditions. And they get together and they start doing some kind of devious stuff. First off, what Perry does is he tells everybody, of course, that, hey, I got there, and Cook is totally full of it. And he communicates that a week after Cook has said he got there. Perry's information comes through and says, A, hey, I totally got there, and B, Cook's a liar, and I've got the evidence to prove it. Then when he gets back to the world, everybody says, well, great, let's see your documents. And he says, no, I will go ahead and put out I will give you my fully authorized version as soon as Cook gives you his. A bit of a game of I'll show you mine if you show me yours, knowing full well that Cook can't.
Because he made
He made Whitney bury it all in the Arctic.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got to say, I think that between these two, not to give it away or anything, I think Cook behaved with a lot more class in this
He
whole
did.
thing than Perry
Cook
did.
ended up for the rest of his life getting the short stick. He
Yeah.
absolutely got the short stick, though in a way it seems to have given him peace, but he really got hosed a bunch after this.
Oh, yeah.
That was where I was headed, though, was the Perry Arctic, whatchamacallit, what were they?
Club?
The club, thank you. Yeah, his fan club. They did what was so common at that time and so despicable is, if you remember, we talked about how Cook had been the first to go all the way to the top of Mount McKinley, and he took the other gentleman, Burrill, with him.
Uh-huh.
Well, for years, Burrill had been going around publicly saying, we made it to the top, it's so awesome, telling everybody about it. Until suddenly, on the 4th of October, 1909, an affidavit from him that is signed comes out saying that they faked the whole thing and it's a total lie.
Mm-hmm.
What would make somebody do that?
What do you think,
Oh,
Molly?
it's somewhere between $5,000 and $10,000 at the time.
So, like,
They totally blatantly paid him off. They made no claim that they hadn't done it, or Burrill never ever even pretended that he hadn't been paid off. It's equivalent to like $125,000 US today.
Ugh.
So that's a huge chunk of change. I
Yeah.
can see why he would turn on him for the money. I mean, it's kind of despicable, but I understand
It kind of is, yeah. But then he, by pretty much acknowledging that he was bribed to sign that affidavit.
He did.
Yeah, then, doesn't that provide a little ammunition to Cook?
It should have.
Yeah.
It should have. And I never could get a good, clear understanding of why Cook went about doing things the way he did. He had his journal, and so he could provide that. And in the beginning, the public believed him. But because of all the underhanded moves that Perry was pulling, they started not believing him. And I think he realized he was defeated, and he stopped fighting. I think that's probably what happened for the most part.
Probably spent a lot of time, on the McKinley thing, he probably spent a lot of time just really, really wishing that he had buried something at the top of the mountain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably.
That's what I'd be thinking.
Yeah. Well, after that affidavit shows up, then, of course, this is where Perry comes out with his account of what Cook's Inuit, they wouldn't be companions.
Yeah.
I couldn't think of the right word for him. His companions, quote unquote, said about him and what the route that they took. I won't go into detail, but basically they, according to him, sketched out this completely different route, meaning that Cook just took him kind of in a circle and in a completely the wrong direction intentionally. Is what this is making it out to be.
Yeah, did Whitney ever show his head again?
No, not really. I mean, Whitney came out and said, hey, I had to do this. He publicly said, I had to do this. This is what Perry made me do.
I mean, leaving the stuff behind.
Leaving the stuff behind. And he said that Cook had told him that he had made it to the North Pole, but it's secondhand information.
Yeah, you don't know. But but he had overheard the conversation when Perry was interrogating the two Inuits, right?
Correct.
And so, did he ever show up and say, hey, no, that the Inuits did not say this to Perry? He's lying?
We know that there are written accounts of it. I don't know the exact interaction of did he show up at some legal proceeding or something, because there really was only one legal proceeding, and by that time that happened, it was way too late. And so it may have been wasted breath.
Yeah,
or maybe he was on safari.
Again.
Yeah, probably.
I think probably the nail that really kind of sealed the coffin for Cook, though, was the National Geographic Society, because they were a big backer of Perry. They loved him. They were, totally supported him, always published his stuff. He drew in people for them. They went ahead and they immediately said that Perry was right and Cook was wrong. And then later on, they set up a committee to go ahead and investigate the whole thing, which, of course, because there was no papers from Cook, that was easy. They went ahead and checked out Perry's story. They did it in a matter of 3 days. That's all it took for them to go ahead and figure it out.
Check out Perry's story.
Perry's story.
And this committee was like mostly his friends, right?
Yes, two of the people he knew extremely well, and one of them said that I think he came out and said that he was the skeptic. He was a total skeptic, but I get the feeling he also knew Perry as well personally. They all knew him personally, so it was totally an inside job.
Yeah,
and that really was the end of it. And for years and years and years, everybody learned that Robert Perry went ahead and made it to the North Pole, and he was the first one. And nobody really knows who Cook is.
Yeah.
He's not really in any of the history books. He's just one little footnote because of this schmear campaign.
Then it was a schmear campaign.
Absolute mud-flinging contest.
Yeah, Perry was not a classy guy.
No. But that is the end of our story, which means we are now into the theory section.
What?
Oh,
Yep.
Cool.
So this is really, it's three simple theories. There's only three headings here. And the first one is, of course, that Cook made it there before Perry. We don't have any documents to back this up, but he was the first person to ever describe the frozen polar sea, as being in continuous motion. And at 88 degrees north, the fact that he basically encountered a giant flat-topped, as he described it, ice island that was higher and thicker than the sea ice around it.
That was a fixed object, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so...
and that was something that was backed up by later explorers who went to the area.
They found the same thing, yeah.
Perry never ever that I
mentioned
know
it.
of makes any mention of that.
Yeah, of course, if he went a different route, he could have missed it. You know,
Absolutely
but-
true. Cook, also seemed to be pretty good at his navigation. I mean, he knew how to use the sextant. He had been guiding himself for a while on these kind of Arctic expeditions. I don't know why I said things.
Yeah.
Stream of consciousness here needs to stop. But overall, as you said, he seemed to be a pretty honest guy,
Uh-huh.
and he didn't seem to be the kind of guy that would just to grab glory say that he did something.
Yeah,
That's my personal impression.
Yeah, it's my impression too is that Cook had a much deeper sense of honor than Perry had, and that he wouldn't have deliberately faked it.
A gentleman's honor.
There was. I think there was some question that he was making mistakes in his navigation,
Which is entirely possible.
it is entirely possible, and quite possibly, probably true even. But if they were honest mistakes, so he might have honestly thought that he was at the North Pole.
Yeah.
And I got to tell you, there's an easier way than using a sextant. You just lay on the ground, looking straight up, and when the North Star is right over you, you're at the North Pole. Nothing to it.
Not easy.
Yeah, it's that easy.
Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
dude, if only they had known that,
I know.
this whole thing would have been solved.
I
I
know.
laid on my back. The North Star was directly above me. It was
Yeah,
perfect.
there you go.
It was really easy. It's fun.
It all
guys.
felt really North Pole-y.
Yeah.
Yeah. North Pole?
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna let that go. Our next theory is, of course, that Frederick Cook faked the entire thing. The quote-unquote loss of all of his data. Well, that means that we can't confirm that he really did it. And it could be that if we had gotten his records, we'd have figured out quite easily that he was full of it and that he didn't know what he was doing. So there is that absolute possibility. I mean, you also got to think about the fact this guy was lost for a year in the Arctic. And when he got back to his starting point, he could have said, you know what? I survived that. I deserve something for going through all that crap. I'm going to say that I got there because I've earned it.
Or, for all I know, we got there.
Yeah. And intentionally, was pretty sure that he didn't actually do it. Yeah. That's completely plausible.
Yeah.
One thing, and again, this my lack of understanding of the sextant, though I've read about it so many times, it still just doesn't sink in. One of the things that his detractors will point out is the fact that trying to use a sextant at that time of the year is going to be not exactly reliable because a lot of times you use the sun as a reference point. But the sun was so low in the horizon all the time that it's basically a useless point to fix to.
But I have no idea how often they had clear days. You could also use stars.
That's a good point. And I haven't seen any data, I mean, none of us have actually, that says was it cloudy or was it clear when they were making that final drive. If it was clear, it totally makes sense. But this information gives me the impression that it wasn't clear days, and so he was fixing his position based on the sun.
Yeah, it would be hard if it was cloudy and the sun's under the horizon. Well, yeah.
Yeah,
real
it's
difficult.
not, I mean, we've all seen the sun go down and it's on the horizon and it's not exactly a fix. It's not, because of the atmosphere, it's not going to look or be where it actually is. It's going to have the distortion issue.
Oh, yeah.
Final theory, they both, either intentionally or not, faked it. Both Perry and Cook didn't get to the North Pole, and both of them probably knew it. That's what this theory is getting at. Okay, well, we've already talked about Cook, so I think probably we need to talk about the second half of this, which is Perry. Turns out there's problems with the writings that he left behind, his data from the trip. Now, if you remember, I said that he wouldn't release anything, or hardly anything, just very basic details. Eventually, that his papers would get released about a decade and a half ago. That's how long they were under wraps.
It was that long before they were...
Almost 100 years. Now,
did not
the
realize
National
that.
Geographic Society had them, and they had looked at them, but they didn't release them. And it wasn't until about 10 or 15 years ago that they finally were put out and people could really, really analyze them. And, well, it turns out that his numbers didn't exactly work. People have tried to trace the route based on what he had, and it doesn't work. So he was probably about 100 miles south of the North Pole.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's interesting that they wouldn't release him, but he had a lot of buddies in the NGS, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah.
He did.
Maybe that's why they didn't release him, huh?
Here's the other really hinky thing, and I don't know why this flew, but in the beginning, Devin was laughing at Rear Admiral because that was the status that was bestowed upon him by the U.S. House of Representatives. They gave him the title. There was an act that was passed through that, and then Congress that gave, or not an act. How do you become a Rear Admiral? That it's an honorific.
Okay, so it's like it's an honorary title. So he was never like he didn't work his way up through the ranks.
Correct. They gave him an honorary title.
Was he ever even in the Navy?
No.
Oh, okay.
He might have. Yeah, actually, he might have been at one point. But the point is, he was given this title. But one of the things that had to happen first was he had to go and talk to a Naval Affairs subcommittee, and he had to give them some of his stuff to look at. And he gave them his journal that he said he had used on his entire trip to the North Pole. Here's the thing. When these guys are up at the North Pole, it's not like they're packing, kale and carrots and all these great veggies to eat. They're eating what they can. And one of the things that Arctic explorers in the day took with them is what is called pemmican. Kind of looks gross. It's a greasy mix of fat and meat all pressed together. It's kind of like jerky.
Yes, yeah, like
You'll
that.
see it kind of in a ball sometimes.
Yeah, or in like sort of flat cakes, hockey puck, shaped like a hockey puck.
If you've ever picked up greasy meats and eaten them by hand, you know how much of that stuff gets on your fingers. Now, then combine that with the fact that they're in the Arctic. It's not like they can wash their hands off and their stuff off. That fingerprints of that stuff should be on everything.
Yeah, especially the journal.
His journal was pristine to the point that the subcommittee asked him about it, and he stood by the fact of, nope, that's it. That's the one I used. It totally is. And they just kind of shined it on and let it go through. So
really?
This is
he actually swore, because, if you were totally BSing, I think what I would have said is, it was such a disgusting mess that I just copied the whole thing over to a new book.
Yeah.
That's what I would have told him.
Yeah, I mean, and nobody probably would have said anything if he had said, listen, the other one is kind of going, it's going a little off now because all that grease, it's a little rancid, so I had to transfer it.
Yeah.
They probably wouldn't have worried about that.
Yeah, but this was way back in the day, though, right? And then did that
1910.
And did that journal go back to the National Geographic Society, or did Perry keep it?
I'm not positive. Perry's papers are in more than one place.
Oh, okay.
And I don't know who holds that journal.
Sure, somebody somewhere has got it.
Probably.
Yeah.
There's also some issues with the speed that Perry said he traveled. Basically,
yeah, he kind of set some land records there, didn't he?
He really did. He set some land records so that he and his 5 companions, what is it? They traveled each day. They traveled 25 miles, 20 miles, 20 miles, 25 miles, and then 40 miles.
No.
Final day, they traveled 40 miles in that final day to make their destination. That's 26 miles a day in the Arctic on foot. Bit fast.
Yeah,
really
that's
fast.
a lot speedier than Cook went, right?
Oh, yeah. Cook was averaging 15 miles, which is still pretty good.
Yeah.
But... yeah,
40 miles.
Yeah.
No.
You want to hear my favorite detractor of Perry?
Yeah.
This is my absolute favorite, and that is there is a man by the name of Marshall B. Garner, And he wrote a book called A Journey to the Earth's Interior, which is a hollow Earth book, all about the fact that the Earth is actually hollow. And he says that there is no way that either man actually made it to the North Pole, because as they went north, they would have discovered that the temperature was rising, the ice was melting, and it was going to be open sea because the sun's beams are all focused at the North Pole. And of course, if they had gotten on a boat, they would have gone to the North Pole and discovered the entry to the hollow Earth and then been able to explore that. So that obviously is why neither man actually made it to the North Pole.
Oh, of course. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I don't understand what your problem is. It's accepted science fact.
Yeah. Well, and so I guess that's one of the reasons then that the National Geographic Society eventually went back and looked at his and declared that
he didn't actually make
it. Didn't prove it. Yeah, it was unproven.
They went from totally did it. You made it to the North Pole claim is unproven.
Yeah.
Now, of course, they still left Cook's claim as disproven.
Yeah,
because he didn't have anything, so they said, "Well, you're totally making it up. You don't even have anything to support this claim, so we're just going to throw it out."
Yeah, if I was going to believe either one of them, I would believe Cook.
Yeah, well, and the thing is, here's the great thing about Cook. His claim to Mount McKinley, everybody was saying that his pictures were of different areas of the mountain, not past what is called the Gateway, which is the final ascent. People have started looking at his writing, and there was actually a Russian team that followed his route based on his writing, and it turns out they made it to the peak.
Yeah, there are people, more than one set of people have actually duplicated his route.
It's a completely unconventional or unstandard way to go to the top. And that's why most people seem to have thrown it out. But it appears that he was telling the truth on that, which is why I'm inclined to believe he probably, at least to the best of his knowledge, was telling the truth about getting to the North Pole.
Mm-hmm. I think he probably was too.
Yeah. So, I mean, personally, yeah, I think he did it, or, super close anyway. I think officially the first man to make it to the North Pole, it didn't happen until there was a guy on skis, and I want to say it was in the 1980s that he did it. And he was supported the whole way by airdrops of supplies. That's the only way that this guy managed to do it. And, of course, the airdrops help figure out if he's really there.
Yeah.
But, so it wasn't an easy thing to get to.
No, it's not something. It's something I probably wouldn't even try to get to. But,
yeah, me neither.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these guys, like, they have, they have some pretty rough times. Like, it was months ago that I read Endurance by F.A. Worsley, who was...
yeah,
it's about Ernest Shackleton and his attempt to get to the South Pole. And that's an amazing story. I'd highly recommend that story, by the way. And I know we're talking the other end of the earth, but it's kind of a similar thing. We're talking sleds and dogs and ships crushed in the ice and tales of incredible survival. And these guys went through an amazing set of adventures. So.
Well, I mean, over the years, there's countless people have died trying to get to those places. So it's what I called it earlier. It's kind of the white whale. I'm going to be the one who gets it, and that could be why some of these guys say, "To hell with it, I'm going to lie because I've tried so hard, I deserve it."
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I still think that Cook probably thought he got there, and I think Perry knew well as a lying jerk that he didn't get there, but couldn't admit that he had failed yet again.
Yeah.
And so went on that nasty little smear campaign that he launched.
Yeah, and by the way, when he went public with this whole thing about the Inuits said they just went out a few miles and then just sort of circled around and came back. Well, that's obviously a lie.
Well, no, they didn't circle around, but they went a totally wrong way.
Yeah, but they didn't. Yeah, but if they had just like sort of gone out there intending to fake it, and then just decided, screw it, let's go back home. Well, why were they gone for 14 months?
Got lost.
Yeah, I guess.
Got cut off on the ice.
They were never really lost. I don't think. No, they knew where they were. They were just because on a floating ice floe, and
Cook figured it out.
Yeah.
He figured out where they were. That's how he knew how to navigate back to the village.
Yeah, he that was his big Get a few more people with them, and he should have made sure everybody in the expedition knew how to use a sextant.
Again, that's why heading to the South Pole was so well documented. It's to make sure that didn't happen.
Smart move there, yeah.
Yeah. But that's all I've got.
Yeah.
What do you? It sounds like you're in agreement with me on it, Joe.
I think that it's quite likely that Perry lied, and I think it's quite likely. Well, I know he lied about some stuff.
Yeah.
He was not an honorable guy.
He wasn't honest.
No, he was not. I think it's quite possible that Cook actually did make it to the North Pole, or somewhere very close to where he, maybe through errors in navigation, felt that he was on the exact spot. I think he was pretty damn close if he wasn't actually on the exact spot.
I agree. I think Perry seems like a jerk.
Yeah.
I saw you starting to use the letter A and then stop.
Yeah. And I think Cook, he's a sympathetic character. You want to be on his side.
Yeah. And the hard part for Cook. Remember how I told you he kind of got the short end of the stick for the rest of his life?
Oh yeah.
He got I think it was about 10 years later. He started investing in oil fields. And he was sending correspondence and projecting the value of the output of his oil field. And simple version is that somebody challenged it, and then they charged him with mail fraud for fraudulent claims about the value of something, and they sent him to jail for like 10 years, which was, everybody couldn't believe what a harsh judgment it was.
Well, the judge, apparently the prosecutor thought it was overly harsh.
Yeah.
But the judge was, guess what?
A friend of Perry.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the worst part is, turns out that part of Cook's oil field was on one of the giant oil reserves.
Yeah, he wasn't lying at all.
He actually undercut the amount. He was shy about the production.
Yeah, and for this he gets a good long stay in jail.
Yep.
I mean,
but
part of that due to Perry.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing is I almost wonder if it was a good thing for him, because he said that being in prison, he was a surgeon, he was a doctor in prison, and it was very peaceful for him and very calming, and he could just get away from all the crap that was going on because he could never outrun it.
Yeah.
So it might have, in a way, been the best thing that Perry could have done for him.
Yeah, but still the poor guy really suffered, I think.
Yeah.
It's like, I feel bad. Okay, we settled that mystery.
Yes, we totally, at least settled it.
What do you want to talk about now?
How about our website?
Oh, yeah.
Because we've got one of those.
It's lovely.
Yes, we do. It's at thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. We, of course, this episode and all other episodes are on the website. Going to have links to research on there. If you're not listening to us on the website, you can always listen to us through any streaming service. We're on pretty much every one of them. Of course, we're on iTunes. If you are on iTunes and you're listening to this show through there, do take the time to leave us a comment and a rating. Those do help.
Especially high ratings.
Well, we've always said that it helps, but I know that it helps because we continually keep moving upwards in the rankings, and we're getting really high up there, which is awesome.
The rankings, are they based on downloads or are they based on ratings?
It's a combination. I don't think Apple tells you exactly what it is.
It's a really complex algorithm you wouldn't understand.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I bet it would.
Hipster. We're, of course, on Twitter. You can find us at Thinkin' Sideways, and we do use that. Twitter's actually been really, really busy lately, which is pretty fun. We are on Facebook. You can find us at our Facebook page. You can join the Facebook group. We can have there's lots of conversations going on there. We're getting lots of stuff all the time through that. Total fun. So come join us there. And if you're enjoying the podcast and you want to hear more, you can always go ahead and go to Patreon to support the show. Patreon.com/thinkingsideways is where we're at. You can choose to donate however much you want per show. Totally an option, but that is something we have out there. Or if you want to do something that's just a one-timer, we've got the PayPal right there on the website.
Yeah, I'm kind of hoping Bill Gates discovers our website or our podcast and pledges $1 million an episode.
It'd be fantastic, but I don't think it's
going
to happen.
Yeah, no, probably not.
The final thing I got to tell everybody is, of course, about our email address, which is thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. And go ahead and send us an email if you've got a story suggestion, you've got thoughts, you've got comments, you're looking for more information. We're happy to get them all, and we'll field everything. So, think that's everything we gotta share here.
Yeah, I think so
pretty sure you're right.
All right. Well, we're gonna go ahead and close it on out, and we will talk to all you good people next week.
Bye-bye.
Bye, guys.
Hey everyone, I just want to make a couple quick announcements before we get started with the show. I literally just got back from the airport. I was fortunate enough to fly down to Atlanta this weekend to join some amazing people at the Southern Podcasters Meetup. I finally got to meet Melissa and Mandy from Moms and Murder. We've been interacting with them since they first started their show, and they say such great things about us, and we're huge fans of theirs. So it was pretty awesome to meet them in person, along with some other great podcasters I met at CrimeCon in Nashville. There was Erica from Southern Fried True Crime, Lauren Brooke from The Fall Line, Nina from Already Gone, Steve from Trace Evidence, Jennifer and Lindsay from Corpus Delicti, and Mo from Targeted. And I want to give a huge thank you to Christy and Larry for all their support and hospitality. It was great seeing all of you and all the fantastic people that came out to show their support for everyone's podcasts. Also, our website had a major overhaul thanks to the talented Lisa from the Secret Lives of Weddings podcast. And if you haven't checked it out, you can at mindsofmadnesspodcast.com. Finally, this episode is pretty special to me. When we were at CrimeCon in Nashville, I got to meet Steve, Devin, and Joe from Thinking Sideways. I really have been a huge fan of their podcast for years. And for those of you who are familiar with their show, know that Team Sideways just recently wrapped up their podcast and have stopped producing content on a regular basis. We talked about doing an episode together, and when Stephanie Moore from our cleaners team came to us with a huge and incredible script on the American Beauty murder, we asked them to record with us. Luckily, they got their parts in before they closed up shop, and I really want to give a special thank you to Devin, Steve, and Joe for helping us with this project. It really was a huge thrill for me to work with you. This episode turned out to be a little longer than our regular episodes, so we broke it into 2 parts. But you won't have to wait long for the next episode, as we plan to release it in around 24 hours. Again, thanks for listening, and on with the show.
The opinions expressed in the following episode do not necessarily reflect those of the Minds of Madness podcast. Listener discretion is advised.
A toxicologist with the San Diego County Medical Examiner's Office convicted of poisoning her husband and trying to make it look like a suicide with a scene from a popular movie of that time. The victim was her husband, Greg DeVillers. She had claimed he was depressed over the disintegration of their brief marriage and committed suicide. There was a wedding picture propped up near his body. He was found lying on their bed, red rose petals sprinkled about, reminiscent of a scene from the Academy Award-winning movie American Beauty. There's also a $100 million civil suit judgment against her for the parents. They don't expect to see any of that money, but at least they don't want her to profit from this either.
On the evening of November 6, 2000, in La Jolla, California, a distraught 24-year-old woman by the name of Kristen Rosum made a frantic 911 call to report that her 26-year-old husband, Greg DeVillers, wasn't breathing. When paramedics arrived at the young couple's home, they found Greg on the bedroom floor, surrounded by rose petals, and their wedding photo placed by his head. He was still warm to the touch, but unresponsive. At 10:19 p.m., Greg DeVillers was pronounced dead. Kristen tearfully explained to the responding officer that Greg had been ill the previous day and had overdosed on medication. As Officer Garcia searched the apartment for signs of drugs or a suicide note, he found only a bottle of cough syrup and a Ziploc bag containing a shredded note. Kristen told the officer that it was a love letter from another man and that Greg had spent the weekend trying to piece it back together. If Greg had committed suicide, what had he used to kill himself? And how had he managed to carefully surround himself with rose petals? Join me now as we take a look back into the suspicious death of Greg DeVillers, how these two star-crossed lovers' paths came together, and what secrets lay hidden beneath the surface of their seemingly joyful marriage.
On October 25th, 1976, in Memphis, Tennessee, a beautiful baby girl was born to parents Ralph and Constance Rossum. Kristen had been born into a family of wealth and prestige. Her parents were both accomplished, self-driven academics, Ralph, a political science professor, and Constance, a marketing researcher. Later, they had two more children, Kristen's younger brothers, Brent and Pierce. The Rossums appeared to be the perfect family. As a child, Kristen was strikingly beautiful, and her mother decided to devote the next years of her life to establishing a modeling career for her. But Kristen had other ideas. Soon after seeing a performance of the Nutcracker in Chicago, Kristen decided her parents did not object. As the Rossum family moved around the Midwest following various career opportunities that came up for Mr. Rossum, Kristen's talent for ballet continued. To the people around her, Kristen came across as highly intelligent, talented, and stunningly beautiful. However, internally, Kristen struggled with self-esteem. She felt like a failure who repeatedly disappointed herself and her parents. At 5 foot 2 inches tall, Kristen often felt physically inadequate in comparison to the other ballet dancers who were taller, leaner, and more flexible. It's possible that these feelings of inadequacy later became the driving force behind the future self-destructive behavior. In 1983, her father, Professor Ralph Rossum, Ph.D., was handpicked by the Reagan administration to act as a consultant in the field of juvenile crime. It was said that Professor Rossum was the author of Nancy Reagan's Just Say No to Drugs campaign. This prestigious position was equal to that of the Deputy Assistant Attorney General. Dr. Rossum became a recognized expert in his field, maintaining friendships with many high-powered associates, including Supreme Court Justice Scalia. In 1984, the Rossum family relocated to Claremont, California, where Kristen's father accepted a tenured position at Claremont McKenna Colleges. Claremont, a small affluent community, consisted mostly of white, highly educated residents. Known for its picturesque, tree-lined streets and small-town feel, it was often compared to the fictional town in the movie Pleasantville. Kristen's parents, both devoted Episcopalians, expected their children to be driven, disciplined, and successful in all of their pursuits. As a young girl, Kristen excelled in both ballet and academics, consistently bringing home straight A's. At the age of 14, Kristen, still pursuing her love for dance, obtained the coveted role as the Sugar Plum Fairy in a professional performance of the Nutcracker. Later, in 1991, Kristen auditioned and was awarded a spot in the prestigious summer program with the Boston Ballet.
That fall, her father Ralph accepted a temporary guest position at a private liberal arts school in Southern Virginia so that Kristen could attend boarding school 60 miles away while continuing to pursue her dance with the prestigious Richmond Ballet Troupe. During that time, Kristen suffered a bad fall, causing her to tear several ligaments in her ankle. Unfortunately, she pushed herself to return back to dance before she had completely healed, which caused her to develop a chronic stress fracture. As the stress fracture was repeatedly re-injured, Kristen was eventually forced to give up dance.
Around this time, Kristen, now 15, started drinking, smoking, and doing drugs. She quickly learned that there were unexpected benefits to drug use. They allowed her to stay up late and study while also helping her to stay thin. Usually weighing between 100 and 110 pounds, Kristen started to fixate on her weight. Around 16 years of age and no longer dancing, her mother and brothers started to notice that Kristen seemed sad. They had attributed her sadness to the loss of her ability to dance. While her grades were still good, her behavior continued to change. One day, her brother found a pipe, razor blades, and small mirror in Kristen's bedroom. He showed it to his mother. Naive and unaware of drug paraphernalia, Constance was clueless as to their meanings. Eventually, as her grades began to slip, the Rossums decided that perhaps Kristen just needed space from their constant attention. As Kristen was granted more independence, she started to forge new relationships with a group of kids who liked to party. It was her new friends who introduced her to the euphoria of inhaling crystal meth. As her weight and grades both began to plummet, Kristen soon realized that she needed meth on a daily basis just to maintain a feeling of normalcy. She had open sores on her hands and face from constant picking and scratching. Finally, suspecting that Kristen might have a drug problem, Constance searched her daughter's bedroom and discovered a hidden box containing white powder, a glass pipe, and razor blades. No longer naive, the Rossums confronted Kristen about her drug use. The discussion quickly escalated into a physical altercation between Kristen and her parents. During the argument, Constance slapped Kristen, who then ran into the kitchen and attempted to cut her wrists with a knife. After Kristen's father wrestled the knife out of her hands, Kristen ran off and locked herself in the bathroom, where she began repeatedly making superficial cuts to her wrists. According to reports, her parents had decided not to seek medical or psychological attention because the cuts hadn't been that deep. Having been caught, Kristen promised to stop doing drugs, and surprisingly, life for the Rossums quickly returned back to normal. However, it didn't take long before Kristen's old patterns began to resurface. Kristen's mother had finally had enough and contacted Officer Horowitz to have Kristen arrested for being under the influence of an illegal substance. Kristen was booked, fingerprinted, photographed, and ultimately released into her parents' custody. The Rossums, with their continued pattern of denial, decided the real problem with Kristen wasn't a drug problem, but rather it was a location problem. They decided the best solution was to have Kristen graduate early, then move 30 miles away to the University of Redlands in California. After her first semester, Kristen was doing so well that her parents decided to allow her to move into the dorm. With her new gained freedom, Kristen immediately fell back into drug habits, and her grades started to slip again. Eventually, campus police discovered drugs in her dorm room and she was expelled from the university. Ashamed of her physical appearance and relapse, Kristen didn't want to face her parents and their inevitable disappointment. When her boyfriend came to take her home from Christmas break, she was nowhere to be found. Her parents immediately suspected her disappearance had something to do with drugs.
On Christmas night, Kristen phoned her boyfriend and asked her to meet him at a hotel in Redlands. She told him she'd been staying with various friends for the past 2 weeks she'd been missing. While he was showering, Kristen emptied his wallet, which contained $200, and caught a train to the San Diego Mexican border. Kristen was on the hunt for meth.
While crossing the pedestrian bridge into Tijuana, Kristen ran into Greg DeVillers and his 2 brothers, Jerome and Bertrand. The DeVillers brothers were just about to push through the second turnstile when Kristen Rossum dropped her leather jacket, sparking a fateful conversation. Since Kristen was traveling alone, Greg readily invited her to tag along with them. After crossing the border, the 4 of them took a cab into a popular Tijuana tourist destination lined with bars and dance clubs. As Kristen and the DeViller brothers hopped from bar to bar, it quickly became apparent that Kristen and Greg were attracted to each other. By 2 a.m., Kristen and the brothers headed back over the border to the U.S. where Greg's car was parked. Greg invited Kristen back to his 2-bedroom apartment that he shared with his brother Jerome and another roommate. Kristen did not object. Meanwhile, back in Claremont, California, Kristen's parents discovered she'd missed her finals, and by the day after Christmas, they had filed a missing persons report with campus police. The intake report stated that Kristen's boyfriend had last seen her on the morning of December 26th. However, because Kristen was now 18, the report read that she was a voluntarily missing adult. An entire month went by before the Rossums heard from Kristen again. When she finally did call her parents, it was to share that she'd met a nice young man, was working 3 jobs, and had turned her life around. Greg then lent Kristen his car so she could go see her parents. It was an emotional reunion that ended with promises and apologies. Next, Kristen drove to meet her boyfriend, the one she had deserted at the hotel and stolen money from on Christmas Day. Her boyfriend heard an elaborate tale about Kristen being kidnapped at gunpoint by white slavers in Mexico and driven around in the trunk of a car. She told him that after she'd escaped, she'd met a nice man who helped her get back in the country. She assured him, however, that it was a platonic relationship. Kristen's parents, relieved to hear about their daughter's recovery, drove down to San Diego the following weekend to meet the wonderful new man who had saved their daughter's life. Before her parents arrived, Kristen had coached Greg to lie and tell them she was living with a coworker. Seeming to be in a healthier place, the Rossums talked Kristen into resuming college and immediately helped her apply to San Diego State University as a freshman. They collectively decided to wash the University of Redlands admission and expulsion from her application. After paying for her tuition, books, and giving Kristen rent money, her parents also bought her a car. To the Rossums, Greg was the saving angel who had brought Kristen back to them. But while Greg only saw perfection in Kristen, his brother and roommate witnessed a different side to her, one that was a liar and manipulative and a drug addict. Shortly after Kristen moved into Greg's apartment, things started disappearing, such as jewelry, credit cards, checks, and family heirloom rings. Greg blamed the thefts on Jerome's friends, and Jerome blamed Kristen. When confronted, Kristen admitted to taking the items and begged for help to get off drugs. Jerome wanted her out immediately, but Greg would not hear of it. He had fallen in love with her and had made it his mission to help her. While Greg and Jerome threw a party, Kristen spent the entire evening in the other roommate's lap. When someone asked if they were a couple, she burst into tears, asking the roommate to privately speak with her on the balcony. She tearfully admitted to being in love with the roommate and felt they were meant to be together. The roommate declined her offer, which prompted him and Jerome to move out of the apartment. They both hoped Greg would eventually see Kristen for the manipulator that she was.
That next summer, 6 months after their fateful meeting, Greg told Ralph Rossum he wanted to marry his daughter. Kristen's parents encouraged the couple to finish college first, which they both reluctantly agreed to. It was at this time they finally discovered that Kristen and Greg had actually been living together since the night they had met. While the Rossums were disappointed, they decided to put their thoughts on premarital sex aside and paid for Kristen and Greg to move into another apartment in the upscale area of La Jolla, California. They were pleased with Kristen's turnaround and decided to help the couple by paying for their rent. Kristen was majoring in chemistry and had become a straight A student again. Constance took Greg aside and made him promise to tell her drugs. Greg assured her he would.
Greg, like Kristen, came from a well-educated suburban family. Greg was the oldest of 3 American-born sons to French parents, Yves and Marie-France Tremolte de Villers. Greg and his brothers grew up in Southern California in a bilingual home speaking fluent French. Yves and Marie had an explosive marriage with numerous allegations of physical violence, dual restraining orders, and financial control issues. The marriage eventually ended in divorce. Marie moved herself and the boys into an apartment in Palm Springs, California, and Greg got a job at 16 to help provide for the family. despite Eves, their father, being a prominent plastic surgeon with a practice in Monte Carlo, Monaco, and Thousand Oaks, California. He often claimed to have financial problems. Back in the 1980s, he was required to pay child and alimony support in the amount of $1,400, but somehow always managed to find a way to avoid doing so. Despite the lack of funds, the boys still had opportunity to play tennis, swim in the apartment complex pool, and ride dirt bikes in the desert right outside their front door. All three boys had part-time jobs while in school, and after graduating from Palm Springs High School, put themselves to work through college.
By the end of summer 1997, Kristen and Greg had been together for 2.5 years and appeared to be happily married with promising futures. On June 4th, Kristen applied for a student internship position at the San Diego Medical Examiner's Office, where she was interviewed and hired on the spot. Within a few short months, Kristen was given additional responsibilities, including drug screening, sending drugs out for analysis, and drug sample preparation. She thrived in this environment and quickly decided her future was in forensic toxicology. Kristen's early reviews were filled with praise, and she was seen as very bright and a diligent worker who learned fast and was dependable. As there was no background check required for a student intern position, no one from the medical examiner's office would have ever discovered she was a former drug addict. As such, she was given free rein to do the samples of hard drugs, including meth and heroin. At first, Kristen was able to avoid the temptation, but unfortunately, that wouldn't last.
In May 1999, Kristen graduated with honors, and a few days later she was invited to her first professional toxicology conference. That year, the conference was held in San Diego, where she met some leading forensic toxicologists. Later that year, Kristen's mentor at the medical examiner's office, Frank Barnhart, left to work for the San Diego Sheriff's Crime Lab. He encouraged Kristen to apply for a job there too, promising to give her a good recommendation. She admitted on the application to having been arrested and jailed for possession and being under the influence of a controlled substance. She also admitted to using meth between 30 to 40 times between the years of 1993 and 1995. Her mother would later state she went overboard with her honesty. She was rejected by the sheriff's department as unsuitable. In February 2000, Kristen submitted her official application to become a full-time toxicologist at the San Diego Medical Examiner's Office. This time, her mother made sure she wasn't overly honest in her application, and she was readily offered the job. In addition to the easy access to illegal narcotics, she was also given a key to the office allowing her unsupervised access. The same month Kristen started at the medical examiner's office, Greg graduated from UCSD and began looking for full-time work. He quickly found a job with a biotech firm working for the company's vice president, Dr. Stefan Grunwald, as his assistant. Greg was quickly promoted, and when Dr. Grunwald left for his own startup in cancer research, his first employee was Greg DeVillers. The new job was demanding, giving Greg and Kristen little time for their relationship. Greg's professional life was going well, and there were plans to send him to law school at the company's expense to become an in-house attorney. Greg was the first to arrive each day and the last to leave, being described as the company's most positive person.
With both Kristen and Greg gainfully employed and succeeding in their careers, Greg and Kristen set a wedding date for later that year. Outwardly, Kristen praised Greg as her soulmate and savior to friends and family. Inwardly, she craved passion and excitement from outside sources. Unbeknownst to Greg, Kristen had secretly begun to engage in sexual relationships with coworkers, fellow students, and men from her past.
In the dark about their daughter's restlessness, the Rossums began planning for their daughter's upcoming wedding. It was set for June 5th, and Constance was making all the arrangements. She had already booked and paid for a prestigious location for the private ceremony and reception. As the months went on, Constance had the entire wedding day planned with military precision. While her mother was finalizing wedding plans, Kristen was still carrying on an affair with a man who had just left San Diego for a job in New York. Kristen began having second thoughts about her upcoming nuptials. Kristen told her mother that although she loved Greg, she wasn't sure she was in love with him. Kristen's mother thought it was just a case of cold feet and didn't think it was a good idea to cancel the wedding. On Saturday, June 5th, 1999, on a perfect sunny day, Greg and Kristen were married in front of family and friends. None of Kristen's high school or college friends were in attendance, and she had no bridesmaids. But what Kristen lacked in friends, she made up for with family. Later, Dr. Rossum would remark, "It was a perfect wedding for a perfect couple." 2 weeks after returning from their magical honeymoon, Kristen was emailing her secret boyfriend and professing her love to him. While making plans to continue her affair, Greg was immediately making plans for children. Kristen told Greg that any plans for children would need to be put on hold, and it soon became a major issue between the newlyweds. Kristen would later say she was becoming more confident as a person, and this was a threat to Greg. In early September, Kristen became fixated with the movie American Beauty and telling friends it was her favorite. By Christmas, Kristen had moved on from her secret boyfriend and embarked on a new passionate affair.
While Kristen was busy juggling 2 secret boyfriends and her husband, she became enamored with a tall, handsome, married 30-year-old Australian doctor named Michael Robertson. Dr. Robertson had just been hired at the medical examiner's office as her new boss and the chief toxicologist. From the moment they met, sparks began to fly.
Dr. Michael Robertson was the golden boy of international forensic science and had the good looks to go with the title. After graduating from Australia's Monash University with a PhD, Dr. Robinson worked at the coroner's office in Melbourne, where he was soon on the fast track to success. Dr. Robertson was soon offered a prestigious position with the National Medical Service in Pennsylvania. He and his wife then emigrated to America to start their new life. Despite his outward perfection, Dr. Robertson had a dark secret. Within a few months of moving to America, Dr. Robertson began a relationship with a close personal friend of his wife's, along with another female employee. Dr. Robertson was ambitious and joined the Society of Forensic Toxicologists, commonly referred to as SOFT, and became a regular presenter at their annual meetings, befriending some of the nation's most distinguished toxicologists. He was a rising star in the field. He was well liked and described as the life and soul of the party during the many conference social events.
In early 2000, Dr. Robertson was offered the position a forensic laboratory manager at the San Diego County Medical Examiner's Office, and he and his wife moved into the affluent area of La Jolla, just a few blocks away from Kristen and Greg.
Within a few days of his arrival in the office, Kristen was going out of her way to spend as much time with her new boss as she possibly could. According to coworkers, there appeared to be a mutual attraction between the two. His new office had a perfect view of Kristen's desk, and she would be in his office constantly. It wasn't long before the two were going to lunch every day and meeting outside of work. Their obvious office romance quickly created resentment among the other toxicologists, who felt Kristen was getting preferential treatment. In May of 2000, Dr. Robertson invited Kristen to accompany him to the May conference of the California Association of Toxicologists, commonly referred to as CAT, in Anaheim, California, about a 2-hour drive from San Diego. His friend, the LA County Coroner's Office, was organizing the event. Kristen, along with Dr. Robertson and fellow coworkers, attended the CAT conference together. Kristen attempted to avoid any impression of impropriety to minimize further office gossip, but that intention lasted approximately 1 day. Back at their hotel, Kristen and Dr. Robertson consummated their romance for the first time and decided not only did they have a future together, but they were destined for one another. Within days of the conference, their fling moved quickly into a passionate love affair. A week later, Kristen and Dr. Robertson began exchanging gifts and roses. When they came back to the office from lunch, they would enter within minutes of each other, sometimes freshly showered. On May 15th, the first in a long series of passionate emails between the two started. Sitting just a few feet away from each other, they would exchange long, flowery emails. Dr. Robertson wrote from his office, "The deepest love is being able to let down all barriers and give yourself to another who has done the same. This is what I feel for you." An hour later, a reply came from Kristen. "You're a beautiful person and an inspiration to me. I want nothing more than to give my all to you. My life, my love, my world." Their exchanges were straight out of a romance novel. That day's exchange of love notes ended with Dr. Robertson telling Kristen that he loved her. Her reply, "I'll be thinking of you and all our future has to offer. I can't wait for it to begin." That same day, Kristen was simultaneously sending emails to Greg stating that she loved him more than anything in the world and asked him if he could email her more often. 20 minutes later, she emailed Dr. Robertson telling him she wanted to spend the rest of her life with him.
The following day, she emailed her brother Brent to tell him she had doubts with Greg's ability to be a true life companion. She accused their parents of pushing her into the marriage because they had spent so much time and money on the wedding. She described Greg as unsupportive and said the most significant reason to remain in the marriage was to not disappoint their parents. The following week, both oblivious to the office gossip, Kristen and Dr. Robertson spent most of their working days writing ever more passionate emails to one another. Kristen stated she wanted to leave Greg and move to Australia to marry Robertson.
By Thursday morning of that week, the two were so indiscreet that Dr. Robertson's immediate boss found it necessary to address the rumors directly. He said, "I spoke to them about reports that were reaching me that there might be improper relationships between Robertson and Kristen. I told him we could not have a relationship in the senior subordinate chain of command, and it would be deleterious to the morale of that division. Dr. Robertson vehemently denied the rumors and immediately sent Kristen an email telling her to delete all of their emails, as they wouldn't be well received by office snoops. Later that afternoon, Robertson's boss called both him and Kristen into his office, asking that they avoid being in close proximity to one another, as it made other coworkers uncomfortable. Part of Kristen's job had including logging all of the illicit drugs found at death scenes before they were disposed of by the sheriff's office. It was the absolute worst place for a recovering drug addict to be working. It was later determined that illegal drugs were kept in such a disorganized and unsecure manner that any toxicologist working at the medical examiner's office could remove drugs intended for destruction with impunity. Kristen later admitted to smoking meth at the medical examiner's office during work hours in the high-pressure liquid chromatography room, because the strong smell was quickly dissipated by the vented machine. Even Dr. Robertson would later agree that the office system for drug storage was woefully inadequate. However, it would be another 6 months before he discovered how Kristen was using the system's weaknesses to support her drug addiction. Dr. Robertson was soon promoted to the position of chief toxicologist. He would now be in charge of all toxicology work at the San Diego County Medical Examiner's office. Kristen was delighted and hid a congratulations card in his desk. Dr. Robertson would regularly place gifts and roses in a box under his desk with love letters for Kristen to find. They would continually give each other different colored roses with long, passionate love letters about the various meanings of the colors. Roses would become a special language of love between the two, each color signifying a different emotion. Kristen saved many of the rose petals in her desk.
In June, Dr. Robertson was summoned to a meeting with the medical examiner, Dr. Brian Blackburn, and San Diego homicide detective Terry Torgerson. It was explained that a death from 5 years earlier, which had been ruled an overdose, was in fact allegedly caused by a fentanyl overdose. As the San Diego Medical Examiner's office didn't test for fentanyl, Dr. Robertson had sent it out to his old employer in Pennsylvania. It would later be claimed that Kristen and Dr. Robertson made use of the facts that fentanyl was not part of the regular tox screening for opioids conducted by their office.
The newly promoted Dr. Robertson decided that the upcoming SOFT conference would be a good opportunity for another romantic getaway, and arranged to have Kristen in attendance to co-present a paper, of which he was the primary author. However, everything changed in mid-July when Greg found one of Robertson's love letters. Kristen admitted to having strong feelings for the doctor, but denied anything physical was going on. Greg telephoned Dr. Robertson, whom he had recently met at a social function, and demanded he have no further inappropriate interactions with his wife. He also threatened to call the medical examiner and reveal their affair. To Kristen's relief, he didn't do that. But despite these warnings, the affair not only continued, it heated up. In mid-September, Kristen started writing a journal of, quote, self-discovery, unquote. However, she never mentioned in her diary her relapse with drugs or her love affair with Dr. Robertson. Later, prosecutors would claim it to be a cliché-ridden journal, written for the sole purpose of deceiving Greg into believing her to be faithful and drug-free. In mid-September, she had lunch with her mother, explaining her desire to leave Greg. Her mother was supportive and offered to help her move out that very day. She told her mother she was apartment hunting and planned to leave Greg in early November. Kristen and Dr. Robertson headed to the SOFT conference, having booked just one room for the two of them. Later, they would alter hotel receipts and be reimbursed for 2 rooms out of the medical examiner's budget. Once they arrived, they were given materials that included an 8-page article on fentanyl written by Dr. Daniel Anderson from the Los Angeles Medical Examiner's Office, entitled 25 Deaths on Fentanyl. A few days later, they would both attend a presentation at the conference on fentanyl overdoses resulting in unintentional death or suicide. Later, Kristen's old friend Frank Barnhart, who had hired her for the medical examiner's office and had tried to hire her at the sheriff's department, commented she wasn't wearing her wedding ring at the conference. Dr. Robertson and Kristen then announced that they were now a happy couple, explaining they were in love with each other and in unhappy marriages with other people. Dr. Anderson said he wasn't surprised but didn't approve and thought it unfair to their respective spouses. Kristen followed him out of the reception hall, teary-eyed, saying how much she and Dr. Robertson valued him as a friend and respected his position. He said he didn't want to be part of a drama-filled scene, so he tried to avoid her the rest of the night.
Kristen returned back to San Diego more in love than ever and determined to separate from Greg by whatever means necessary. From the moment Greg picked her up from the airport after returning from the conference, the arguments between them began. Greg became suspicious that his wife had had a relapse on drugs and searched Kristen's purse. Greg found 3 different types of drugs. In an angry email, Kristen attempted to explain away each of the pills he found as something innocent. She accused Greg of violating her trust by searching through her purse and even alleged she wanted Greg to find the pills to prove a point that he doesn't trust her.
On October 25, 2000, Kristen celebrated her 24th birthday. The night before, Dr. Robertson hid roses and chocolate in her desk. Her husband gave her 24 red roses. Kristen, running low on meth and also the funds to obtain it, began looking into alternative sources to maintain her daily habit. That day at work, she made several web searches on how to synthesize meth. That evening, she logged onto Greg's computer at home and conducted searches on, quote, making crystal meth easy, unquote. That same evening, Dr. Robertson wrote Kristen a 2.5-page letter urging her to make a lifelong commitment to him and hinting he would leave her and move on if she didn't act now. The whole situation was playing out like a soap opera. On the Friday before Greg's death, Kristen became obsessed with obtaining more meth. She continued web searches for making the drug. In desperation, she took an extended lunch, crossed over the border, and met a local taxi driver in Tijuana who instantly became her drug dealer. He gave her his card and told her in the future to call him directly, and he would meet her at the bridge with her drugs. On Thursday, November 2nd, Kristen alleges she was at home reading a love letter from Dr. Robertson when Greg caught her. After he wrestled the letter out of her hands and read it, he then accused Kristen of being on drugs again. She stated, quote, he almost struck infuriated by it and was storming around, unquote. Kristen grabbed the letter and attempted to shred it. According to Kristen, Greg snatched it from the shredder and attempted to tape it back together. At one point, Greg allegedly became so incensed that he threatened to take the letter to the medical examiner and reveal her affair along with her drug relapse.
The next day, Kristen stopped smoking meth in the event that Greg went to her boss and she was asked to take a drug test. She then went to Dr. Robertson's office and told him about Greg's ultimatum.
That evening, Kristen's parents took Greg and Kristen out to dinner for Greg's upcoming 27th birthday and Kristen's 24th birthday. The Rossums would later say that Greg was acting odd that night. Kristen's mom tried to talk her into leaving with them that night, but unbeknownst to her parents, Kristen had a plan of her own. Greg's threat to expose her affair and drug relapse had scared her. Meanwhile, Greg was at home tending his hangover from the drinks his wife had given him the night before. During a phone call that morning with his brother Bertrand, he complained of feeling tired and hungover. This phone call with his youngest brother would be the last contact he would have with anyone other than Kristen.
At 9 p.m. on Sunday night, Kristen left the apartment to call Dr. Robertson. This call lasted just a few minutes, and prosecutors believe this call sealed Greg's fate. Stay tuned for part 2, where we will unravel how the sordid love affair between Kristen Rossum and Dr. Robertson ignited more than a fiery passion between them, but escalated to involve a plan that would permanently remove Greg DeVillers from the equation. A scandalous case that would later become known as the American Beauty Murder. There's a few people we really have to thank for helping put this episode together. Firstly, and most importantly, Devin, Steve, and Joe from the podcast Thinking Sideways. I've been a huge fan of their show, and I can't tell you how exciting it was for me to work with them. Sawyer Westbrook and the team from Resonate Recordings for their assistance in editing this show. And finally, a special thanks to Stephanie Moore, who researched and wrote this episode. Now, at this part of the show, I normally say, I'd like to introduce 2 podcasts, but I kind of have a feeling you already know them. They're huge supporters of our show, and we think the world of them. The Generation Y podcast.
How you doing tonight, Aaron?
I'm doing fine, Justin. How are you?
I'm doing great. We are the Generation Y, and we've been around quite a while.
Since 2012.
We've been doing true crime, murder mysteries, conspiracies,
controversies,
wrongful convictions,
missing persons cases,
anything and everything under the sun. Here's what you can expect.
They didn't know it, but they were 1,000 feet or so from where these 3 girls were being held captive.
When he brings these young ladies back to his house,
they would have this chain wrapped around their neck and their stomachs.
And they're beaten.
Under the control of a psycho. I mean, he lied about everything. Now you can't trust anything he's done.
I think this is anyone's worst nightmare.
These women were killed in one place and then taken and dumped somewhere else.
That chaos, that unpredictability made him so terrorizing.
The strongest evidence they have is the eyewitness testimony of a 6-year-old boy.
He placed his body underneath the house. I think this is less of a story about a monster and more of a story about survival.
We're Generation Y. Look us up on Apple Podcasts, Stitcher, Spotify, or your favorite podcast app, and hit the subscribe button.
And they walk among us.
They Walk Among Us is an award-winning true crime podcast. From the sinister and surreal to the brutal and bizarre, join us to hear more on the UK's most notorious and obscure crimes. Featuring well-known cases like the life and crimes of the UK's most violent inmate Charles Bronson, to the sad tale of the Gibbons twins whose string of petty crimes would lead them to be trapped in Broadmoor for 11 years before their eventual release ended in tragedy. We also cover lesser-known cases like the woman who murdered a husband with an ornamental frog and kept him mummified in her shed for 18 years, or the teenager that used his elaborate online fantasy life to plot his own murder. Listen and subscribe to They Walk Among Us through Acast, Apple Podcasts, or your favourite podcast provider.
Thinking Sideways is not supported by the Bagpiping Unicycler. Instead, it's supported by the generous donations of our listeners on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/thinkingsideways to learn more. And thanks.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know.
Insufficient data to formulate a reply.
What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Well, hey there. Welcome to another episode of Thinking Sideways. I'm Joe, joined as always by my lovely co-hosts.
Oh, Devin.
And Steve.
Sure.
You know he's not talking about me when he says lovely.
Don't care. He was pointing at you, so.
That was a trick.
That was a trick. I'm sorry.
Steve is a pretty one, actually.
He is, yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty bold one.
Well, so for the time being, at least, we still are a podcast that talks about unsolved mysteries.
Soon transfer to cooking.
Yeah, we're gonna do something else.
I thought we were gonna be a yoga podcast.
I thought it was gonna be archery.
So we have a lot of work to do to figure out our new podcast, so let's stick with what we got today.
Yeah, for the time being, there's still a few unsolved mysteries out there. Oh, yeah, and before we go any further, I want to thank our listener, Linda, that's Linda with a Y, for suggesting this mystery, which I thought at the beginning was a simple little mystery, but wow, turns out it's a lot bigger than I realized. So this week we are going to look into a very, very shocking mass murder. Is it mass murder when 5 people get killed?
No.
Yeah.
It's
okay.
It's not
a multiple murder.
Yeah, it's a multiple murder.
Yeah, probably some of you have heard about this, and if you live in Britain, of course you've heard about it. And I'm talking about the White House Farm murders, which is one of the most notorious murders in modern British history, I think it's safe to say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So depending on who you talk to, and there's a lot of disagreement about this one, either 5 people were murdered in cold blood, or 4 people were murdered, and then the killer committed suicide.
Yep.
So, what's it good? I guess we're going to go through the whole thing, and then we're going to flip a coin and solve this thing.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
That's about how I feel about it.
Yeah, well, So, our murders took place in the wee hours, the morning of August 7th, 1985, although I guess it's conceivable that it took place before midnight, too, so it'd be August 6th, but
some of them,
I'm pretty sure it was the morning of the 7th.
At least one of them.
At least one of them, yeah. The place the murders took place at was the farmhouse at the White House Farm in Tolleshunt-Darcy, England, which some of you have probably not heard of. I'd never heard of it before I started reading about this thing.
It's a cute little area.
Yeah, no, I looked at it on Google. It's a nice little town, it looks like. Yeah, it's about 50 miles northeast of London. The people who owned the farmhouse were Neville and June Bamber, and they were being visited by their adopted daughter, Sheila Capel, and her twin sons, Nicholas and Daniel. They normally lived in London. Sheila had been diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia in 1983, and her mental state was kind of up and down. She was apparently
going downhill.
kind of going downhill, yeah. It turned out that after the murders, a psychiatrist who had treated Sheila said that she told him, of course that didn't come out until later, among other odd statements, and she said a lot of weird stuff to her psychiatrist, but she felt that she was capable of murdering her sons. She also felt like she was capable of, mentally directing them to.
I was gonna say
to murder other people.
Yeah, she had delusions that she was in direct communication with God,
and also had delusions that she was she and her mother and her 2 kids were infected by the devil or possessed by the devil.
Yeah. She was all over the map.
Yeah, and so you can sort of see why. People jump to this particular conclusion about murder-suicide. When the parents and the kids were found shot to death and Sheila was dead from what appeared to be 2 self-inflicted gunshot wounds, they jumped to that conclusion, murder-suicide. And then they changed their minds about a month later. This is still really controversial. There's partisans on both sides of this case. There's a whole, you could almost call it a movement to reopen this case and retry the case.
Yeah.
Because of new evidence and stuff like that. And of course the police investigation was really bungled.
That's actually, it was so bungled. I read somewhere that they said that in the police departments in England often call bungling a case doing a Bamber.
Yeah.
Because it was so bungled that it has become the mark by which everybody measures case bungling.
It is epic proportions.
Yeah,
and it's really a shame because there's a lot of important evidence that would really resolve this just like that.
Yeah.
Oh,
you know,
yeah, and if they hadn't,
gone.
and yeah, if they'd done it correctly, if they hadn't destroyed things, I mean, there's a list of things that we're going to go through that they could have done better.
Oh yeah. If they kept recordings and kept better records, and
Well, I'm sure we'll get into this.
Oh yeah, we'll talk a little bit more about this.
Okay.
Because, again, I think if we could get a look at one or two key pieces of evidence, we could probably solve it in about a minute.
Yeah.
Probably.
Oh,
Yeah. More on that later, though. With the Bambers, that's Neville and June. They also had adopted a son, Jeremy Bamber, who was 24 at the time this took place. He is currently in prison for life for the murders.
For 5 life sentences.
Yeah, he has. He sees. There's
No
only,
parole.
Yeah, there are only in Britain. There are only about 20 people who are in prison for life without parole. He's one of them. And the other ones are like serial killers. There are people who should be locked up forever, and then there are others who think that this thing is a huge miscarriage of justice. So, we'll report. You decide.
I'd read a fair amount about actually the upbringing of these 2 children, Sheila and Jeremy, and it is very interesting that a house could have produced. At the very least, Jeremy has some sort of dissociative something. He may not be a psychopath, but there's some disaffected, dissociative something going on with him. And it's very interesting to me that 2 children can come from the same family, one with such a dissociative disorder and one with such severe schizophrenia.
I think, this is a giant debate and we're not going to go too far into it, but the parenting has some influence on that because June...
This is a pretty good case study in nurture versus nature.
Yeah, because June was extremely devout and impressed that upon her children in some very strange ways to try to get them to go along with it. So I can see how one of them would kind of break down. I don't know if that's the right term to use, but mentally just kind of give up. And then the other one just put up a wall and go on autopilot.
Yeah, I think Jeremy is not an emotional guy. But
no, not at all.
I believe it was his cousin who was involved in this whole thing to a certain extent. His cousin said that he found out at a fairly young age that he was adopted. So what does that mean? That means that somebody had you, gave birth to you, and didn't want you. And they gave you away to somebody else.
And Jeremy's case was even a little more severe than Sheila's. Sheila's parents were unmarried, and she was an illegitimate child, right?
Yeah.
Whereas Jeremy's parents had him, said, no, we don't want him, gave him up, and then got married a few years later and started a family of their own.
Exactly.
So I think that, to me, that would be a little more of a harsh reality to face of like, oh, no, they're still together. They just chose they didn't want you.
Yeah, exactly. And then after that, the parents sent Jeremy away to school, and which probably made him feel even more rejected. And then he made the mistake of confiding to a few of his schoolmates that he'd been adopted. And so then people started calling him like the bastard and all that stuff. And so that was probably a mistake on his part. But anyway, with all this rejection, I think Jeremy just sort of shut his emotions off.
Probably.
I also consider him to be a stereotypical British man. Closed, quiet, reserved, just...
Well, to a very extreme extent.
Well, I know, but it's what you... Okay, I'm not going to say this is all British men, but this is what you always see portrayed.
Stiff upper lip.
Stiff upper lip.
Oh, yeah.
And that seems to be, though he took it farther than most.
Really far.
That's the way I see him.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, but anyway, Jeremy was working on the farm at the time for his parents for about 170 pounds a month, and plus he got to live rent-free in a house that was owned by his parents that was about 3.5 miles away.
Yep.
So he was doing okay, but not making money hand over fist.
Well, that's not nothing. In 1985. 85.
Yeah. It's not.
It's a good living.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, free rent.
It's comfortable.
Yeah, free rent. And also, he supplemented his income by growing pot. They had like 300 acres, and so he was able to find himself a little patch and grow pot. Yeah. On the evening of August 6th, he visited the family house, probably for dinner because his sister was visiting from London and all that stuff.
That was the sense that I had, is that he did that fairly often.
Yeah, well, he was so close
by.
Free
meal.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Depending on where you hear it, he was either hunting rabbits a little bit earlier and had his father's .22 rifle out, or else he heard, other versions, he heard rabbits outside, so he got the rifle and loaded it up because he wanted to go shoot some rabbits. Apparently he liked shooting animals.
Well, okay. I know that he has said that the family used a gun to shoot rabbits on the property. What I could never find is what was it they were growing on the property.
Yeah, I know. I don't know.
I've never found.
I have no idea.
Yeah. Me neither.
I looked. I kept looking, and there's never any mention, of wheat farmer, so and so. None of that. So I have no idea what they grow there.
Yeah. Well, they grow pot.
Lots of it.
And they obviously have a rabbit infestation.
Yeah.
Apparently.
I don't know. I mean, if you have rabbits on your property, they're pretty easy to kill and they're pretty delicious. So.
Well, good point.
They're also
free
pretty
meat.
destructive.
Yeah,
that's true
So
too.
it's kind of killing a lot of rabbits with one stone.
Yeah.
That was bad.
You're welcome.
Back to
So anyway, the gun.
Yeah, he left the rifle. It was had a scope on it and a silencer. That's kind of the cool thing about Europe is it's a lot easier to get silencers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, also called moderators, also called suppressors.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It was a 22 rifle.
Yeah, 22. Yeah, had a 10-round magazine. So fast forward a little bit about.
When he left the house, he left it on the kitchen table, right? He didn't put it back in the gun cabinet.
No, he left it on the table.
That's important later.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Later on, it wound up somebody took the scope and the silencer off of the rifle. We don't know who did it or when, and the scope and the silencer wound up back in the gun closet.
Can I ask why you need a silencer or a suppressor to hunt rabbits?
I don't think you need it, but I think if you're trying to kill more than one at a time, you probably don't want the sound of the gun to be really loud and scare the rest of the rabbits off.
Yeah.
Well, if you're hunting with a scope, though, they're at a distance, and 22s aren't that loud to begin with.
No,
They're not quiet either, though.
Yeah, the nice thing about suppressors is that you can shoot without having to put in earplugs or earmuffs or anything like that. So that's kind of cool, especially if you got to listen for their little rabbit sounds, to hunt them. And it's
their little rabbit sounds.
Little rabbit, whatever
sounds
rabbits make.
Little rabbit calls.
Yeah, the sounds of eggs being laid by the rabbits, that kind of thing.
That's all that.
Yeah.
Done.
Yeah. All right. Okay. I didn't see the need for the suppressor.
Apparently, suppressors are fairly popular in Europe just because it's pleasant. It reduces noise.
I understand it. I'm just surprised.
It might have been also that perhaps they did it out of consideration to the neighbors. And they did it because they just didn't want to wear earplugs.
Well, I was going to say for the neighbors, I don't really see that being a problem because when I looked it up on the map, the nearest neighbor is like a half mile away.
Yeah.
So it's not like they're right next door.
But they might be on the edge of their property when they're shooting rabbits.
Sure.
Walking around.
It's a possibility. Okay.
Mooching, I heard.
Yeah.
Recently, that's a term you can use for walking around.
Mooching? I did not know that. Okay, this next thing is a little bit contested. It's either at 3:26 or 3:36 in the morning on August 7th. Jeremy called police to pass along a message that he'd gotten from his father. His father had called him, he said, from the farmhouse, saying that Sheila had gone berserk. That was his words, and that showed up in the police report, too. Had gone berserk and had the gun. He also apparently at that point called his girlfriend in London for some reason, and then he headed over to he had talked to the police. The police told him to meet them over at the farmhouse. So he went over there, and the police, one of the police cars passed him on the way. They said he was driving kind of unusually slowly. They thought he was, because apparently, as it turns out, he usually was kind of a fast driver. So he was driving slowly.
3:30 in the morning, and the guy sells pot.
Yeah.
Wondering if he wasn't a little loaded. Also,
Yeah.
I can just attribute that to if he's telling the truth, being nervous and afraid of what you're going to find, but still having to go doesn't
Exactly.
mean I have to go fast.
Exactly.
You want the cops to get there first.
Well, exactly. That's what I was going to
Yeah.
say. Is he definitely wanted the cops to get there 1st
Mhm. Yep.
Yeah, you can't really blame him.
No matter how this shook out, he wanted the cops there first.
Yeah.
No matter who's guilty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which makes sense to me on all. I don't think it proves or disproves.
I don't think it does either, really. I don't think it's suspicious. Anyway, the police sent a car along about 4:30. I'm kind of getting out of sequence here, but Jeremy had reported that his father had called him and said all that stuff about Sheila, and then the phone just sort of cut off. Is what he said. Although when they went into the house, they found the phone off the hook. About 4:30 a.m., a British telecom phone operator checked the farm phone line and found that it was off the hook, but all she could hear was a dog barking and nothing else. So that's at 4:30 a.m.
That's what happened? What was there a dog?
Yeah, they had a little small dog.
And what happened to the dog?
I'm not sure.
Dog was fine.
Literally the only thing I've heard about the dog.
The dog was fine. The dog was running around the house barking.
Yeah.
Dog was unhurt.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good. I'm sure they found a home for it. They had an extended family.
They did, yeah.
But we'll be more about the dog later. This is kind of this might just be one of those the dog that didn't bark mystery. Maybe. Yeah. So at that point, Jeremy was kind of urging the cops to go into the house, so they didn't want to because they were afraid of getting shot. Because he had made an inventory of the guns that were in the house, and he also made a drawing of the house, so showing kind of where everybody would be sleeping, and also pointing out some spots where Sheila, if she was still alive and armed, might be hiding and could potentially ambush them from. So,
and he also told them that she knew her way around a gun, didn't he?
Yeah. I mean, she wasn't an expert, but he said that they'd done shooting in the past.
She'd used a gun before.
She's used a gun. And picking up a rifle and pulling the trigger is not too complicated, really.
No.
Well, I don't know. I would say I've used a gun before, but I don't know that I could actually hit something at any kind of distance.
Well, that's the thing about this case, though, is that whoever did the shooting,
it was close up. It was really close.
It was extremely close range. There was no skill involved.
I just mean if a police officer was rushing me, I don't know that I'd be able to be like, ugh.
Yeah, this is not the Call of Duty. No, you're done.
Yeah.
This is no Fallout or anything.
No.
Please, can we not do that again?
Yeah. I think that
it's Portal, I know.
Yeah, but in this case, I think the longest distance was 2 feet.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So no skill needed.
No, you're right.
Yeah. Because the cops were worried about getting shot, they waited for what the equivalent of a SWAT team, which apparently is called a Tactical Firearms Group. And those guys showed up about 5, and everybody decided to wait until daylight to go into the house.
Does anybody else consider this timeline just screwy?
Oh, yeah.
Cops show up at 3:30. SWAT team shows up at 5. We have had no contact with the inside, but I'm going to have some tea. Wait for the sun to come up.
We're going to chill out. We're going to wait. Yeah.
What the heck?
I don't know. I mean, I guess in fairness, you're not hearing it's not active shots happening. I guess on the one hand you think, okay, somebody could be bleeding out on the floor, right? They could be dying there, but there's not additional violence happening. It's a stable situation in there, whatever it is. If we go in without the support we need, it could quickly become deep.
They have now,
right? And they didn't
that makes
know.
A lot of sense.
So once the SWAT team showed up, they probably were like, well, we could, or, the sun's going to be up pretty soon, so we could just do it then.
So we'll wait another hour and a half.
Yeah. No, I agree. It seems insane to me, but on the other hand,
Then again, now that I think about it, CNN shows standoffs for 7 hours before the cops go in, so I don't know why I think this is so unusual.
Yeah.
Maybe the cops were thinking, hey, there could be somebody in there with a gun, or maybe the guy calmed her down and got the gun away from her, and they all went back to bed. Maybe, I don't know.
Wait for somebody to get up.
Yeah. So
walk out to pick up the morning paper.
Yeah,
what are you doing here?
Yeah, the house was dark, by the way, and so maybe they were going to wait until the light came on.
Well, they also reported seeing somebody move around in the house.
Yes, one of the cops I think said he saw, and I think also Jeremy Bamber said he saw somebody in a second floor window, but But then another cop said, we just sort of moved side to side, and it looked like it was really just an illusion of the reflection of some moonlight. And so that's not so. Nobody really knows exactly when the last shots were fired.
They also said they saw the body of a woman in the kitchen.
There was that too. Somebody said the body of a woman, but it turned out to be the body of Neville, the older guy.
Yeah.
Although I heard one report that somebody saw his body and the body of a woman in the kitchen.
That was what I had read as well.
Yeah, which is intriguing.
Yeah.
And then we'll talk more about that in a little bit later. But in the meantime, they were asking Jeremy questions like whether Sheila really might have gone nuts with the gun, and if she was really truly dangerous. And he, according to him, he replied, "quote I don't really know. She is a nutter. She's been having treatment," unquote. And Well, that's insensitive, but he said it. I didn't say that.
No, I mean, truly, he
that's
said that. And
that's a very simple thing about your family members that you'll say. She's crazy. I don't know.
Yeah. See,
I would say that about a lot of my family members.
Except that you can't say they're getting the treatment.
Yeah.
I mean, that's if you tag that on, it becomes a completely different statement.
Yeah, totally.
So I can see why they would be a little hesitant.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So eventually they made up their minds, and at 7:34, they took a sledgehammer to the rear door of the house and smashed it open. And went inside. They found Neville dead on the kitchen floor with 7 bullet wounds in him, and a lot of blood. And also he was
outside of him. The blood.
Outside, yeah. I'm sure there was blood inside him too. But and he also had been beaten pretty harshly around the head. He had black eyes and broken jaw. And, yeah. So and so there was some furniture overturned. Looked like there had been a struggle. Yeah. They went upstairs. They found June dead in the master bedroom. Also, they found Sheila also in the master bedroom, lying on her back with the rifle laying on top of her. 2 bullet holes in her chin, underneath her jaw. Apparently a suicide. And also her 2 twin sons were both dead.
In their beds.
They'd been apparently shot in their sleep. Yeah. One had 5 bullet holes in them, and the other one had 3. The cops go back outside, and they talk to Jeremy Bamber and inform him that his entire family is dead. And apparently...
he kind of lost it.
Well, yeah, I think he was in shock. He cried. He even maybe vomited a little bit.
Yeah.
Everything I've read says, and he appeared to vomit.
Yeah.
That's literally how they phrase it on everything. So I don't actually have a clear sense of if somebody said, "Oh yeah, he's dry heaving over in the corner," or like,
he was dry heaving or walked around the side of a car and bent over like he was going to lose his stomach, and somebody saw it.
Well, it's not unusual. I know a friend of mine. She lost her little dog that she loved tremendously. When she was shown the little corpse of her little dog, she did that. She's like started crying. Then she threw up, and then she passed out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, let's go back to the crime scene. So Neville Bamber was shot 8 times, and they concluded that he was shot 4 times upstairs in the bedroom. I think that this is a like blood spatter, and also just the cartridges.
The blood spatter was one of the key things, but I think you're right.
The cartridges yeah.
probably were.
Yeah, the empty shell casings. He got downstairs, and it's unclear exactly when he made the phone call. If he made it at this point, or I think more likely he made his phone call before the shooting started, but we don't know. Now, I say that because if he indeed made that phone call, the phone didn't have any blood on it.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
He also probably couldn't have talked if he had been, because when he got shot, one of the shots, if I remember, it went through his jaw.
Yeah, I don't know if they know which one got which shot was where.
Or when.
Well, I think they do know which ones were where, partially because of the blood spatter. I wanted to say splatter. But I think they have some. That's why I'm pretty sure they had figured out that he had, the one that had gone through his jaw had gone in when he was upstairs. So he couldn't have really talked on the phone.
Yeah, well, and the other
He
thing
would have been unintelligible.
The other thing, too, is when you got somebody who's trying to kill you, the last thing you do is go make a phone call. You go to your gun closet and get a gun out. And so that's probably what he headed downstairs to do. That's what I'm guessing, and not to make the phone call. So I think he probably made the phone call before the shooting started. If he made the phone call, that's controversial.
Yeah.
He made his way downstairs. There was a struggle. It appears that there was damage to the rifle, so it appears that somebody butt stroked him and headbutted him with the rifle, and that it probably bludgeoned him into unconsciousness. So I'm going to guess at this point in time, this gun only held 10 rounds in the magazine. So whoever it was that did the shooting bludgeoned him into unconsciousness, and then paused, reloaded the gun, and then finished him off when the gun was loaded.
Can I ask a question here? And maybe you don't know. I don't remember seeing it anywhere. Did they ever figure out what they thought the order of the killings had taken place in?
No, and this is, you see, I don't know how well fingerprint IDs hold up on a cartridge that's been loaded into a magazine and then fired. I would think that you would still be able to lift prints off of that empty shell casing.
I would think so. At least partials.
Yeah. So the first 10 rounds would have had Jeremy's fingerprints on him,
No matter what.
no matter what.
Because he admitted to loading the weapon and then leaving.
Yeah, he loaded the weapon. So that would tell you where the first shots took place. But I don't know if they did that. I know they gathered the casings. And they made note of where each one was. But I looked around. I was trying to find any information about if they lifted prints off the shell casings, and I couldn't find anything.
Okay. The only reason I'm asking is that I'm imagining that the encounter between Neville and whoever was doing the shooting had to have caused quite a bit of noise, just with the bludgeoning and the broken furniture.
Yeah.
So it almost leads me to believe that he was maybe one of the last ones to die.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. If the kids were killed in their sleep, well, let's assume that the silencer was on the rifle throughout much of the crime.
Mm-hmm.
So if the kids were killed in their sleep, well, they must have been killed first, maybe, or maybe June was. I don't know.
No, I mean, my guess would be the boys first.
And that's 8 rounds.
It's 8 rounds.
So that poses a logistic. I say that because that's a logistical issue. You've got 10 rounds total, and you've just expended 8 of them.
No. Okay, so you do that. You go downstairs. You reload. Neville says, "Oh, I heard something. It's weird." Comes downstairs and maybe it's Sheila, right, in this story, and says, "Oh, what are you doing?" She said, "Nothing." Runs away. You grab the phone, make the call, hear a gunshot, go, "Oh, oops." Drop the phone. Line goes dead. You run upstairs. June's dead now. How many shots was that?
It was 7, I think.
7.
June was shot 7 times.
So you've got 3.
Yep.
So maybe there's I'm willing to accept in this case there could have been a margin of error of 1 shot that was shot up above, right? He gets shot 3 times, run downstairs.
He was shot 4 times upstairs, I think.
I'm just saying I'm willing to accept.
I see where Devin's going, and I suddenly see where the flaw in my logic is, and maybe probably a lot of people's logic, which is I played too many freaking video games that you expend all the rounds in the cartridge or in the clip before you reload. You know, because video games make that easy. But you don't. You're right. Just dawned on me, you don't have to do it that way. So that could very well be it.
Or you shoot June once.
She was shot once in the head's all it takes.
Maybe you shoot her once. Neville comes up, says, "Oh, what are you doing?" You shoot him 4 times, chase him downstairs because he's going for the phone again or whatever. Beat him to death. Come back up, finish June off.
And now we all know why this story is such a mystery, because we could do this for another 45 minutes.
Oh, absolutely.
Quick, Joe, start taking notes.
Sorry.
Devin and I are going to keep going.
Sorry, I know. So I'm just providing one.
I totally understand.
But I agree. I think the boys probably would have had gone first.
Okay.
Because otherwise they would have.
They would have been woken up.
They would have been woken up, and they would not have been peacefully in bed.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, anyway,
Also, I'm sorry. As a quick question, it was not a semi-automatic. What kind of gun?
It was a semi-automatic.
Semi-automatic.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah.
I'm just wondering, because that also explains why there maybe what I would say is an excessive amount of shooting happening to like a small boy in a bed, right? You need 1 bullet for that, but if you are not experienced with guns and you pull the trigger a little too hard and it just
No, it's a semi, so it wouldn't have kept going.
Yeah,
it wouldn't?
Yeah. It's not a full auto, just semi-auto. So you have to pull the trigger every time.
Every time. Got it.
Yeah.
Never mind.
But yeah, whoever did it wanted to make sure the kids were dead. So
want to make sure everyone was dead.
Yeah, you could actually probably survive a gunshot wound to the head. You're probably not going to survive 5.
Probably not.
No,
that's
pretty rare.
Not a chance, really. So there was the shooting that we're not really sure what order it all occurred in. I'm guessing that let's say it was Sheila. She walks into the bedroom and she shoots Neville 4 times, thinking, well, that'll be enough. And then she turns the gun on her mother and starts shooting her. Let's say she shoots her, say 4 or 5, maybe 6 times. Well, now she's got an empty gun. Meanwhile, Neville's heading downstairs. Oops, he didn't finish him up with those 4 rounds. And he's going to go grab himself a shotgun or something.
Yeah.
So you go after him. You take that rifle and you start hitting him with that thing until he loses consciousness, at least enough that you got just a little bit of time to reload your gun and then finish him off. Then you go back upstairs and you pump a few more rounds into Mother.
Because you don't like her.
Yeah. And actually, Sheila didn't.
Neither of the kids liked their mom.
No.
Yeah.
Let's
she
be
was
fair.
a piece
So
of work.
no matter,
She sounds like a total piece of work.
Almost no matter who killed them, they didn't like June. There's one option of a person who maybe didn't really care.
Yeah, and then of course, Jeremy had he had problems with his parents, and then he wasn't that crazy about his sister.
No.
And then he was also really kind of angry and jealous about his sister because she had had her breakdown and everything, and she'd broken up with her husband, gotten a divorce, and in London. And Jeremy was a little ticked off about that.
Yeah, they bought her a really nice flat. They probably were giving her a pretty hefty allowance.
Yeah, they were.
She was raising 2 boys, so she needed more money than he did. And
though of course, her ex-husband at that time, he reportedly said he was doing almost everything for and with the boys.
Yeah.
Before they came to live with them. But I want to point out, she was 28 or 29?
She was 28.
28 when she died. So that makes Jeremy 24.
Yeah.
24-year-old men are jealous idiots of everything.
Yeah.
So, I'm not trying to justify behavior, but I'm also trying to shine a light on this is kind of normal behavior for a 24-year-old dude to be angry at everybody else because he's not getting his entitled due.
That certainly doesn't mean he's a psycho. Or anything like that. I mean, I've known a few people that had they were from not super stinking huge rich, but very well off families, and the siblings were all really
Squabble.
kind of at each other's throats over the money and stuff like that. And well, anyway, back to our story. What were we talking about? Okay. Oh, yeah, the twins. They were shot 8 times total. And then Sheila was on the master bedroom floor, as I said, on her back, shot twice. And there were no signs of struggle on her body. The police said her hands were clean, no lead or powder residue. And there was no blood on her feet, even though there was blood on the floor. So that was considered kind of significant, and it might be. But
that's significant. Well,
because
you're saying the blood, because if she had done all this shooting and there was all this blood flying around, she should have had it on her.
She should have walked through some of it. Yeah. But of course, at the same time, when she was done slaughtering everybody, she could have washed her hands, and there were a pair of socks found nearby that were blood stained, and so if she was walking around in her socks and she took her socks off because they were blood-stained and sticky and gross, so she takes them off, wipes her feet off, washes her hands. So that explains the lack of blood and the lack of lead residue, powder residue on her hands.
So I think I'm willing to say that the evidence is strong that Sheila was the last one to die. Would you agree with that?
She was either the last or the first. And here's what I would say: she might have been the first. Supposing that she didn't do the killing, supposing it really was Jeremy.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what they have said, the prosecution has said, there are no signs of a struggle on her body.
Mm-hmm.
No scratches, no bruises, no broken fingernails, nothing like that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if Jeremy had murdered her, and this is one of the reasons I kind of have my doubts that he did murder her, the only way he could have done it without a struggle would have been to kill her first.
Yeah, and I guess I'm going off of the evidence that's been presented with the crime scene photos and the fact that it looks like her blood is like real fresh.
It does.
It's still wet.
That's the thing. It looks like she was the last killed by far.
By
because
far.
her blood had not coagulated yet.
Right. So I am of the camp that says that she died last, and if she died last and didn't do the killing, if Jeremy or someone else did the killing, it's even more suspicious to me that she was clean, because I've seen crime pictures. I mean, there was a sizable amount of blood around June, for instance.
Yeah.
There's a lot of blood everywhere. There was stuff going on. She definitely would have been woken up with whatever is happening with Neville downstairs. Either she would have gone down to investigate that, she would have seen her mom, and who knows if she would have been sad of her mom or not, but she would have walked through some blood. There would have been some damage, and then there probably would have been a struggle with Jeremy. Probably. Well, maybe not. I don't know how the drugs she was on affected her. I know they're kind of had sedative qualities.
It was kind of a sedative, antipsychotic.
So I don't know if I don't know, but I think it's
the problem
really
with her
suspicious.
having been the first to die is the coagulation of the blood. That doesn't add up at all.
Yeah.
And I swear, correct me if I'm wrong, if either of you know the answer, but I swear that while Jeremy and the police were outside. They heard gunshots. Is that incorrect? I swear I read that somewhere.
I didn't read it.
No, I didn't either.
You did a lot more clicking on some websites than I did, I know. So
Yeah.
That's because you hate colored text.
I can't. I'm sorry, you guys. Make
Yeah.
make them black and white. Come on. And black on white, not the other way around. That's
White on black?
the worst.
That is the worst.
No.
Hard on the eyes. You know, actually, the worst ones of all are the ones where they fade away from bright to dark, the background behind you.
Yeah.
I just hate that.
I do
Oh my
too.
God, it's so hard on your eyes. But
So-
anyway, back to the mystery.
Anyway, I think she likely washed. I mean, there were notes of things like her nails were perfectly manicured still. She was in a pristine dress or sleeping gown. Everything was perfect. And that, to me, sounds like ritualistic cleaning after
Yeah,
a
it could.
crime.
That's-
Versus, oh, I just happened to make it through this basic bloodbath with not a single drop of anything on me.
Yeah, no, I think it's highly possible that's why she cleaned up, maybe even changed her clothes. I mean,
Although they probably
if
would
she-
have found the clothes.
That's a good point.
Although maybe they wouldn't have, because I know that they missed some other stuff.
Well, they
was pretty
they were
pivotal.
not thorough.
Well, there is the other answer,
Yeah.
which is she was naked. If she cleaned up and she took a quick shower, there would be no blood on clothes because she had no clothes to.
Oh, like
get
if
blood spatter.
she was shooting people naked?
Yeah,
That's a good point.
the
I mean,
naked assassin.
Hey, she was a model, or she had been.
She'd been doing nude photo shoots.
Apparently.
And
No, I make jest, but it is completely plausible
It is
that in
actually
her own
plausible.
home she may have said,
well, it was
"I
her
want to be
parents.
naked tonight. Now I'm going off the edge, and you know what? I'm doing it. Oh, I'm naked. Well, that's not going to stop me."
Well, it was her parents' house.
Yep.
But yeah, no, that's true. She could have been naked.
Yeah, I like that theory. That one other thing about Sheila's body is that there was a Bible next to it. It was open and laying print down,
face down.
Face down.
It was June's Bible, right?
It was actually June's Bible, but it was next to Sheila's body. And when you look at the crime scene photos, you can see a note sticking out between the pages. Somebody, and I don't know if that was a note written by Sheila or by June or what.
You know, I've looked at the photo and it's hard to tell, but I almost wonder if it's just a bookmark.
Yeah.
I mean, I've heard it referred to as the note, but since we don't know what it is, I'm just wondering if it was some kind of bookmark.
I was just going to say that my family members who are intensely religious have their study Bibles, and they have notes and stuff stuck in there too. You know, they had a thought, or they have something that they want to remember.
It relates to the
something, yeah, that relates to that passage, or maybe not, but maybe it's something else. I don't know.
True. Yeah.
People keep notes in their Bibles sometimes.
Yeah, I do. So it's not necessarily significant, but here's the thing: is the note is gone. Nobody knows
so
it.
it's weird if it pertains to the case.
Yeah, it might not.
And I guess it's weird, I guess, if it doesn't pertain to the case, because then why is it gone? But
yeah, I mean, it might have just been, like, say, notes about various biblical kinds of things, you know, and so somebody just thought, we don't need this, pitch it. And on the Bible itself, the defense lawyers were asking for, like, if they had any separate, isolated pictures of the Bible, and you know, and, like, especially they were interested in finding out what pages it was open to. And the police said, no, we never took separate pictures of it. And by the way, the Bible itself was destroyed. Sometime, I don't remember exactly, like 1994, we destroyed it. Great guys. They destroyed a lot of stuff.
They did.
it was
Tons of evidence.
like 10 years after the case.
Yeah, and then...
well, there's a limit, I believe, to how long they're required to keep certain evidence, but in a case where it's still being appealed continually, it's amazing that they did it.
Yeah.
That they destroyed it.
You read why they did, right? The police department that was in charge, that had custody of all this stuff, said, "Oh, we didn't know the case was ongoing."
Really?
Yeah,
Really?
that was their official statement. Was we burned it because we were unaware that the case was ongoing.
Yeah, really.
Okay, I'm going to use that.
Great
Yeah, me
going,
too.
guys. Yeah, no, there's a lot of stuff in this case, like the phone calls. If it's true that Neville called the police, and there is some evidence that Neville Bamber called the police.
There is,
and
actually.
Then supposedly he called Jeremy, and then Jeremy called the police.
And they called differently, because I know
Yeah.
Jeremy didn't use 999.
Yeah, he didn't.
He called the station's number directly.
Yeah, and
I believe Neville called 999.
I think so. Yeah, and the thing about it is those were recorded but the recordings were deleted after 28 days, which is a crying shame because that would solve the mystery.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a damn shame. I mean, anyway, back into this thing.
Well, they had. There's a picture even of the log.
Yeah, there's two different logs of apparently two different phone calls.
Because they're two different stations.
Yeah.
Yeah, so one of them said somebody identifying themselves as a Mr. Bamber called and said, my daughter, who's 26 years old,
has gone berserk and has a gun. Yeah.
And then that was it. And then the other call was, Jeremy Bamber says his dad called him. And I mean, it's pretty solid evidence.
Well, and there's different timestamps.
Yeah, about 10 minutes difference.
Yeah.
Well, and that's the funny thing is I remember reading, and it just stood out as odd to me that they have two different timestamps, and they're almost exactly 10 minutes apart.
Yeah.
But one of the rationales is obviously the officer who was taking the note misread the time on the clock, and it should have been 24 instead of 34 after the hour, or whatever it was.
It was like the one of them was 3:26, and the other one was 3:36.
Yes.
And I believe that Jeremy Bamber's call was at 3:36.
Yes.
Right. But here's the deal: is that in response to Neville's call, they had dispatched a car to the farmhouse at 3:35.
Yep.
Yeah. And so I don't know, man. It's not just incompetence at a certain point. I mean, it's
at some point you kind of think it's suspiciously bad.
Yeah,
suspiciously incompetent.
Yeah, I mean, maybe somebody didn't like Jeremy. I don't know.
I have no doubt in my mind that a lot of people didn't like Jeremy.
He doesn't seem like a likable guy, but that doesn't mean he should be in prison.
No. But on the bright side, in prison, he has obviously got a lot of time to work out.
Oh yeah.
He does.
He's got time he's got lots and lots of time to work on his appeals because he just keeps appealing this case.
Well, he's also working on his guns, evidently, because the photos of him today, he is kind of a big dude.
Yeah.
Well, keeping in shape, you know? Yeah. Oh, back to our mystery. 3 days after the murders, Jeremy's cousins went to the house because they felt like the police had they didn't feel like the police were really paying proper attention.
Yeah.
And they wanted to go search the house themselves.
They wasn't capable of that sort of thing, so they thought, well, clearly somebody else did it, and the police didn't search for evidence, which is fair. I mean, they said, well, the gun always had a suppressor and a scope on it, and neither of those things were on the gun when you found it, so where were they? And the police said, we didn't find it.
Well, and evidently they weren't easy. I imagine the suppressor wasn't hard, but I know the scope required a screwdriver to take it off.
Yeah, but I mean, it's one of those things, probably a screwdriver, maybe even just a dime or a nickel, something like that. They're not hard to get off at all. It's not. Anybody could do it, and of course the suppressor just screws right on. In their searching of the house, they went to the gun closet.
Cousins?
Yeah, the cousins did. Yeah, and they found the silencer in the
just
gun
right
closet.
There,
yeah.
right exactly where it would be.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool. Good job, coppers.
Yeah, this is, and they keep calling this everywhere. They call it the gun cabinet. But really what it is, it's a small little stubby closet underneath the stairway.
Stairs.
Underneath the stairway.
It's the Harry Potter closet.
It is.
Yeah, exactly.
It totally is.
Yeah. So they noticed that it had red paint on it, and it was also sticky with a little bit of blood. So they called the police, and the police eventually came by and got it.
3 days.
Took them 2 or 3 days later.
I thought it was 10.
3 days later.
Okay, 3 days.
3 days later, they went and got it.
There was something else 10 days. Was it when they took photos? Official crime scene photo. There was something that happened.
There was something like that. It was. How long? How does it take that long?
Yeah. No, definitely no. They actually took crime scene photos like the day of.
But not great ones, right?
Yeah, but they were thorough enough to bring up one anomaly.
Really interesting anomaly.
A really interesting anomaly. Yeah. So the family, the cousins, when they found this thing, they saw that paint. They went back to the farmhouse looking for the source of this red paint that was on the suppressor, and they found it in the kitchen where the big fight took place. So there's an August stove, like a big old, I don't know, oil stove, old-fashioned kind of stove, and there was a mantle over it that was painted red, and there were a bunch of scratches and gouges in this thing, and that paint did match the paint on the suppressor.
Wasn't there red paint like underneath it too that they matched to actually the nail polish color that was on Sheila's toes.
Well, yeah, they were looking for flecks of red paint in the crime scene photos because the Bamber's defense team hired an expert in photo analysis, and he was expecting to find flecks of red paint underneath where all this happened in the crime scene photos.
Right,
He did
like
not
he
see
would.
it.
Yeah.
He saw a fleck of something red, and he finally matched it to a chip in Sheila's toenail.
toe, yeah.
Her toenail polish.
Mhm.
Yeah. And
So a chunk of that came off.
yeah, apparently. So maybe there was a struggle. I don't know.
But the marks on the mantle weren't in the original crime scene photos, right?
They weren't visible in the original crime scene photos.
Which is crazy
Yeah, so that's
really suspicious.
that's a little suspicious, don't you think?
Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, okay. Let's move on, and we'll talk about that some more later. After the funerals, they had a funeral for Neville in June, and then they had a separate funeral for Sheila and the kids. And then Jeremy Bamber went to Amsterdam. He tried to buy a large amount of drugs and offered to sell some nude photos of Sheila. Actually, what it really was, he actually didn't do that in Amsterdam. He was back in Britain, and he went to the Sun, which is a tabloid.
I was going to guess it would be the Daily Mail, but yeah.
Yeah.
You had a good shot.
It's close.
Yeah, no, he went to the Sun, and he said, "Hey, I've got some. I don't know if they were totally naked pictures or just kind of revealing pictures or what they were, but the guys at the Sun thought it was kind of creepy and inappropriate."
Even the guys at the Sun
I know.
thought it was creepy and inappropriate.
I know, seriously. And so, I mean, this is like just not long at all, like after her death.
No.
And yeah, just weeks. Yeah. And he's offering to sell naked pictures over to the newspaper because he wants some cash. And so they just decided, well, screw him. And so they ran a front page story about how he had tried to sell naked pictures of his freshly dead sister to them.
Yeah,
kind of
it's
embarrassing.
Not a great story.
No. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So anyway, after his little jaunt in Amsterdam, he was spending a lot of money because, surprisingly, he had all kinds of funds available to him now.
He
that hadn't had
inherited
before.
like $500,000, right?
£500,000.
$500,000
It was
pounds.
like 436,000 pounds.
Pretty
It was
close.
it was a lot of money.
Yeah.
Well, then all of that wasn't cash money. This is assets.
Right, yeah, assets and all that stuff.
But
Yeah.
No, he had
and
he had a big bankroll available.
I guess I just want to point out a lot of people think it's really, really suspicious that he went out and was partying and doing a lot of drugs and stuff like that. Frankly, if my whole family died in a really gruesome way and then I had a lot of money, I would be trying to escape reality whatever way I could.
Yeah, true
I would
that.
buy the most amount of drugs that I could possibly buy. I would Charlie Sheen that stuff. I would
Yeah.
go full Charlie Sheen. I would be snorting everything I possibly could, drinking everything I could, sleeping with whoever I could, just to get away from the reality.
Yeah,
And so I think it's just so dumb that people are like, well, he did go
No,
spend a lot of
it's-
money. It's like,
it's
well, yeah,
asinine.
what else are you gonna do?
It's asinine
Your whole
because-
family was just murdered.
And everybody thinks it's okay. You go to a funeral, and then afterwards, everybody raises a drink to that person.
Mhm.
That's totally okay. Well, in my family, we tend to raise more than one.
Oh,
We do too. We're Irish. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and then, so you go. But yeah, you bring the great point of his extended family doesn't like him, and he probably doesn't like them very much. He doesn't now, at least.
Yeah, sure.
And so he's going to go grieve in the only way that he can figure out as a dumb 24-year-old guy.
Yeah, that's the other part we forget. He was 24 years old.
And yeah, and the other thing to remember is that it might very well be that he didn't like anybody in his family, and he wasn't that sorry to see him gone.
Yeah,
that doesn't
that's
necessarily,
also possible.
That doesn't make him a murderer.
That's
No.
true.
Yeah.
Makes him a big jerk, but
Probably. I mean, yeah. And Jeremy, about a month after the murders, he screwed up big time. It was
whether guilty or not. He
yeah.
screwed up big time.
He screwed
No, he's
up.
guilty of this.
I think what I heard happen is he was with Julia, his girlfriend Julie Mugford,
And he'd been dating her for several years.
2 years.
Yeah.
And
She's the one that he called that night.
yeah,
That's
she
right.
did.
Right.
Yeah. And he had apparently told her all kinds of details about what he did. Apparently, she was in the know about the murder, which to me is telling anybody. Supposedly she was. So anyway, apparently they were together. I think at his place, and he got a phone call from an ex-girlfriend, and then she overhears him making a date with his ex-girlfriend, and so she flew into a rage, threw some stuff at him, and it was kind of a little physical altercation. He dumped her, and which is a really stupid thing to do. It's really stupid to tell somebody all these details about the murder that you committed, and then dump her.
Yeah.
Really dumb.
Yeah. Well, she like threw a bunch of stuff at him, and then he twisted her arm behind her to get her to stop.
Yep.
And then she stormed out.
Yeah.
And then wasn't it
4 days?
Half the time I read that she went to the cops, and the other half the time I heard that they pulled her in for some stuff. She was.
Well, she had had troubles with the police. Several other things. There was some theft. There was
There were a
bad
lot of
checks,
things. Yeah.
There was pot.
There was pot.
There was breaking and entering. There was pot, theft, and one other.
Yeah, this is one of the things that kind of reduces her credibility. But she was the star prosecution witness in Jeremy Bamber's trial, believe it or not.
So she told the cops something.
So she went to the police and changed her story because they had talked to her
of course.
about what happened and everything.
They had at least done that.
Yeah. So she goes to them and she tells them that actually Bamber said that he hated his parents. He said at one time what he really wanted to do was go over there for dinner and drug them and sedate them and then come back a little later on when they're all passed out and burn the house down. That was one of apparently his fantasies. And he had talked about murdering them in other ways. And she also said she saw Jeremy's mother's bike at his house.
June's bike?
No, it was June's bike. Yeah. And that was a key part of the prosecution's case, was that he bicycled over there to murder everybody.
Yeah.
And so he could leave his car there, and his car wouldn't be seen on the roads. And she said that he phoned her. She said a lot of stuff. I'm not going to tell everything.
Yeah.
She really did.
She spun a tale.
Yeah, she did. She called him up that night, the night of the murders, and said, tonight or never. And then she said that she went to the farmhouse in the morning of August 7th after the murders because apparently Jeremy wanted to see her and then, have somebody that he knew to talk to.
Cared about, maybe.
Yeah. And
presumably.
So the cops went and got her and brought her there, and supposedly he took her aside when they got there, according to her, and she said, quote, I should have been an actor. Unquote.
Yeah, he told her that he should have been an actor. He was doing so well or something like that.
Yeah. Although there was the same thing. When she showed up, there was I saw an interview with one of the policemen who was there investigating at the time, and so they took them into the house and they found a room that didn't have a corpse in it.
Which was hard to do.
Yeah, I know.
Wasn't easy.
Yeah. And they found a room that didn't have a corpse in it. They said, yeah, you guys can just go in there and be together and yada yada. And then they shut the door, and the cop says he could swear that just as soon as that door shut, he heard a laugh. He said that. He wasn't sure. He was like, at the time, I thought he was saying, I thought, well, maybe it was a cough. But it was like, it sounded like a laugh.
Well, wasn't there some report of when Jeremy was at the funerals that he was kind of, oh, I'm really, really sad, and then like gave this huge smile to his cousins or something like that?
Yeah, it was his cousins. Yeah, they were in the car, and his cousin, David Boatflower, said that he was in the back seat, and he turned around and he gave him a huge grin just as soon as they were outside of the funeral. And then he said his other cousin, I think it was his cousin, said he did it, didn't he?
I don't know. Again, it's one of those. Just because he didn't like his family doesn't mean he killed them all.
Oh, absolutely not. Yeah.
Especially the other thing to point out, I guess, is that in all of the stories, all the tellings that Julie has of all of his fantasies of killing his family, it was not very personal, right? It was like poison them and set the house on fire, not look them in the eye as I shoot them point blank 20 times, right? Not 20, that's an exaggeration, but in most of the things that he said, I think, we all read kind of the same stuff, and she said that he fantasized about killing them in multiple different ways, and I think every single one that I remember reading was poison and do something, or drug and burn the house down, or something. None of it was personal.
Yeah, he certainly didn't detail anything like, hey...
Intimate.
Yeah, intimate is the word I'm looking for.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And I don't know if she made this stuff up or not. Apparently one of her roommates also said that Jeremy hated his parents and they hated his family. So maybe he was going around talking about how much he hates his parents. But again, the guy was 24 years old.
Yeah.
And you tend to at that age.
I said stuff like that all the time.
Yeah.
I say it about you two all the time. I mean, I can understand where he's coming from.
Yeah, me too.
I'm going to murder these two and start my own podcast.
I do. Every time I listen to the
I'm
edit,
going to murder
like,
you two and then do a podcast on just your murders.
Yeah, it'll be like Serial. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna do my own podcast with blackjacks and hookers.
Nice.
All right, so we know she's questionable.
Yeah, she is. She also said that Jeremy said that he hadn't done it, but that he had hired a plumber named Matthew McDonald to do it for £2,000.
Okay.
Which is a really bargain basement price for murdering 5 people.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah, I mean, and actually, that guy turned out to have an alibi. Obviously, the police pulled him in, and he had a good alibi. So
ironclad is what they say.
That's what they say.
And wasn't she granted immunity for like all of her crimes in exchange for her testimony?
Got out of a lot of trouble.
Yeah, that's another reason to question her reliability as a witness. Again, she's angry about being jilted. She did have a history of dishonesty. She's
motivated.
She's motivated by this agreement with the
Give
prosecutor.
testimony that they want to hear.
Yeah.
And then she doesn't have to go to jail.
Yeah. And so at this point, the police put him under surveillance. I'm talking about Jeremy. They saw that he was selling off the family silver and antiques and stuff like that to raise cash and doing a lot of partying. And so at one point, he'd gone off to Saint-Tropez for a vacation. When he came back and he got off the plane, they arrested him. And that was in September '85, about a month after the murders. Mm-hmm. And then a year later, the trial started. That's October '86. The prosecution's theory was that Jeremy left the farm about 10 p.m. and went back to his house and then came back by bicycle in the wee hours of August 7th. He broke into the house to the bathroom window, which apparently, I think the latch was defective or broken, or it was.
He could use a penknife.
He had a knife, yeah. You could use that to unlatch it. So he snuck in. Here's the problem that I have with this, is that if he snuck in and surprised everybody in their sleep, what about the dog?
What do you mean, what about the dog?
The
dog knew him.
Well, the dog still would have barked some until the dog established who he was. The dog would hear him coming in.
If he was coming in through a window, dog would have barked.
I think so, yeah.
My parents' dog barks at me when I walk in the front door.
Yeah, but I have known plenty of dogs who sleep on the bed with their master, and something falls on the floor downstairs, and the dog doesn't budge.
Yeah, that's true. But this dog
because they have a dog doesn't mean the dog is going to go bananas.
That's true, although the dog was doing a lot of barking later on. Of course, there were a bunch of corpses in the house.
Breakfast time.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, just because there's a dog doesn't mean that the dog would have gone haywire when he came in. The dog may have walked into the hallway and he went, "Hey, Poochums, how's it going?" Oh, it's you. Okay, no big deal.
Poochums?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, don't you call your dog Poochums?
You don't have a dog?
I have 2 cats that think they're dogs.
We know.
Yeah, anyway, where are we at here? So I want to try to reconstruct the whole crime thing. So assuming that Jared... this is just what the prosecution says. He got the rifle, went up and shot his parents. Neville runs downstairs. There's a fight. He finishes Neville off, goes up and shoots Sheila, and then shot the twins as they slept. Then he arranged the scene to incriminate Sheila, the Bible, and he put the silencer away because he figured out at this point in time that her arms were just not long enough for her to pull that trigger when the silencer was on the end of that gun. He also took the phone off the hook, went out the window, cycled home, and then called the police and said he'd gotten a phone call from his dad. The prosecution argued that Mamper had not received a call from his father, and I don't know how they could really argue that. How can he say that he didn't receive a call?
Again,
how do you prove that?
You would think we're very spoiled in this day and age with phone records.
Oh yeah, I know.
And I don't know if they just weren't logged or what.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think also the argument was, right, that since Neville had been shot through the jaw in the bedroom and the phone that was off the hook was the one in the kitchen, the argument was that by the time he'd made it to the kitchen, there was no way that he could have made the phone call, and there was the assumption that would have been the only time he was in the kitchen that evening when that was happening.
Yeah,
I think it's shoddy, but I think that was probably their argument.
I wouldn't assume that. I mean, that's what they do too. I don't assume that because I would think he made the. Again, if she's acting loony with a gun, that's when you pick up the phone.
Mhm.
If she's already shooting, you don't go for the phone.
You go for a gun.
You go for the shotgun.
That's the other thing that is, if Neville got shot several times and he called, and he calls his son, and I know that Jeremy said, well, or people said, well, he was the keep it in the family kind of guy, but I've just been shot 3 or 4 times, call an ambulance. Why didn't you call the ambulance yourself?
Well, that's it. And that's one of the things that they were saying, too, is that why would he have called Jeremy instead of calling the police?
But he did call the police.
It appears there is evidence that he called the police.
But he would have said to the police, I've been shot 3 or 4 times. Send an ambulance.
Oh, exactly.
Which is why I think it's reasonable to assume that he called before he got shot.
Yes. He did. Yeah, I think he called before the shooting started.
He did.
Yeah,
and he called, I think he likely called the cops, and then he called his son and said, you are 3 miles away and you've got a car. Come talk your sister down. Come help me.
Yeah, it's
Call
not.
the cops before you leave, so there's more people coming.
Yeah, it's
but
not
your
beyond the
sister's
realm of
gone
possibility.
crazy.
Mhm.
Or he called his son first and said, hey, call the cops and get over here. Or just get over here if he did want to keep it in the family, right?
I don't think he told him to
And
call the
then
cops. He just said.
He just
you
said,
know,
hey, your sister's gone crazy.
Need you over here right
Get
now.
over here, please.
Yeah.
The line goes dead because he said, he said what he needs to say, stiff upper lip, shortened to the point. Line goes dead. He touches the receiver. I'm miming it in the studio. Touches the receiver because I remember those phones, right? Dials 999, completes the call that was logged at the other spot, says, okay, there's these people, and then drops the phone and to pursue whatever. I think
or the phone could have gotten knocked off the cradle during the struggle
during
too.
the struggle, yeah.
Yeah, and
or the cops could have done. I mean,
yeah, no. Again, I there's no blood on the phone because the phone call was made before the shooting started. It has to be.
I agree with that.
Nobody tries to make
there
that
was a
call.
phone call made.
So I have one question for the police records of the calls. Did they traced the phone number that the call came from, or the caller identified where they were coming from?
Both.
Do you know?
Both times the caller identified.
When did? Oh yeah, so the caller gave their phone number. I think that's
I
what
don't
it
think
was.
there was. I don't even know if there was a phone number.
Was there? No, there were phone numbers on both reports. I mean, the one that supposedly came from Neville had the address, the White House farm. And
Well, he
had,
said, but
and had
in the
his phone
statement,
number.
he said.
My
yeah.
reason for asking that is the timeline's weird, and the call to Jeremy is weird, and the whole thing doesn't really make a lot of sense to me, and so it made me start to wonder if maybe it wasn't Neville that called him, but if it wasn't his sister that called. Hey, I've killed mom and dad.
Oh,
I don't know what's going on. I've got some problems. So then he hangs up. He calls the cops saying he's Neville to get them to go over. And then 10 minutes later, it's like, crap, I'm going to call the cops again, but I can't be dad this time, so I'll just be myself, especially if they're not identified by a traced number.
Did they have photo, or did they have caller ID?
I don't think they did. See, and that's why they can't
in
ever
85?
confirm.
Yeah,
They can't confirm this phone call to Jeremy from the house. So I suddenly wonder if maybe it. I mean, I don't want to sully on the dead, but maybe it really was her, and she called up her brothers, confessing what she had done and saying, "I don't know what to do. I just realized I killed them all."
I guess.
Holy crap!
The only argument against that is that the relationship between the siblings did not seem to be particularly robust.
No,
it seems like she would have probably called her ex-husband before she would have called her brother.
Yeah, but he
Would
was
you
50
call
miles.
your ex-husband and say, "Hey, I just killed our children"?
I think she had a better relationship with her ex-husband than she did her brother.
It sounds like it wasn't a totally bad relationship, but he was 50 miles away in London.
That's true.
Yeah. And
I
it
don't know.
just
that's not a bad point.
These are things that I keep thinking about because there's so many weird things in this case. I'm like, well, it could potentially fit.
Yeah. But then why would she have killed herself?
Guilt. It's usually why the person at the end does themselves in is they can't stand what they've done.
Yeah.
Yeah, or maybe she called Jeremy and Jeremy says, "Well, you killed them all," and she says, "Yes, I've killed them all. What am I going to do?" He says, "Well, usually what people do in these cases is to kill themselves."
No, I mean,
okay, that's making him out to be probably
we
worse
probably
than
should
Yeah, it's not
probably
fair.
keep going a little bit because
Oh, yeah.
I know Joe and I talked about a theory we have.
Okay, anyway, to summarize what I think is wrong with the prosecution's theory, again, Neville was too badly injured to have spoken anyway, no blood in the kitchen phone. He was not, he had to have made that phone call if he made it before the shooting started.
Yeah.
Almost certainly.
I'm not going to disagree with that at all.
Yeah. So that's so let's get back to the silencer for a second. They
Which
found
one?
the silencer. Yeah, the one that was on from the 22 that had the blood on it and inside it.
Well, but it's not the only silencer that was in the house.
No, I know, but that was the one that actually went with that 22 rifle.
Is that true? Because I know that there was several silencers and there were several guns, and that the guns got mixed up and relabeled in police custody at least once.
Mm-hmm. Again, great investigation, guys.
Which,
Yeah.
okay, makes me wonder if there wasn't more. And I don't remember. I don't remember seeing it specified what type, but I do remember seeing suspicions that they had mixed them up, and that the one that had the blood in it wasn't actually the one that the prosecution was saying originally had been used.
Mm-hmm. That's always possible, but the police wound up with a silencer in their possession that did have red paint on it. It did have blood on the outside and also inside. Because you know how silencers work, right?
Yeah.
They're like a tube with a bunch of baffles that have just a hole through the middle of them. And so apparently there was a not a huge amount, but a little bit of backspatter or
Which makes
backsplatter.
sense at a short distance, right?
Short distance,
Yeah.
even contact wounds,
Mhm.
you know, like so the first like 4 or 5 of these baffles had some blood on them, and they said it was the same blood type as Sheila's.
They said it was the same blood
Group. Yeah, I know. I assume that's British for blood type. I don't
No,
know.
it's not. I actually read into this. So, in humans, evidently there are one of two blood groups, or at least in that family, there was one of two blood groups, AK1 and AK2-1.
I don't understand what those things are.
I don't know what I don't know what it means either. If I saw it in front of me, I could say the words, but they are different groups. And the thing is that the technology wasn't all that great. It wasn't as if they were sequencing the DNA.
Yeah.
AK1 is not only present in human blood, apparently, from the stuff I've read. I don't know if that's true, but what I've read is that, well, actually, is it an N? Oh, I can't remember exactly what the AK1 stands for, but it's in the blood of other critters, rabbits and
So like
dogs
rabbits,
and cats
yeah,
included.
rabbits, yeah. Like,
So there is some issue in that we found blood on it bit.
yeah, so it doesn't sound like, and there was some. I'll talk about this in a little bit. Now that we have DNA, of course, I don't know if the silencer is still around. If they destroyed that too, I think it's still around. And they did a little checking.
That was my understanding too.
My understanding is that they tracked down Sheila's actual bio mother. But I'll talk about that in a minute. So, because there was that blood from Sheila's blood group in that silencer, then the prosecution argued that she was shot with the silencer on the gun, and therefore she couldn't have done it herself. It had to have been murder, because her arms, again, were not long enough to reach the trigger.
And I'll mention, I read somewhere online somebody saying, well, she was barefoot, so she could have pulled it with her toe. But please remember, the silencer was not on the gun when it was found.
Yeah, no.
So there's no way she could have pulled it with her toe.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there's no way she could have shot herself, taken it off, put it in the cabinet, and then gone back to where she died.
At least not as pristine as she was.
No, well, no. One of the shots went
No, I know.
into
I'm
her
just
neck.
saying, but like additionally, actually that neck one apparently would have not immediately killed her. It was the one
Yeah.
that went into her head. So
but
she
it would have killed her.
It would have eventually,
she
but
would
if
have bled
she
out.
had shot herself in the neck, thought, oh, just kidding, this isn't going to work with the silencer on, for some reason took it off, went down to the gun cabinet, put it back in the gun cabinet, came back upstairs, shot herself again, that's not possible.
Yeah, there's
Just dispel that.
It just, it's. I mean, there's a competing theory out there, which is that she was going to try to shoot herself. She realized it wouldn't work, so even the first shot, she took the suppressor off. And I don't know how much of a neat freak Sheila was. She took the suppressor off. She put it away. I mean, For all I know, the suppressor, she took it off in the kitchen and set it on the table. And then somebody came along, like the police, and they said, "Oh, what's this doing laying out?" And I'll just put it in the gun cabinet over there.
Because this is something we haven't actually addressed yet. Is the number of people who came through this crime scene?
Oh yeah, it's like about 50 some.
It was a circus.
50 people came through this crime scene before anybody, and there's even evidence to suggest that the bodies were moved.
Yeah, there is.
Before pictures were taken of them. That would absolutely corrupt any kind of body placement, anything of a suicide.
Oh, yeah.
And there's pictures that are taken that show the gun having been moved and laying, I think it's leaned up against a wall near a window, and you can see it in another photo accidentally.
Yeah.
But then it's back with Sheila. Yeah. There's some things.
So that's also worth mentioning as well. It's totally
Absolute
possible
circus.
that, there was just a silencer rolling around and somebody thought, "No, I'll just put this away."
Yeah, it's totally is.
Seems unlikely, but I guess I wouldn't be shocked to find out that happened.
No, me neither. The prosecution to sum up the prosecution's arguments, it was claimed that she had no knowledge of guns and no interest in guns. She lacked the strength to overcome her father, and there was no evidence in her clothes or body that she had moved around the crime scene or been involved in a struggle. Mm-hmm. But again, I don't find that dispositive myself because she had the rifle. So the rifle was empty. Her father was still up and about, but wounded. Mm-hmm. He was wounded, had 4 bullets in him. Mm-hmm. So, and she had a rifle that made a nice handy club. And so it wouldn't have been hard to bludgeon him until he was unconscious. And
it's also hard to know if in a situation like this, one assumes that a person would fight back. But sometimes you read about these cases where, a daughter's like just totally beaten on their dad and their dad isn't fighting back because they don't want to hurt their daughter.
Yeah, it could be.
It's possible.
Yeah.
It's not likely in this situation. It's more likely he was just too injured to fight back. But it's always possible.
Yeah, I mean, he's losing blood and he's like got 4 bullet holes in him. And so the trial ended with a conviction. October 28th, 1986, the jury found 10-2 that he was guilty. So if he had gotten one more not guilty vote from a juror, he would have been let go. But he was found guilty, sentenced to 5 life terms. And by the way, the judge in this case really, I think, moved the goalposts on him. When he said, you know what I'm talking about? It was originally supposed to be a unanimous verdict, but they were having trouble reaching a verdict. So the judge basically said, "Hey, you just need to get at least 9 out of 12. So I'm going to change the rules on you. So instead of having to be unanimous."
Well, he also said that they could convict solely on the testimony of the ex-girlfriend.
Those were his instructions. Yeah, that you can convict solely on her testimony, which I think is a highly questionable movement. Yeah, you know what? Well, I think the evidence against Jeremy Bamber is really kind of thin. Doesn't mean he didn't do it. But let's examine this. For example, there is absolutely no forensic evidence that links him to the crime scene. I mean, one of his fingerprints was found on the rifle, but he was handling the rifle just the night before. So that's not exactly damning evidence.
And
so
he would have handled it in the past.
Are we doing theories now, or?
I think we should.
Yeah. Well, yeah. No, I'm just saying that. I just wanted to sum it up by saying it's kind of remarkable that they got a conviction in this case, considering I think how thin their case really was. Okay, let's talk about the theories. So we got some possible perpetrators here.
And we've talked about some of this stuff.
Oh yeah, we have. Again, I wanted to talk about the 22 shell casings for a little bit. I don't know if they were fingerprinted or not. For all my looking, I was not able to find it. I know they picked them up. They cataloged them. How many were in this room? How many in that room? And yada yada. But I don't know if they fingerprinted them.
Yeah.
But if any of them had Sheila's fingerprints on them, a single one of them, then the case is solved, kids.
I agree.
Yeah. I have no idea if those things are still around. Probably not. And if none of them had Sheila's fingerprints on them,
then it's a correct conviction.
Yeah, then there you go. That explains it too. And it would have been nice to take a look at the note that was in the Bible, because it probably was not a suicide note, but it would have been nice. It would have been good if they could have at least taken a picture of it before they lost it. But we also mentioned just briefly the phone logs. It turns out there are records of a phone call from Neville as well as Jeremy.
Yeah, we
right. Yep, we talked about that.
Yeah, okay. Sheila was on, I think this is pronounced haloperidol.
Yeah.
Haloperidol? I don't know. But it's an antipsychotic drug, and some of which was found in her system during the autopsy.
Wait, so we've moved into theories and based on what we're talking about. We're talking
Sheila.
about
Sheila. Yeah,
right?
we're talking about Sheila.
Sheila did it.
Okay, because
yeah,
I was sitting here and I'm like, okay, so we're talking more about Sheila was the
We all
so
have
this
the
is
script in
this is
front
the
of us.
justification that Sheila did it in the theories. Got it. Continue on talking
reasons,
about this later.
Yeah, these are reasons to believe Sheila did it.
So she was on a drug.
Yeah, so she was on, I think it's haloperidol or something like that. It's an antipsychotic drug.
But she had been on her dosage just been reduced, right?
Yeah, I had heard that they'd cut it in half. Yeah, so
and it was an injection she had to get.
It was like a monthly thing, and so I don't know how long ago she had gotten her monthly injection.
I thought it was like a week.
I was going to say it's
really?
a weekly injection. I think is.
Was it more weekly? Okay.
I do want to mention while we're talking about the drugs that she was on and all of that stuff. I know the perception is that people with schizophrenia are violent, but realistically, clinically, that's not the case. In fact, people with schizophrenia are more often the victims of violent cases than perpetrators of violent cases. That's not to say that they can't go crazy sometimes.
There are some who do that.
And actually, usually that's linked to drug use. And Sheila was using some drugs.
She was also diagnosed
partying.
as bipolar.
Mm-hmm.
So she would have fits of mania, which
and so the whole thing with schizophrenia, right, is that very often you just disassociate from reality. You can't tell what's going on in your head and what's going on in reality. She thought she was the devil. But I want to make sure that
because her mother called her the devil child.
Right.
She
but
thought,
I do think
she thought that her kids were the devil too.
Yeah, she kind of thought everyone was the devil for a while.
She thought her mother was the devil.
Yeah. So I do want to just mention that just because she's schizophrenic doesn't mean that she was violent or capable of something like this.
Absolutely.
But it does seem that her specific case, she might have been capable of something like this, and she might have actually just kind of been guano crazy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, totally. Let's see. Also, another reason I suspect Sheila could have done it is, again, I already mentioned this. Neville, when they had their struggle, if there was between the two of them, had already been shot 4 times. She had a rifle to use as a club.
She also had, like we talked about before, the relatively fresh blood.
Yeah, the neck
from
wounds.
her wounds.
Yeah, the wounds in her neck, and it does look from the pictures. There's some nice close-up pictures. I shouldn't say nice. It's
they're close up,
but they're close up.
They're clear,
and the blood appears to be still fresh and wet and not coagulated. It's nice and bright red. You know how dried blood.
Yeah, it's wet.
Yeah,
and it's thin too. That's the other thing, right? Is that like if it was like thick, really gooey things of blood. Well, if it was just a lot of blood, you would assume, okay, maybe it hasn't congealed yet. There's a lot there, but it's pretty thin streams because it does appear that she was shot and then fell backwards. So it's not as though blood was rushing out of her. It was just trickles of blood, and it looks real fresh.
And
it really does.
Well, and the other thing that I will point out that I had noticed is that there are 2 bullet wounds, and they're pretty close together, but they're it's one is under the jaw and one is in the neck. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're about 2 inches apart or so.
Yeah.
And when she fell backwards, you notice the blood runs in the same direction.
Yeah.
In other words, the path of it is pretty uniform. I mean, they start to come together eventually just because of the contours of her neck.
But it would have been pretty quick, one after the other.
Right.
And there was that burn mark or something. They originally
Muzzle
thought
burn.
there was
Like a little powder
3,
burn.
but there was a little powder burn there.
Yeah.
So she definitely, it was quick and it was point blank.
Yeah. No, it's like they think the first one was maybe 3 inches away, and then the second one was a contact. I mean, again, 22 rifles aren't terribly noisy, but especially if you get it pressed up against your chin, it's not going to make much noise at all. So it could have probably happened when they were outside the house, if it was Sheila. And also, the defense team got a blood sample they found Sheila's biomom, and they compared her DNA to the DNA in the blood of the silencer. This is according to the defense team. and they say the blood on the silencer wasn't Sheila's.
Yeah.
So if that's true, then the only real physical evidence the prosecution has, which is that the silencer had to have been on the gun because her blood was inside the silencer, and therefore she couldn't have committed suicide because she couldn't have reached the trigger.
Mm-hmm.
That whole theory is out the window.
Well, it's also probably worth mentioning that the burn marks that were on her body, right? They were consistent with the muzzle of the gun, not the
Same
silencer.
thing with Neville.
Same thing with Neville, that they were consistent with the muzzle of the gun, not the silencer.
Yeah.
So I think that speaks pretty clearly to the fact that the silencer was probably not on when the attack was carried out.
And, and this again comes back to my point of they're not very loud guns and people are a half a mile away. So over the course of, let's say, half an hour, 25 gunshots that are from a .22 rifle in a closed house probably aren't going to be heard, which is why the use of the suppressor is so just off kilter for me. They're far enough away. It doesn't have to have been on the gun during this entire thing.
Yeah, no, I mean, it would make sense. I don't know, maybe shoot the kids first, and then
so nobody else knows.
Yeah. I don't know.
I mean, this is of course saying it's planned out, but
yeah, I don't know.
I know you've got more here for the fact that Sheila is responsible. Correct.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's. I think I've mentioned that the defense also has found gun experts, as we talked about, and then lastly, if I talked about this earlier, if Jeremy Bamber shot his sister Sheila, how did he do it without a struggle?
Yeah, she had literally no signs of struggle on her, right? Not even bruises or anything.
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't she have had a strong incentive to try to at least either fight back or try to get the hell out of the house?
Yeah.
And wouldn't he have had to go and grab her and drag her back? Wouldn't she have? They've made a lot about the fact that she had perfect fingernails and no broken fingernails. Well, wouldn't she have been like falling all over herself to unlock the door and get out of the house, and he's grabbing her, pulling her back in, and she's
and I guess that comes a little bit back to me for I don't know how strong the dosage of the medication she was on. I know it was cut in half, but I don't know.
Well,
some people are affected more by side effects than others. If she was
and as we said, this
sedated,
drug was known to make people very sleepy.
Yeah, so if she was heavily sedated, if that was one of the side effects she was experiencing, it would make sense. But there's no mention of that being a side effect of hers. So it seems like that would be a strong thing to suggest.
Yeah,
right?
there were people that had witnessed her over the past day or two at the farm and said that she didn't seem
she seemed normal.
She didn't seem all drugged out or anything like that. All right, so much for Sheila. So Sheila is a strong contender. I think she actually could be the guilty party here. Well, let's talk about Jeremy Bamber. So what do we got against him? What makes him look as good as a suspect? So
his girlfriend hates him.
The girlfriend testified against him and said that he said all kinds of stuff. Her roommates testified that he had said that he hated his family.
Again, though.
That doesn't prove really much of anything.
24-year-old D-bag, gotta say stupid things.
Yeah, his extended family thinks that he did it. And in fact, those guys went to the police with their suspicions a long time before the girlfriend went to the police. And they said they thought Jeremy was a suspect, or he should be a suspect. It appears, he wasn't a great guy, but everybody thought he was insincere in his grief and that he was acting at the funerals. And then, of course, we talked about the big, huge grin in the car after the funeral.
It makes me think, in Bamber's defense, in Jeremy Bamber's defense, it almost makes me think of Gone Girl. There's that scene where some woman comes up and says, "Can I take my picture with you?" "Okay, sure," and just automatically smiles in the picture, and then goes, "Oh, crap, that might not have been the best thing." And I can just see that same kind of weird brain process sitting in the back of the car. Person turns around, he's like, just kind of moons at him, just because he doesn't know what else to do.
Okay, but also I will say, again, Joe has said this before, we've reiterated again and again and again, just because he didn't like his family doesn't mean he killed them. It's not outside the realm of possibilities to say he did not like his family. He just inherited a bunch of money,
why I'm bringing it up.
And he was happy.
Yeah.
That's a gross thing. It feels icky to say.
Yeah.
But it's totally possible. Just because he was happy his family was dead doesn't mean he killed his family.
Yeah.
I don't remember Devin managing to skeeve herself out in a long time.
It's been a while.
Way
Yeah,
to go.
I know.
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see. He had a lot of like anti-character witnesses. One of the family's employees said that Jeremy was, quote, quite a nasty piece of work, unquote. They had a farm, and one of the farmhands reported that Jeremy was cruel to the animals.
Mm-hmm.
And then Neville Bamber's assistant, Barbara Wilson, said that Neville said to her once, quote, I must never turn my back on that young man, unquote. And he also told her in great confidence, not long before the murders, that he felt that his life might be cut short, and that he thinks it would be Jeremy, probably a shooting accident, but he felt like there's a real possibility that Jeremy might be killing him. So that's another reason to kind of suspect that, well, maybe some psychiatrists have diagnosed him as being a psychopath, although I have to admit other psychiatrists have said he's not.
Yeah. I read a really interesting thing because this case came up on Reddit recently, and I was reading
saw a
the
Reddit post
thread.
about that. Is that the one where there's that mega long post about summarizing the whole thing, and then about 13 comments underneath?
No, this one was what case are you 50-50 on?
Oh, yeah.
What do you like? This person could be just as innocent as they could be guilty. And one person said, what the thing is that I just don't like Jeremy Bamber. Like he gives me the creeps, and I'm scared that I think he's guilty because I don't like him.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's a really good thought.
Yeah.
Because I think a lot of times we're not willing to admit to ourselves that because this person gives me the creeps doesn't necessarily mean that they're a murderer, but it also doesn't mean they're innocent.
No.
Yeah.
It's hard. This one's a hard one. Are they the only two people? Because I kind of think there's a third option.
There's a third
here.
party.
There's a third party, but no, actually, I wanted to say one thing about Jeremy. Even though I think there's no evidence whatsoever except for one thing, which is the lights were out. When the Popo got there and Jeremy got there, the lights in the house were out. If Neville had gotten up to make his phone call, he would have turned the lights on. Now, I guess it's conceivable that if Sheila went into rampage, she would have turned the lights off before she shot herself. But
She may have done the rampage in the dark.
Well, no, but Neville would have turned the lights on
Yeah.
to make his phone call.
Mm-hmm.
So he would have turned the lights on. And I'm sure he wouldn't have shut the lights off and gone straight back to bed when he's got a loony psycho
No.
with a rifle roaming the house.
But I guess he could have turned the lights off to try to hide from her. But he doesn't
Maybe.
seem like the kind of hiding guy.
No.
His
He was a
wounds
big
don't
dude.
seem
he
like
was,
hiding.
yeah, he was a big guy.
A big, strong. Yeah, I mean, he's 61 or something like that. But he was still a big
still
guy,
a
in
vigorous
shape.
guy. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not as if he was a weakling that was going to hide behind a chair.
Yeah, no, I think, and it's if you want to if you're running to get your shotgun or whatever, you want to have the lights on so you can see what you're shooting at.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I guess it's conceivable that if Sheila did it, that after she got herself all cleaned up and everything, she would have shut the lights back off.
Well,
and then
if she
killed herself.
I guess if she saw the cops arriving, because
Mhm.
it's conceivable and actually likely, given the amount of time between when the cops showed up and when they finally went into the house, that she was still alive when they showed up.
Yeah.
That she heard the sirens or whatever,
saw the light,
and thought, okay, if these lights are on, they can see me. I'm gonna
Mhm.
turn these lights off. Or
Yeah.
even that she was the female body. She played dead in the kitchen.
Mhm.
Right? Because they were hanging around.
They were
she
looking at
waited
him, yeah.
until they walked away, creeped upstairs, keeps the lights off. That she would have been trying to, I don't know, hide, preserve herself, something like that.
Mhm.
Or even that she had some sort of episode and realized what had happened and turned the lights off because she didn't want to be around it. She didn't want to see it anymore.
Yeah, I mean, all that stuff is possible. I'm just saying that's.
But I agree, it is hinky.
The lights, the lights are a little hinky. And of course, it could have been somebody else entirely. It didn't have to be necessarily just Sheila or just Jeremy. Somebody else could
I think
have been.
do we all think it's the same? Do you want to say on the count of three who we think the third person is?
What, the cousins?
The
I don't think the cousins did it.
No, actually, I've seen.
I think the cousins called wolf. I think that the cousins
they cried wolf.
They cried wolf.
They cried wolf, after staging some things that we see in the photos that weren't there before.
Well, exactly. Like the whole silencer thing.
I think that somebody went, hey, this got some blood on it. Wham, 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 whacking it on the thing, the mantle.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, I'll take this home. Hey, I know you brought that silencer home, because they did. They didn't leave it in the house. They took it to their own home. You should call the cops. Oh, wow, that's great. Like, I can just see it because this family has just got, they all got gobs of money out of this whole thing.
Yeah,
well, Joe and I were actually talking about the fact that there's also the possibility that Jeremy may have not done it, but we didn't mention...
He might have engineered it.
Yeah, we didn't mention that the dinner conversation of the night was, hey, Sheila, you're not doing so great. Remember how your sons were in foster care for a while? We're going to do that again.
Yes.
She probably did not react super great to that. And under the guise of, oh, I heard rabbits, I'm going to go kill them, Jeremy, loads the gun, leaves it out instead of putting it away in the cabinet where it belongs, regardless of his intent, and says, hey, Sheila.
On the way out the door.
That's not going to go super great for you. And there's a gun there. So
so he set it all up.
See ya.
He might have.
Or knew.
He might have said.
But we all have siblings. We all know how to push their buttons, right? That he would have said, "Oh, this is the button I need to push right now to just drive her."
Yeah. By the way, if this happens, your ex is going to end up with the kids, and you're never going to see them again. And mom and dad are going to lock you up. And blah, 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 blah.
Mom and dad are going to get you committed.
Yeah,
and yada,
absolutely.
yada, yada.
So she thinks, okay, my only option is to kill. She calls Jeremy. He says, all right, turn the lights off. Whatever, right?
I will option. Turn off the light. I'll be over there soon.
Comes with the police. She goes, oh, crap. Shoots herself.
Realizes she's hosed.
Yeah.
The cousins then realize, okay, that didn't go super great for anyone, but Jeremy's a kind of shady guy. We don't think he deserves the money. We think he's kind of a jerk.
We're pretty sure he did this.
We'll see what we can do.
So we'll see what we can do. Fabricates, just a few bits of key evidence.
Yeah.
And he's in jail for the rest of his life.
And this whole thing really hinges on a few key pieces of
that
evidence.
all came out that all happily came out after the cousins brought those things.
If the girlfriend had never come forward, this guy would have never served a day.
Exactly.
It was her testimony only. So I think if that's true, they rolled the dice
it was 4 days,
they
right?
got lucky.
So they said, "Oh, hey, Julia, we hear things aren't going super great. Are you sure that's what? Are you sure? Because here's a couple £1,000 that says and a no jail time that says that maybe that's not what Jeremy said to you.
Well, and for her, she might have realized that was the only way she was going to roll sixes. She just had to turn over on him and lie.
I'm not willing to necessarily say that anybody is free of guilt, but I think the evidence.
The evidence points to Sheila.
I think it points to Sheila, but then it's genuinely one of those things where I think I'm like 55-45%.
I'm a little more. I'm a little more 2/3 to 1/3. 2/3, I think it's Sheila. Although I do think it is a possibility that. Because after all, when you've got a paranoid schizophrenic in the house, is it really a good idea to leave a loaded rifle sitting on the table?
Particularly when they're probably having some sort of episode because they've received some bad news.
Yeah, there might have been.
And their medication is lower than it normally is, and then your family sprung some. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like it doesn't make him a murderer; it just kind of means he pulled a sneaky one.
That he's kind of a crappy person.
See, and I'm 75-25, and my 25 is I'm 75 that she did the killing. I'm 25 that the police screwed it up so badly, and the cousins meddled so well that he was the patsy.
Yeah,
he was. I think that he's most likely he's innocent.
So that's what we think.
Yeah, when you see things like the 2 phone logs that it appears, and damn it, it's so too bad that they erased those tapes.
Yeah.
I mean, holy crap.
And burned all the other evidence.
Yeah.
Yeah, and when it comes right down to it, Jeremy Bamber would have been infinitely better off if his girlfriend had rolled over on him right away. Yeah, and that all that evidence would have maybe been preserved.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, and so it's too bad for him. And she didn't, I'm sure, mean to do him any favors, but she didn't. I mean, what's the word I'm thinking of here?
She didn't mean to do him any harm.
Well, she did, obviously.
She didn't mean to put him away for
none
life.
None of it was deliberate. She didn't like, I'm going to wait exactly a month because I know 28 days.
It wasn't planned out.
Yeah,
no,
it wasn't at all. But anyway, the whole thing is just really a shame. I mean, I kind of hope he did do it because he's been in jail now for
30 years.
Yeah, almost 30 years. So I kind of almost hope he did do it because if he didn't do it, then oh my God, that's horrible.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah.
All right. Well, if you guys have any, other thoughts or theories or anything, yeah, I think that I don't really know, but I think Jeremy Bamber may just be innocent. I think it's possible. I think it's likely, actually. Anyway, let's. I'm just going to do a little bookkeeping here to wrap this thing up. Of
Public
course.
service announcements.
Yeah. You want to know what our website is, I'm sure. You probably already know. But in case you don't, our website is thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. It's a place where you can listen to episodes, you can leave comments, so you can check our links to various informational stuff. You can also find us on iTunes, subscribe, review us. A nice review, preferably. It's not required. As far as streaming, it's anywhere. There's lots. There's millions, billions, and billions of streaming services. Well, maybe not. But there's a bunch of them. We are on Facebook. We have our page, and we also have a group, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. And so like us, follow us.
Yep. Like us and follow us. Join the group.
Do not friend us.
Don't friend us. We don't do anything on our regular page.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Where else? We are on the Twitter. And we are Thinking Sideways. That's without that G. And, of course, we have an email. It's thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com.
And the subreddit. Don't forget the subreddit.
Oh, yeah. We got a subreddit?
It's called Thinking Sideways.
Yeah.
Just find us.
Yeah.
These guys always look at me like I'm crazy.
No, I know you've been championing the subreddit.
It's getting there.
Let you go.
It's getting there.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And last of all, we're on Patreon. Patreon is like it's where you go if you want to pledge a certain amount of money per episode.
It's like Run for the Arts.
Yeah, it's kind of like that.
But for podcasts.
That's totally optional. But if you feel like doing that, if you want to support us, because God, we just paid the bill for our hosting for the year.
Really good.
Oh my God.
We appreciate all that help.
Yeah.
Because wow.
Yeah. So Patreon.
That thing keep going.
Yeah. Patreon.com/Thinking Sideways, and that's it. So anyway, everybody, next week we'll be back with another hard-hitting mystery.
Probably.
We will.
Yeah.
Maybe.
All right.
A couple of them.
Yeah. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye, guys.
Thinking Sideways is not brought to you by Big Hamster. Instead, it's brought to you by CrimeCon. Yes, that's right, CrimeCon 2017, which is this June, June 9th through the 11th. That's Friday through Sunday at the JW Marriott in Indiana. That's Indianapolis, Indiana. It's got unique experiences like canine search dogs. I don't know if you can pet them or not, but you can look at them. Also, crime scene reconstruction, blood spatter analysis. There's a mock jury, and this one sounds fun. Escape the room. Yeah, a lot of podcasters, including us, Thinking Sideways, also Up and Vanished, Generation Y, and a whole bunch of other ones. So be there or be square. So go to crimecon.com and use the promo code Sideways20 to get 20% off your admission, and we'll see you there.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't get it.
Uproot the aliens.
You must unlearn what you have learned. I don't know.
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Hey there, everybody, and welcome again to another episode of Thinking Sideways. I am Steve, as usual, joined by
Devin,
Joe,
and once again, we have a mystery to share with you.
A really scary one this week.
It is. This is a super scary one.
It is.
Steve's doing his diligence to bring our numbers back down from my spike in the Grime Sisters last week.
No, come on. It's been a long time since we've done a cryptid, so
No, that's
I decided
fair.
it was time to do a cryptid. I got tired of talking about disappeared, murdered people.
Well,
Okay.
That doesn't mean nobody gets killed.
No.
Yeah, stay
Maybe.
tuned. Yeah.
You have to wait and see. In an hour, they'll find out.
Spoilers.
All right, so today we're going to talk about the Lizard Man of Scape-Ore Swamp. And this was a listener suggestion. It was suggested by Alex quite a while ago.
Thanks, Alex.
Scape or like landscape and or like
ores and mineral.
Yeah.
Ores. O-R-E.
Yeah. Just because it sounded like you were like scape ore, and I just didn't.
I saw it spelled on one webpage as Scape Whore Swamp.
I think
did you
that's
see that
wrong.
one?
No.
Yeah.
That's a great typo.
I really did. No, I did. Scape Horror Swamp.
Weird.
And maybe that was the original name, and they decided to drop the WH.
I
just
think
to make
it's
it a little
probably
more
a
PC.
typo.
I think that's totally a typo.
Autocorrect, if you will.
Yeah.
Back to the story, though.
All right.
This week, we're going to be talking about the Lizard Man of Scape-Ore Swamp, which, as we've already been talking about, Scape-Ore is a swamp. It is, for those who don't know their geography and don't know Scape-Ore Swamp, like, who doesn't? But in case you don't, it is a swamp that is in South Carolina. And just to kind of give you some reference points here, it's about 80 miles or 130 kilometers south of Charlotte and about 40 miles or 65 kilometers east of Columbia.
And it looks to me like, from the arrows, it looks to me like it's actually like part of a river course. Maybe
it really is. It is just part of a giant river course is the best way to describe it.
Or it might be a backwater of a river or something like that. But it's not like a big square or round thing. It sort of snakes around like
it's not like a giant
river
Louisiana swamp or something like that.
No, it's not that huge.
No, not at all. It's actually not that big, all things considered. We're going to be talking about a cryptid. And as always with cryptids, there are going to be variations upon variations upon variations of the story. So I found a narrative, and we're just going to go with that narrative. You will see variances all over the internet, so just be aware. I don't know which one is right. We just grabbed one and ran with it.
Yeah.
So,
a story, not a lizard.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Well,
Yeah.
you don't know how I do my research.
Yeah, good point.
Lots of dead little lizards in Devin's apartment.
No, pets. Come on.
Our story starts in the fall of 1987 when George Holloman Jr. was riding his bike near Scape-Ore Swamp. According to George, he was thirsty, so he stopped at a small creek to get a drink of water.
And oh, by the way, this was around midnight, correct? I say the one that I read about this, it was late at night, like around midnight.
It was in the evening. I have seen variations of George's story, so I'm not going to commit to a time. But George said that he was thirsty, so he stopped for a drink. He might also have wanted to have a cigarette, depending on the version that you read.
And I gotta say, by the way, George, it's a little late, I know, but you shouldn't drink out of the creek because even though it looks clean and clear and refreshing, well, probably somebody lives upstream.
You know, there's a reason I didn't put that in my script because I knew he would go straight for that little public service announcement.
I was going to bring up Cryptosporidium and Giardia, but whatever.
I'm just saying, dude.
It's important.
So, he stops for a drink, and reportedly, George said he felt like he was being watched, and he looked around, and on the other side of the road, he saw a green-colored stump that didn't look quite right. So
a green-colored stump?
Yeah. So he said that he had decided that he was going to go over and take a look when the stump moved and then stood up. And what he saw was a creature that was over 7 feet tall. It had green skin and horns or spikes, depending on the version, going down the length of its back. And just a few minutes later, a car drove by, causing the creature's eyes to glow red. And at that point, apparently the car was enough to startle the creature that it turned around and walked away from George and into the swamp.
How did it walk? Like
walked
a
like a person, upright like a human would.
So had George brought extra underwear?
I do not know.
Oh.
Because really, that's the end of George. I mean,
George does not actually appear.
Earliest.
He does not appear in a lot of the accounts of this.
No, he's one of the earliest accounts. Or he's the first. If you take this in chronological order, he's the first one. But after that, he does kind of just disappear.
Actually, George was lucky, too. He kind of caught the critter in a good mood.
Based on the next story that we've got, you're absolutely right.
Either that or there's something about cars that sets this guy off.
There may be. There's a song about it that really says that. But we are going to move forward in time again to a story that was told by 17-year-old Christopher Davis. Christopher Davis was driving home from work on the 29th of June, 1988, so we're a year forward.
And this is the most well-known.
Most well-known, most reported on version of the story. It was about 2 in the morning, and he was driving home from work, and he blew a tire near Scape-Ore Swamp. He stopped and he changed the flat, but as he was putting everything back into the car, back into the trunk of his car, he said he heard a thumping sound behind him. And when he turned around, he saw the lizard man of Scape-Ore Swamp, which he didn't know that's what it was at the time.
Nobody knew about it at that time.
But
I think George the bicyclist hadn't said anything at this time.
He had not.
Yeah.
But so Christopher sees this thing running towards him, and not surprisingly, he jumps into his car and tries to flee.
After a quick underwear change.
He said that he jumped into his car and he shut the door and he locked the door, and the thing went for the handle. At that point, he wanted out of there, so he turned on the car and he hit the gas and he drove away. And he said that it started to chase him, and then eventually it jumped onto his car, onto the roof of his vehicle, and he could see its fingers through the glass over the roof of the car.
So Lizard Boy or Lizard Guy was on top of the car.
Yeah, supposedly he was doing 40 miles an hour when Lizard Man was able to climb upon his car. I'm guessing that Christopher must have been then doing some evasive driving, swerving back and forth, and must have at some point managed to dump the Lizard Man off of the car, because when he got home, he didn't have Lizard Man on his vehicle, but he did tell his parents what had happened. And his car did have some damage. There were scratches on the roof, and the driver's side mirror was banged up. And Chris's dad... Yes.
I'm sorry. I'm just thinking how this sounds like a really convenient cover-up for him having mashed his car up a little bit.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
We'll deal with this. We'll deal with that. We're not in theories yet.
I figure, yeah.
So Christopher's dad, prompted by later reports of damage to vehicles, makes his son come forward and tell his story. And he doesn't tell his story for 2 weeks. It's a full 2 weeks later before Christopher's story comes out. When he goes to the cops, and you can see footage of him, on local news telling his story, but when he tells the cops what happened, here's what his statement is. He says, and I quote, "I looked back and saw something running across the field towards me. It was about 25 yards away, and I saw red glowing eyes. I ran into the car, and as I locked it, the thing grabbed the door handle. I could see him from the neck down, the 3 big fingers, long black nails, and green rough skin. It was strong and angry. I looked at my mirror and saw a blur of green running. I could see his toes, and then he jumped on the roof of my car. I thought I heard a grunt, and then I could see his fingers through the front windshield, where they curled around on the roof. I sped up and swerved to shake the creature off." End quote. And as one of you observed before we started Christopher's story, his is the most widely reported and the widely known version of the story, or the initial story of the Lizard Man of Scape-Ore Swamp.
Yeah.
It's partially, as Joe was talking about, we hear about him instead of Holloman because Holloman didn't come forward. It wasn't until this story and several others happened that Holloman came forward. I think that might be why people don't give him as much credit as maybe he's due. I don't know.
Yeah, I can totally understand why he didn't say anything to anybody.
Yeah.
Because, they think you're nuts. And, of course, I can totally understand why people would think, well, Holloman just wants a little attention, and he's sort of piggybacking on everybody else. It could have been that, too.
Exactly. I had said when we were talking about Christopher's dad having him come forward that there were other reports that had prompted him to do so. Well, one of the events that had prompted him to make his son come forward took place on the 14th of July of 1988. There was a couple named Tom and Mary Way, and they lived in Bishopville, South Carolina, which is about 10 plus miles from the swamp.
It actually depends from the center of the swamp.
Yeah, it depends on where that's
towards the northern end of the swamp. It's actually closer,
Yeah, so that's why I rounded it as about 10 plus miles, just give or take.
Yeah, just depending on where in the swamp the critter was.
That morning, they were getting ready to leave the house, and Tom went outside while Mary was busy doing I don't know what in the house.
Yeah.
But he came back in, and he told her to come outside and look at their Dodge minivan.
Yeah, the swamp man had keyed their car.
No.
No? He didn't key their car?
No.
Oh, what did he do?
The hood, the front of the hood was all scratched up and parts of it were pulled off. There were holes all along the front edge of the hood, like teeth mark size holes. The wheel well of the driver's side fender had suffered the same fate as the front of the hood. It was tore up and it had holes and scratches all over it. The molding had been torn off as well. The hood ornament was gone and the antenna was bent. And reportedly, though I've never seen anything really concrete on this, reportedly some of the wires from the engine had been pulled out. I've never seen anything where somebody said, yeah, it's right here's those wires, unlike with the footage of the van where they show the parts and pieces that were chewed off. So
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's hard to say. I mean, it's impossible to do that unless you open the hood, at least partially. So who knows?
Now, on the interviews that they've given, they say that there were tufts of hair and blood and footprints around the van, and that they had those taken in for testing. And casts were supposedly made.
The cops tested them, or these people?
The cops supposedly took them in for testing, but I have never heard anything about them. And the only image that I've ever seen that maybe looked like blood on the hood of the van also looked like it could have been dried paint. So I don't know, but there's definitely the hood is definitely chewed up, and the wheel well is definitely chewed up. I mean, when they looked at it, somebody's like, well, it's obviously that an animal has been chewing on the molding of your vehicle. What kind of animal? Well, obviously a lizard.
Apparently. What else would do that?
Yeah. They do love metal, it's true.
They do.
Not a house cat.
From that point forward, there's a lot of stories of the lizard man during that year or so.
It wasn't even a year. It was like a summer, like a couple of months over a summer, right?
No, there
were some more, but it seems like the bulk of them were in a fairly short period, in like the summer of '88.
Well, yeah, there was some in the summer, then some in the winter, some in the spring, and then it really kind of started to taper off. It was about a year that there was reports coming in. Now, the damage to vehicles really only happened during the summer because there were people who were parking around Skateboard Swamp and coming back to their car and finding it all scratched up and punctured. But that only really happened during that summer from about July forward. But the lizard man continued to be reported. There were footprints found around these vehicles, and casts were taken of it. And you always see it reported as, and the feet were 14 inches long, which sounds big in theory until you think about the fact that I wear a size 9 boot, and my size 9 boot, when you slap a ruler next to it, is 12 inches long. So they're not actually that huge of feet. They're big if they're from a critter like that.
Not that much bigger than my feet, really.
But they're not gigantically, insanely huge, is my point.
Could have been your average NBA player.
Could have been.
Yeah.
Could have been.
Could have been anything, yeah. Now, the media went really, really crazy with the lizard man. They had a lot of fun with him, and they were reporting on him all over for a while. But as we talked about, things kind of died down. And then 2 years later, a woman named Bertha Blythers said that she and her children were driving near Skateboard Swamp when a huge figure lunged at the car from out of nowhere. And then after that, there were sporadic reports. But, like I said, things had kind of tapered off from what they had been in the summer of '88. People were still reporting seeing the creature. Occasionally cars were being scratched up and blamed on the lizard man. And just so we kind of get an idea, the reports are usually the same. They're very, very similar to one another. They always report a creature that is somewhere between 7 to 8 feet tall. They always say that the skin is green, greenish brown, brownish colored, like there's this whole green to brown spectrum that you see it described in.
Well, some people also said it was like kind of furry too.
You do occasionally see that.
And brownish fur.
Always has 3 fingers and 3 toes.
Which I have a big problem with.
But that's a big staple of this story. I think a lot of people might actually be familiar with the lizard man of Skateboard Swamp and not realize it, and that is because of a report that was made back in August of 2015. There was a woman who said she saw the lizard man escape or swamp while she was stepping out of the back door of her church, and that she took a picture of it with her cell phone. And that picture was picked up by, I would say, a very, very reputable news source, the Daily Mail.
Our favorite.
Our favorite. And if you look at this image, this thing is buff. This lizard is buff.
He's really rocked out.
I mean, Marvel and DC don't draw that kind of definition on their characters. Like, this thing is just bulky and...
He looks like the Incredible Hulk with a tail. But,
kinda does.
But even the Mail made fun of him.
Yeah, I mean, everybody did. But there was also a video that came out right after that of somebody who said that they saw a lizard man creature from a distance, moving around in the swamp.
Yeah, I've seen
and if you watch that video, it's just a blurry video of somebody way far away. And is it human? Is it a creature? Like, there's no way to tell.
It really is. It looks like it's probably humanoid, but as far as it being a lizard man, you can't even tell how big it is or small or whatever. You really can't.
It's a little suspicious. So
just a little.
Just a little bit. Just a little
bit.
In a nutshell, that's the lizard man escape or swamp. The locals love him. They think he's great. There's songs about him. There's T-shirts and mugs and hats. I actually got to get one of those. But there's not a whole lot other than that stuff back in 2015. There's really not been any really good reputable sightings. The video is always crappy, or you can tell they're really staged videos. I've watched some of them that looked like somebody had gotten a hold of a knockoff of the Creature of the Black Lagoon costume and were walking around in the dark. It's on shaky ground.
Swampy, mushy ground.
You could say that.
Yeah.
I think real quick, we should probably watch the video. Just to see what this guy looks like. So while we're watching that, let's take a quick break and then we'll go to theories.
Okay.
All right. Now it's time for listener mail. We got an email here from Bob, Modesto, California. Dear Team Sideways, I would really like it if you would take at least 60 seconds to talk about your sponsor, Blue Apron. I find them really fascinating. Please say something about them. Well, Bob, that's a good question. And I got to tell you, I have a lot to say about Blue Apron, and all of it's good, of course. Now home cooking is available for all of us, thanks to them, because before you had to go to the store and spend hours, literally hours, shopping around for all these little esoteric things like, butter and milk, things you'd never heard of, in order to put together a nice home-cooked meal. And now they just send that stuff straight to your door, and it's already measured out for you and everything. And you can cook a really good meal really easily, and they're saying like 40 minutes, which, for me would be like more like 3 hours, the rate I'm going now. With Blue Apron, you can prepare delicious, really memorable meals for yourself. Let me list some of the meals here that are available this March. We've got 2 more weeks left. There's salmon piccata with orzo and broccoli, pork chops with miso butter and bok choy and marinated apple. So check out this week's menu. Get your first 3 meals, that's 3 meals, free, with free shipping by going to blueapron.com/thinking. And you'll love how good it feels and tastes to become this incredible home chef that you never thought you could be. So don't wait. That's blueapron.com/thinking.
Dude, that was so real. I'm telling you, it was the real deal.
I got to go change my underwear. Excuse me for a moment. Let's take a break.
The subtitle of this episode is Joe, have to change the underwear.
That's right.
Constantly today.
Joe's obsession with underwear.
Yeah.
Are they uncomfortable today, sir? I mean, Are you okay? Do we really need to pause so you can change them?
That's the great thing about these mysteries is they're so scary. It gives me a great excuse to change my underwear, which I rarely do.
Just wish he'd wash them.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Well, let's go into theories. Theory number 1 is that the lizard man of Skateboard Swamp is real.
No.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Nope. According to the internet, a lot of people believe that the lizard man could be real. And
apparently something like 20% of the population of America also think that the moon landing is fake. So,
and a larger portion believe in Bigfoot. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that people believe in, and
but Bigfoot is real.
Well,
perhaps.
Let's get back to the lizard man.
Oh, Yeah. Okay.
And then we'll talk about Chupi later.
Okay.
So let's explore this a bit. And I know that you are probably gonna have to do the same thing as I, which is set aside the disbelief because of the fact that you would think that something this big couldn't have gone undetected for this long. But let's just set it aside.
Yeah, I mean, they find like giant whales that have been living in freshwater seas all the time.
They have found new species out there, although usually they're in the middle of the ocean 2 miles down.
Or in the middle of nowhere where nobody is. I just saw the thing the other day where they found a boa constrictor that they thought had been extinct for 50 or 60 years. And they're like, what? These things are here?
I'm just waiting for them to find the dodo.
Mm-hmm. It's out there.
It's out there.
Yeah.
I believe.
They're going to find the dodo, and then it's immediately going to walk into a fan blade.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, so let's put aside our disbelief and listen to this. Its real theory.
Okay, so
however bunk it may be.
So if you think about it, South Carolina, it's not the most densely populated state in the union. It's the 24th most populated as of the 2013 census. And it's a decently sized state.
So it's half populated.
Yes. Wait, no. And Skateboard Swamp is part of a tributary of the Petey River. And if you look at the whole area, as Joe talked about earlier on the map, it's not like it's a big square swamp. Like it follows a lot of waterways and courses. And it really ranges over a pretty decent area before eventually dumping out into the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah, it's not totally fettered water.
Right.
And actually, it would be a nice little highway if you were the sort of critter that was one of these mysterious Bigfoot-like creatures that wants to avoid detection. It's a nice little highway to transit from point A to point B, because you're not going to have a lot of people wandering around inside the swamp.
Yeah, if you're shy and it's a small population, it just naturally stays small. You could see theoretically how something living in that very specific
microecology or something.
Yeah, that's very specific environment could theoretically go undetected.
And for the record, we aren't talking like they came up from Florida through the Atlantic Ocean. We're talking just this one specific little area.
Yes, this is not Florida Man Strikes.
Great. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, they're definitely, they wouldn't be a transplant. They would have had to have been there for
a while. They
would
have, yeah, and also like the problem of them being both freshwater and saltwater would be an issue as well for me.
Well, so as far as I can tell, Lizard Man isn't necessarily like, a swimming lizard as in it's part-time. You'd think it was a crocodile if you saw it in the water until it stood up.
No, it's more man than lizard.
Yes, It is very humanoid.
Not much of a swimmer.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, the accounts vary on the look of its face. Like we talked about, earlier it's got the red eyes, but the accounts vary from person to person as to what its body shape is, but it's always humanoid. It's just that 3 toes and the 3 fingers are one of the common defining characteristics.
Mm-hmm.
After that, it's all over the map.
Yeah, it should be noted. I don't know, maybe you mentioned it. Not everybody has seen the tail, which doesn't mean that he doesn't have one, but not every witness reported him having a tail.
It's very true. Not everybody says that. So either it's a rather small, stumpy tail, or it doesn't have one.
Or it could have been the angle. They just saw him from the front and didn't see the tail, maybe. I don't know, but yeah. So,
But there is the weird thing about the difficulty I have with this theory of it being real is there are no reptiles that are known to be or even appear to be humanoid. Even the big ones, you think about like gators or the Komodo dragon, like those things they will stand on 2 legs to reach up to grab food, but they're not mobile in that fashion.
They don't walk around that way, no.
Right. They don't get around that way. So it's a little weird that suddenly we've got something that is human proportion in terms of torso and legs and arms, but is a lizard. That's the weird thing, is that we don't see this evolutionarily anywhere else.
No,
Well-
you see things like the Velociraptor, which was stand on their hind legs, but they're not humanoid shaped, though.
Right,
I mean,
and they were
got 2 legs and
dinosaurs.
2 arms, and they were dinos.
And maybe it's something like that is some kind of weird holdover, like the turtle. It's still a dinosaur, but
Well, so one thing that's also interesting is, and I asked this specifically to be able to talk about this, is they keep saying it's got 3 toes or fingers, right?
3 toes,
and that
3
is
fingers and a thumb.
That's very rare in
weird.
the reptile world. Most reptiles have 5 fingers and toes on each hand.
5
And
digits?
so, 5 digits. So, even like crocodiles, even, chameleons have the like weird pinchy 3 things. But
sometimes-
lizards have 5. It's really rare to find a reptile that's got 3.
Well, actually,
and
this
so
one
it's
had
weird.
4. I mean, if you see the picture that was taken in 2015, he's got 3 fingers, but he's also what might be a 4th finger, but
Vestigial
what
thumb.
looks like actually an opposable thumb.
I'm sorry, my mistake.
Yeah, so
From
4.
that
Even 4,
very
though.
legitimate
Picture.
picture.
Exactly, yeah.
My mistake, but still, even 4 versus 3 versus 5.
Yeah, it is a little strange.
It's weird. It's weird.
But actually, it's not unheard of. If you watch The Simpsons, they have 3 fingers.
That's true.
Yeah,
The
there you
hard-hitting documentary of The Simpsons.
Yes, exactly.
Futurama also.
Yeah, they have 3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. That just bothers me a lot.
That does well, and also I've seen I've seen a photograph of the plaster cast that was taken of the
Of the
footprint.
foot?
And it's you can see the heel and the ball. It looks more like it was meant to be a human rather than but we'll just say the most of the foot was okay, but then it's got 4 toes on it.
There are 3.
Are there just 3?
There's
I
just
thought there
3.
were 4.
It's just 3.
Okay.
It's that
But-
white cast, but they look like they're wires with balls on the end were used to create the impression. That's the way it looked like to me.
The toes to me looked like they'd used 2 large rocks to make the heel and the ball, and then basically used like sticks, like because the toes are remarkably cylindrical.
Yeah, they are.
Okay, that's okay.
Yeah.
Devin's showing me a picture of another set of plaster casts. So there's one that I looked at that were even different from that. And and they were
Yeah, see that's and here's the thing. Every cast of if we're going to get into there's some problems with this being real, every one of the casts that you see is different.
Yeah.
Like the feet are always different, and whereas one, it looks like the toes are just slapped on top. The next one, they look like they're dug in, but like they're pitched into the ground. Like it's really, really, really inconsistent. Which if this was supposed to be a real critter, they should look somewhat the same.
Now, they could have been a family, some adults, some kids. I mean, and of course, footprints are going to differ depending on if you're, say, walking or tiptoeing or running. I mean, they're going to look a lot different.
I get that, but
Yeah.
but there's some general issues in terms of there's
But
not even
still.
foot shape in
Well,
some of
and
them.
to me, the one that I saw that had the toes that looked like they were made from sticks, they were cylindrical. I'd never seen toes that looked like that. Ever.
Yeah. Well, this whole thing could just be a product of genetic engineering and manipulation. And maybe that's what it is this is something from the Isle of Dr. Moreau and we just don't get it.
Well, yeah. I mean, is there like a large corporation and anywhere nearby that is conducting hideous experiments? And that
You
sort of
should,
thing?
Joe. I'm ashamed of you. You should. No way that we would know that. It'd be some secret organization being billed as, I don't know, a gas provider or something like that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Some
Home security.
corporation,
Home security. No, it's usually like a gas facility or like a
telephone
power
company.
plant or a telephone company.
So it has a reason to draw huge amounts of electricity and fuels. Yeah.
But they've got a huge underground lab. And,
Yep.
Okay, that's
Okay.
probably what it was.
But I also haven't heard that the lizard man loves Eggos, so I don't think he's probably.
You don't think he is?
No.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a good reason.
All right.
Let's move on to our next theory, which is Lizard Man, a total fake.
Yeah.
Could be.
Total fake. So this
Maybe.
this theory is that, according to the theory, that this thing is totally bupkis, and there's some things about it that make me think that it could be. There's a lot of little towns around this country that have strange creatures that reside near them. And those strange creatures seem to be one of the things that are economically keeping them afloat through the sales of T-shirts, hats, coffee mugs, and any other paraphernalia that happens to have said critter plastered on it.
But also tourism.
Well, that's exactly it. You're selling those things, you're drawing people in.
And you're drawing in just the kind of people you want to draw in, that's for sure.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that this is done intentionally. Like, let's take Christopher, for example, Christopher Davis. I think that he may have believed that he saw something, and then others took it and ran with it and then saw what a friggin' gold mine it was, and that's why then people start adding to the story, and there's copycats. I mean, there was a guy who was caught putting on a rubber lizard man costume in '88. Like, it blatantly spoofing the whole thing.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you? That's what I'd do.
Yeah.
I don't even know that if you know the answer to this, but was anybody actually living in the swamp?
I know that there are residences in the area, but I don't know about actually inside of the swamp. I couldn't answer that.
Yeah.
I don't know that anybody could. I mean, that's the part of this
living in a
country where
shack.
there are probably some people who have lived there for generations
And are actually living in
and
swamp
are
on houses
swamp
on stilts.
people.
Yeah. Maybe those people wanted to scare everybody else away and keep them out of the swamp.
Not to
Get out of my swamp.
Yeah, and then it actually kind of backfired on them, because what happened is it generated all this interest, and next thing you know, there's like hundreds of hunters like going through the swamp, like trying to track down and hunt and shoot the swamp man. And so all their privacy they wanted, because they were probably growing pot or something, and all the privacy that they wanted, well, it just went away entirely. And so it's no wonder that the lizard men went away too, because they thought, oh crap, this is totally backfired on us. So.
I guess regarding Christopher, though, I maintain that, that's something I would have done when I was 17. If I had been like driving a little too fast on a backcountry road, popped a tire and run off the road and damaged my car, I'd replace the tire, come up with a really convincing story about an alien mutant dude who chased me.
That's not the kind of story that I would.
I would also not make up a story like that, but I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me if it just happened that he did some damage to his car and was trying to cover it up.
Yeah.
Maybe if he was drunk or stoned or something like that, and went home, he could have been like, you know what, this is the best idea ever. My parents will definitely buy this. And at first they were like, no, but then other reports came out.
What is amazing to me is that Lizard Man, if indeed it's a hoax and it is all stems from Christopher's story, it is amazing to me that Lizard Man became Lizard Man based on the drawing that he made. Because the cop said, listen, draw what you saw. And what he drew was a three-toed, three-fingered thing that looks like an alien.
Well,
I mean, it really does. It's got the bug eyes and the head shape. Like, it totally looks like it's a gray.
It doesn't have the tiny little alien body, though. What it's got is this big
this was
potato.
The bodybuilder version.
No, it's actually not. His one is kind of potato shaped with a tiny little head and real spindly arms and legs. Very spindly long arms and stuff. Yeah, not athletic looking at all.
I have this great image, like this great little scene running through my head where they're like, all right, son, draw what you saw. And he draws it, and they're like, no. He's like, yeah, it looks like an alien. And they're like, nah, son, you're crazy. It could have been a lizard, but not an alien.
What color was it? Green?
It was scaly? Yeah, it was a lizard.
Okay.
And that's just where the story came from. I'm sure, I'm sorry. I'm kind of making fun of this whole thing. But.
I understand that. But if we're in the hoax part, there's another problem with the whole story of the Lizard Man, and that is that Christopher and subsequent people since then have said that the eyes glowed red when lights hit them.
Not surprising then.
Well, it is surprising because most creatures that have eyes that reflect light, like cats and dogs and stuff like that, it's usually a yellow or
greenish.
Maybe kind of a greenish or an amber. But red is not like, the glowing red eyes. Red is not a color that normally reflects.
Literally just almost hit a skunk last night and its eyes were red as it looked at me terrified.
Are you being serious?
Yeah, I'm being
Did
serious.
it spray you
No, I was driving my car.
in town?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's skunks that live in my neighborhood. But, I mean, possums as well. They have little red eyes.
But they're not red. They may be
They're
amber
red.
orangish, but they're not red. And
Okay.
this story makes it out to be that they were. It always says glowing red eyes.
Okay, but in fairness, if somebody were like, what color eyes were that skunk's? I would say they were glowing red. I wouldn't be like, I don't know, they were a subtle shade of amber. I'd say they were red.
Yeah, probably.
Right? I mean, like, that's what I would say. I'm sorry.
That does make sense.
But
and
I wouldn't,
also-
I wouldn't, and I know what a subtle shade of amber looks like, but, if you're scared, you say, they were red.
But, the thing is, Christopher also says he saw this thing in his taillights as he was driving away.
Well, and that's,
which would
so
make
red.
me think that it's the
That's-
lights on the back of his car
Yeah, that too.
coloring it. The same thing with George. He said that, car drove by and the eyes turned red.
Taillights,
That could
yeah.
have been the taillights
Yeah.
again. So, like, the idea that the red eyes, that's
so
what...
really, we're actually wrong about the color of this thing too, right? Because it's only been seen in red light. So what color do you think he actually is if you see like a greenish brown in red light? Color theory.
Well,
Okay.
let me just pull out my handy-dandy color wheel.
You don't have one?
Not on my back pocket. No,
Me
not
neither.
today.
Sorry. Okay, so I think there's some other actually better theories than it's
There
a hoax.
there are some other theories here.
There are
Yeah.
Believe it or
theories?
not,
Yeah.
I'm actually managed to squeeze 4 theories out of this story.
Yeah, this next one is my favorite one.
So the next theory is that Lizard Man isn't a lizard. Lizard
Yeah.
Man is another animal entirely. And I spent a bit of time thinking about what George and Christopher had said they had seen, if indeed their stories are real. And the only thing that I could come up with, besides, as we talked about a little bit before, of drugs or alcohol, is a bear.
Yeah.
And
they do have them in South Carolina.
They do, and I think everybody knows that bears can and will walk on their hind legs.
Especially if they're suffering from like mange or something that's affecting.
Well, the
parts
hind
of their
legs thing
paws.
it depends on the animal. But you remember Petals?
Mhm.
There was that bear, I think it was in California, was Petals? Or I can't remember where Petals was at, but he was a bear whose front legs had been damaged in some way, and the only way he could get around was to walk on his hind legs, and he walked everywhere like he was known in the area.
Well, and there was that
totally getting around that way.
And there was that bear recently. It was like a really sick sun bear, and I
I
think they
saw
were
that
like,
thing
it's a
on the web.
chupacabra.
Yes.
right?
Yeah, I remember
and
that one.
and its skin looked kind of scaly because it was just like dry. And if there were a bear that had contracted something that was damaging its skin, paws included, it would be walking around and on hind legs and
Yeah.
look kind of scaly, but also
look
have
kind of-
some fur
And look kind of creepy and weird.
probably attack things that are big in its territory.
And if anybody hasn't done this, so the bulk of this theory is that it is indeed a sick bear with mange. And if you have not seen a picture of a bear with mange before, it is nightmare inducing. And I want everybody to pause the podcast, unless you're driving, at which point get to your destination before you do this.
No,
Yeah.
just slam on your brakes.
Just stop right where you are.
Right in the
Everybody does
freeway.
it to me. Why shouldn't you do that to them? Yeah.
But Google image search bear with mange, and they are freakish looking, and it is really scary. And I could see how something looking like that could scare the holy hell out of somebody.
Sure.
And in the dark, especially, if it's not rabid isn't the right word, but if it's angry and it's upset and it's cranky and it comes after you, like, I could see how that would scare the living daylights out of you, and you wouldn't know what you were looking at.
Oh, sure. And the black bears they have there actually they don't usually, but they can get quite large.
Yeah.
It's not unheard of at all. I mean,
And if you think about these things, if there's one of these living in the swamp, well, I mean, if it's a bear in the swamp in general, we can look at this 2 ways. Is if it's not sick, but it's swimming around in brackish water, ucky water that's full of organic material, that could stain it, or its fur, or it could just have that on it when it stands up to make it look greenish. and animals can get stained by their environment. Did you guys see the Cheeto colored alligator the other day that I put up on our
I saw that.
Facebook?
Yeah.
Like that
That's
stuff
weird.
happens.
Or, sorry, just to toss out there, albino animals do happen. So if it were a white animal that
Might be more prone to staining. They're looking dirty and weird. Yeah, I mean, so this does happen. And then, like I said, if it's then actually got mange and it's in that environment and those things are affecting the color of it, that would make its skin look that weird greenish, brownish, mottled color.
They do not look like bears when they don't have fur. They just don't.
No, they're kind of
They look like some weird nightmare animal.
The only one that I saw that looked like a bear was an actual cub, like little itty bitty cute cub,
I
and
saw
it just
that
looked
one
like a baby
too,
cub. But
except for also like after you look at it for a second.
It took a minute.
Yeah, you
I
look
thought
at
it was
it and
a
you're like,
pug.
and then you're like, oh yeah, no, that's a bear. I see it now. I mean, they really don't. They can really be really scary.
Sure. I'm looking bear.
And if you think about the damage that was done to parked cars, if you look at the images of that Dodge van that was chewed up, and then you look at some of the other stuff that was done, like the only thing in that area besides somebody having what's a Great Dane or something that really had a chewing problem. A bear is the only thing that I can think of that could punch through the hood of the front of the hood of a vehicle and tear the molding off and chew up the metal. Like, it's the only thing I can really think of that would be able to do that kind of damage.
Dog. And I'd never seen any dog, big or small, attack a car before and try to chew on it.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah.
Devin is showing us a picture of a car fender that is being chewed apart by a rather large dog.
I would say it's like a feral dog.
Yeah,
maybe
but
coyote
again,
sort of.
But again, that's a fairly decent sized dog.
I
and
love
to
it.
do
He's
the damage
totally
up to
trashing the car. He's going for their windshield wipers too. I love it.
But to go for the minivan to get the hood like it did and to chew all that off, that's a taller animal. It's a weird angle for a dog to be up at. So yes, it could be a dog.
No, I don't think so. I've seen the kind of damage that bears can do to things, and they are strong
and
and
they have huge sharp claws.
Huge sharp claws. Although again, I wouldn't necessarily say that it's healthy behavior from a healthy, stable animal.
Oh no!
But again, if we're talking an animal that's suffering, especially
they
if
do weird things to try to relieve the
they do, or they get confused. But
or they're hungry because they're sick and they can't really go out and do their feed themselves normally.
Yeah, I mean, or a minivan. Like, was there food in the minivan? Was he trying to?
No idea, but
I've seen
pictures. The engine compartment, or the front engine area of the
Was
van.
there an animal that crawled in there and the bear was trying to get at it? I mean, I've seen there are pictures out there.
That's a good point, because these people, if you watch the interview of the lady, she talks about the what was her name?
Way, I think the Ways.
Way was her last name. Yeah, but one of the things that she talks about is Mary. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Mary says that she looked out the window and they had 7 cats who all lived on their front porch, and all their blankets and pillows were spread everywhere, and there were no more cats. All the cats were gone. So that's a good point, Devin, is it may have been going after a cat that had crawled up into the engine compartment to hide.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
it could also be that they converted it to run on vegetable oil, and they were getting their oil from McDonald's.
Not in the 80s, man.
The whole car smelled like French fries.
Not in the 80s.
What bear doesn't like French fries?
That's a modern hippie thing, not an old hippie thing.
Yeah, I mean, overall, there are a lot of reasons that this could have happened, and I like this theory a lot.
Yeah.
Especially with this time frame too.
Like in a 6-month year.
I mean, for me, what that sounds like is there was a yearling bear who was out trying to make its own little patch of territory. Thank you. And he was sick, and so he was there, and then he died probably because he was so sick, and so they petered off. But that seems like about the time of year where those bears have to go off and fend for themselves. So.
Maybe.
That would explain why it wasn't happening really before and didn't happen.
Yeah,
after.
I mean, or it could have just been a bear looking for territory that happened to come through the area and was sick for whatever reason. I mean, there's a million ways it could happen.
Even animals can go insane too. It's not just people that go nuts.
Yeah, I mean, have you ever seen the poor polar bears at the zoo sometimes.
Oh, yeah. They're not happy.
No.
Except for the
when it
ones at the
snows.
Oregon Zoo.
Those are the ones I'm talking about. Okie doke. Well, we've done enough talking about bears. We've talked about lizards. Now let's talk about reptilians. Because that's our next theory.
Like the reptilian.
The reptilians.
Yeah.
Okay, because now it's time to go to Crazy Town, boys and girls. Does anybody remember back during the election, before Ted Cruz was believed to be the Zodiac Killer, he was believed to be a lizard man?
Yeah.
Okay, well, for those of you who don't worry about it. You're better off not knowing.
I just want to read you guys a quote that's pertinent to this.
Oh, okay.
Quote, as 12 million Americans know, the U.S. government is run by lizard people, or to be scientifically accurate, reptilians.
Yep.
Who said that?
I don't know, some people in the Atlantic.
Oh, okay.
Because it's pertinent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, 12 million people know this. It's got to be real.
Yeah, it's totally a well-guarded secret.
Yeah.
So, as Devin has just let us know, there are people in this world who believe that our government is run by a super secret race of reptilians.
All governments.
Yeah, the entire world is run
Our
by these
governments,
guys.
our human governments, our entire global economy and governments, it's all run by this super secret race of these reptilian creatures that live in underground bases all over the world. And by the way, they're able to change their shape at will. So they are shapeshifters.
Yeah.
They happen to be about 7 or 8 foot tall, which is rather convenient. And they've managed to infiltrate all of the highest levels of government and industry.
Yeah.
And that they're in control.
Yeah, actually, the documentary TV show from the BBC, Doctor Who, did an episode on this.
Oh, did they?
Yeah,
I never saw
but
that one.
unfortunately, they don't, that species that they exposed can't shift. They have to fit into spacesuits, basically, that are just human shaped.
Is that the ones that have the weird sucker arms?
No.
Okay. Well, let's go back to reality here.
Oh, back to
we need to talk about the real reptilians.
Well, the thing about it is, the reptilians too, they're not necessarily shapeshifters like, say, werewolves and things like that. If you're possessed of that kind of alien technology, you can have a holographic projector that can actually alter your appearance radically.
Yeah.
And make you look like a human being.
However they're going about it, they are changing their appearance from a 7 to 8 foot tall reptile creature
into Ted Cruz.
Ted Cruz.
Yeah.
No, it was Obama.
And Obama.
And Obama.
And Margaret Thatcher and the Queen of England. And
That's why she's living so long.
Yeah, that's how she's lived so long. Okay. So it turns out that the idea of reptilian humanoids, it's not that old of an idea in all intents and purposes.
It started about with UFOs, right?
It came about with UFOs. Before that, like, reptiles were not part of any kind of really robust lore. There wasn't a real good lore around them.
Yeah, it's crazy how conspiracy theories seem to have only come around after we got really comfortable in life.
Yeah.
And also after we got mass media. Yeah.
So it happened around the 40s, the UFO craze, and the reptilians didn't really get a tribute, or reptilian creatures, humanoid creatures, didn't really get the level of power associated with them that we see today, until the late 90s, when a guy by the name of David Icke published a book called The Robots' Rebellion.
Yeah.
Now, for people who don't know, David Icke, he in the 70s was a writer, and then through the 80s, he was on the BBC on a couple of different programs. And then at some point in the 80s, it was right around the late 80s or early 90s.
He had an awakening.
I was going to say he took a turn around the bend, but you were probably putting it much nicer than I am. He went on to another show, at which point he told everybody that he was actually the son of God and that the world would end that year.
Yeah, no, he either went around the bend or he just decided there was more money in that kind of stuff.
And as of today, the world has not yet ended, so I'm not sure exactly what happened there.
Well, he's obviously a reasonableist.
Yeah, he's not the first person to predict the end of the world. I gotta give him that.
He's not. He's not. But so apparently, what Ike does is in the late '80s and early '90s, he starts talking and then writing about a lot of different things, like automatic writing and messages that he's getting, like psychic experiences that he's having.
Are you skeptical about that stuff?
I've said on more than one occasion that I'm skeptical about that stuff.
I got to tell you about automatic writing. Now, there's times I sat down, like to say, even write a script for this episode, and I'll a little later look down at the page what I've written, and it's just a bunch of tasteless crap. And and so I know it happens.
So to clarify, what is automatic writing?
Automatic writing is where you put down the pen and you don't try to write anything. It's at least the way I understand automatic writing. And then your hand, as if possessed by another being, begins to write things where it says, red rum, kill your wife. You will get the insurance. Nobody will figure it out. Yeah, mail her this letter now. It's awesome.
Okay, so I can tell you that mine always looks like gibberish.
Yeah.
Because it's not actual words.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's words, just not in your language.
So
that's true.
You're channeling another being here, dude.
Ike starts doing this, and he starts having these experiences.
Wait, is he writing books in automatic writing? Because if so, I have a lucrative new business opportunity for us.
So what puts him on the map is he's doing this stuff, and then he begins to believe that there is a large alien force controlling our world governments, and he begins to come up with his theories about the reptilians and their shape-shifting abilities. And he starts writing books about it. Over time, it's kind of like a footnote in the early 90s in his books, and then it becomes more and more and more
He
more
starts
a
to
part
develop
of it.
Yeah.
Yes. By the way, as a side note, have either of you looked at, this is the funniest thing, I love Wikipedia sometimes for the drawings that are on there. Have you looked at the reptilian drawings on Wikipedia?
Reptilians for the reptilians that control the human race.
So don't worry about, don't Google this, Devin.
I'm doing it.
I'm going to describe this. There is a reptilian creature that is a nice outline and got some gills, and then there's a human man standing next to it in the same line drawing style. And what I want to know is why they decided that they had to include genitals on the human man,
but not on the reptile.
There's nothing like that on the reptilian.
Well, reptiles don't have external genitalia.
So why in the hell?
Because humans do.
Well, I didn't need to see the guy's junk.
Weirdest thing to include, but
I have a lot of questions about this
there's
drawing.
a lot of questions about that, but I'll be honest. Listen, Ike does he says some things, he makes some claims, he does a lot of things, and I don't even begin to understand. I mean, I've watched videos and read a little bit of his stuff, and I'm not tracking with it. So to give him his due and to try and give a third-party explanation of what David Icke thinks, I found something that is it's a modified synopsis of his belief, and so I'm going to just read that.
Is this from Wikipedia, or where is it from?
This is from some other news article stuff. It's a conglomeration of stuff.
Okay.
So this says, quote, Ike argues that humanity has been genetically manipulated by the Babylonian Brotherhood, a hybrid race of human extraterrestrial reptilians, also known as the Illuminati.
Oh, those guys.
He briefly introduced the extraterrestrial hypothesis in his book, The Robots' Rebellion, and expanded it in And the Truth Shall Set You Free, citing some other books. And then in The Biggest Secret, which he published in 1999, Ike identified the Brotherhood as descendants of reptilians from the constellation Draco, who live in caverns inside the Earth. They are the deities known as the, I'm gonna butcher this, Anunnaki in the Babylonian creation myth.
That's
End quote.
accurate pronunciation, actually.
So,
why do they live in caverns? Do they like it down there? Or are they hiding?
I'm guessing it has to do something with the fact that they're reptiles. I have no idea why they live in caves.
Yeah, so the theory of directed evolution is not one that is unpopular. There are a lot of people in this world who believe in directed evolution. But this idea of commingling evolution and that the ruling race is reptilian is, as our fans like to hear me say, the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
It's a little guano crazy.
It's super guano crazy.
Well, you gotta, I'm looking for rhyme or reason here in their big genetic modification plan, because are they trying to make us smarter, or are they trying to make us dumber?
Dumber.
Oh, is that?
We're being
easier to rule.
That might they might be.
We
onto
are
something.
sheeple. We
Yeah.
are sheeple, my friend.
That must be it. Yeah.
That is the reason that they are doing what they are doing to us. Now, what they are harvesting from us, or getting from this venture of, cultivating the human race, I don't know. I haven't gone that far into Ike's stuff.
Actually,
it's probably a food source. I know.
No, not even necessarily that. It might be that they don't want to exterminate us because they would feel kind of bad about it, but at the same time they want to sort of negate us as a threat to them. A dumb humanity is a humanity that's unlikely to reach the stars and colonize the galaxy and be a threat to their galactic empire.
Maybe.
And so it actually makes a lot of sense. They're being sort of humanitarian, but at the same time, they're keeping us in our place and on our planet.
I can shed a little light onto the directed evolution theory.
Okay, yeah, have at it, please.
Oftentimes people, the theory goes is that it's a alien race that is otherwise extinct in this world. So they came here to try to cultivate a new kind of their species, and it kind of failed, but they ended up commingling or directing us in a certain way, but that those aliens are otherwise extinct in the universe.
Everywhere else except on Earth.
When they're actually...
The Watchers.
Yeah.
So the reptilians, who are basically our watchers or our shepherds.
Yeah, but that like some sort of intergalactic war or something like that, it made all of the others extinct.
Okay, but
I don't understand.
One of many.
They're extinct here on Earth too, though, right? Because they've crossbred with humanity.
Well, yeah.
Okay,
but
so
they're still better than
they're
us.
still bigger and smarter and faster and all that stuff. Sure.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Okay.
And that, those theories usually come that the first interaction with alien was like Homo sapien, not the first little inkling of a little thing of life. It was
the first thing in the primordial ooze.
Yeah, it's how a lot of people make the leap from like, how did we stop being animals and start being humans, right? How did we get our intellectual cognition? Yeah,
cognition works.
Anyway, so that's kind of where people land a lot.
So
all you got to do is
to bring us back to our actual story of the day.
Oh, Ike?
Yeah.
Yes.
Talk about Ike?
Well, no, the Lizard Man of Scape or Swamp. The reason that I looked at Ike and his reptilian stuff is let's again suspend all the disbelief that we've already thrown out there, and let's say, okay, David Icke is right. Well, then maybe this is a situation where there was one of the members of that species, let's say a teenager. The teenagers are always not playing ball.
He was on Rumspringa.
Something like that. And it is, you know what? I hate those stupid humans, and I am going to screw with some stupid humans, and chases a human in their actual form. Or maybe this is their way of playing a huge practical joke on the human race, and it explains Bigfoot and the Lizard Man of Scape or Swamp and the Chupacabra and all these and the Mothman and all these other cryptids are, okay, listen, you have a free pass for a month. Take a form, pick it, screw with them, and then you're done. You can't do it anymore.
Alternately, they're the insane ones.
Who don't get caught right away, and then they're put down by their own species. Yeah,
they're put down or locked up. Yeah,
yeah, they're hauled back and put into their their scaly padded rooms.
Well, if you think about it could be a form of inoculation too, because accidents happen. Your little projector fails, and suddenly revealing your true lizard form. Accidents happen, and so if you go out there and you create all these hoaxes like Bigfoot, Lizard Man, whatever. You create all this stuff, this hoo-ha, and so if somebody actually sees you in your true lizard form, nobody's going to believe you.
Unless it happens on the floor of Congress.
Yeah, exactly.
Then you've got a really big problem.
Yeah, but otherwise, I think those guys, they probably really, really carefully check their little projectors.
Well, that's why they have presidential aides.
Right.
Yeah.
And maybe that's it. But the point is that either this is, somebody, one of these creatures in the Ike universe having fun at our expense, or breaking the rules and eventually getting caught and locked away, which is why the sightings of the Lizard Man of Skateboard Swamp doing what the Lizard Man of Skateboard Swamp did in the beginning haven't happened anymore. So, I mean, I don't know. But that's the way this theory is running.
Yeah.
Anything to add to it?
It was a bear.
It was a sick yogi.
It was a sick yogi, yeah.
Not the same instance, or the same thing happened every time. In one case, it was probably a bear, maybe two, and then the rest of it was people made it up, or they imagined it, or they were high.
Well, and like I said before, I mean, if you watch some of those videos, it is very, very clearly a dude walking through the woods, and somebody else has a flashlight shined on them as they're moving through the woods. It is so blatantly clear.
Well, it's not that clear, actually. They're so tiny in the distance. Like the guy, the hunter.
Well, no, the one in the dark with the flashlight that I'm talking about, that was very clearly somebody in a suit.
Oh, yeah. But like the one that was taken by the hunter where he's off in the distance, it's like, maybe he was using an older, crappier cell phone. He must have been, I guess. But
or somebody compressed that video to optimize it.
It was like 2015 when he took the video, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and so why didn't he zoom in?
Well,
maybe that's why it was so bad.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Have you ever taken a picture when you zoomed in on your cell phone? They're terrible.
The quality definitely degrades, but I mean, still.
Especially if it's in the dark.
Which this one was not. This was a daytime video.
Oh, that's right.
The one Joe's talking about is the daytime, but the one I'm talking about is the nighttime.
Yeah, but he was not zoomed in. I mean,
no.
Yeah, not at all. And
I think
didn't he?
The whole thing is silly. So that's really, that's where the scales end. So I think what we need to do now is take care of a little bit of end of show business here.
Yeah.
If you want to read some of the links that we have for research on this story, you can go to our website, which is thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. On there, we will have, like I said, the research for this story, and you can stream this or download from our website. You can do that with all of the stories. On the website, we also now have the full list of all stories that we have covered and with links directly to those, so you can use that to check to see if we've done a story, because I know it's kind of hard
you
to look
scroll through a lot of pages.
In the streaming sites and iTunes, tough. It can be a pain to find stuff, so we've created that in the website for you to look. So take a look at that before you send a story suggestion, because we may have done it already.
And of course,
we've been doing so many of them.
We've had thousands and thousands, but maybe not. But of course, we also have links on our website to merch. You can buy merch.
We do. So on the website, on the right-hand side, there is a section for Zazzle and Redbubble to get shirts and mugs and phone cases and all of that good stuff. That's all right there on the website. Now you can stream from our website. You can download from iTunes. You can stream from Google Play and Stitcher and all of those places. Wherever you're getting the show from, if you're able to subscribe, do so. And even more importantly, if you're able to rate and leave a review, that is fantastic. That's what helps other people find the show. We're on social media. We are on Facebook with the page in the group. We are on Twitter, Thinkin' Sideways without the G in the middle, courtesy of a character limit. And we are on Reddit. There are no character limits there, so we are Thinking Sideways.
The best podcast in the entire world. Look us up.
Yeah,
That's actually not part of our Reddit name, but that's cool. We have a email address if you want to get in contact with us to talk about this episode or theories or other stories or share stories, or you have constructive criticism.
Or you are the Lizard Man.
Or you're the Lizard Man and you want to tell your story, you're welcome to do that. Our email address is thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. And I believe that is all of the stuff that I've got here.
That's all the housekeeping stuff. Yeah, we're done, I think.
All right. Well, this has been a soggy one, but we will talk to you guys next week.
Back to the swamp for me.
Bye, guys. Thinking Sideways is not brought to you by Cool Whip. Instead, it's brought to you by you meeting us. Woohoo! If you are in the Portland metro area or can be in the Portland metro area, we're going to do a meetup on October 14th, 2017 in the Portland metro area, actually in Portland. We don't have any details yet, so check Facebook or Reddit or Twitter for details to RSVP because we need to know how many people are coming. We hope to see you and meet you on the 14th. Bye!
Hi there. Welcome to another episode of Thinking Sideways. I'm Joe, joined as always by
Devin
and
Steve.
Okay.
Who almost said Joe for some reason.
What the hell?
You were looking at him.
Don't even think about it, dude.
It's hard to keep our aliases straight, you know.
I have a hard enough time with my regular name, apparently.
Yeah.
We're just going to go by numbers starting next week. But
I'm 17.
Yeah, for this week, I'm still Joe. And we've got a mystery for you, believe it or not. We're going to talk about a strange death. A guy named Zygmunt Adamski. Happened in England 37 years ago, and if you're listening in the year 2050, well, you do the math. This is 2017. Before we go any further, though, I'd like to give a shout-out to our listener, Savannah, who suggested this about 2.5 years ago, actually.
It's been a while.
Sorry, Savannah. I hope you're still alive. But if you are, hey, shout-out. Also, a hat tip to Robin Warder over at The Trail Went Cold, because he used to write for Cracked, and he wrote an article about this particular little mystery.
Oh, was that Robin's art? I so rarely read the author line.
Actually, I don't know if you noticed this about Cracked, but they put the author's name in very, very tiny font.
That may explain why I never notice it.
Probably.
Yeah. Well, back to our story. The year was 1980. Zygmunt Adamski was an immigrant from Poland who lived with his wife, Lottie, in the village of Tingley, England. And I'm pretty sure I'm pronouncing that correctly because I've seen various videos, interviews, stuff like that. I at first assumed it was Tingley because who the hell would name their town Tingley? But apparently...
The British.
Yeah.
So anyway, now that we've gotten hate mail started, let's keep going.
Yeah, it's at Tingley is in West Yorkshire. I'm sure you all know where that is. But if you don't, it's about halfway between London and the Scottish border.
The
northern part of the country.
Yeah. Zygmunt worked as a coal miner in the Lofthouse Colliery Pit, which is a fancy term for a coal mine. The mine was about 2 miles east of Tingley, and Zygmunt had been married to his wife Lottie for... Not really sure. I've heard various stories about they met in Poland and emigrated together, or he met her here, and we don't really care.
We don't really know.
We don't know, and it's not really that relevant to our story anyway, exactly when he came here, when they met.
More than like a year.
Yeah, more than a year.
Yeah.
They were not newlyweds.
Yeah.
No, I don't. Not at all.
I think that would be an interesting point if they were newlyweds, but we don't really care since they're not.
She would obviously be the murderer, But, I don't know her age, but I do know that he was 56 at the time this happened. So
probably married a long time.
Probably.
Okay.
I'm guessing,
Gotcha.
Yeah. And also Lottie, his wife, had been diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, sadly, and by 1980 her condition was deteriorating. So much so that Zygmunt had applied for early retirement from the mine so that he could care for her full time, and apparently his request was turned down.
Which is ironic because that mine was closed down about a year later. As with a bunch of government processes like that or industries.
Yeah, and maybe that was it. They might have even known about it, and he just sort of said, "Hey, you guys, you're going to close down anyway. Why don't you let me go early?" I don't know.
Yeah,
but
They probably didn't have to pay his pension if they just closed down.
Would
be my guess.
I assume, I don't know.
It's hard to say.
I think
that
closed
situation.
down or not. I think these were union jobs. I think the pension was there no matter what.
Great, never mind then.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think they were.
What's that?
I don't think they were
I
actually,
thought
because that's why
I thought they were.
because there's social assistance. But when all of those mines shut down, remember all the strife that happened in England for about a good decade or two because of all of that industry that moved and people just got left in the lurch.
Uh-huh.
So I don't think was actually a guarantee. But
Yeah, I don't know. Well, luckily for Sigmund, he didn't need to find out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good
Sorry.
Silver lining. I
Yeah,
guess,
there's a
right?
silver lining to
point,
everything,
yeah.
right? So on Saturday, June 7th, 1980, Sigmund was supposed to be in a wedding. His goddaughter was getting married, and he was the one who was going to give the bride away, so that was going to be a big day for him.
Yeah,
I
that's
know,
a special day.
I know. But the day before, Friday, June 6th, something happened. First, they had some family members who were in town for the wedding. They had them over, his wife did, and had them over for lunch. And then after lunch, he excused himself around 3:30 p.m., left his house in Tingley to, he said, go buy some groceries.
Ostensibly.
Ostensibly.
I see it
Yes.
here.
Thank you. Yeah, exactly. It's there for you.
Thank you.
And Sigmund never came back. He passed a neighbor on the way and said a few words to him. So apparently that neighbor, whose name, of course, is unknown. There's a lot of unknown people in this story. Yeah. He was the last known person to see Sig alive.
This unknown person was the last known person.
Yeah,
Yes.
unknown.
Gotcha.
Yes, exactly. So he's an unknown known.
it's a very
Yeah.
unspecific specific.
Got it.
Yeah, exactly. And leaving the house and not coming back was kind of unusual behavior for Sigmund, who wasn't noted for going off on benders. Everybody knew him, said he was a regular guy, likable, very dependable, and just an all-around solid human being, not the kind of guy to just go flittering off and leaving his wife. So it was unusual, and so, of course, and it was also unusual because his wife did have MS, and she kind of needed care, so he wasn't the kind of guy that was just going to take off and leave her in the lurch. And so Lottie, of course, and the family figured something must be up and reported him missing to police. And I don't know how much of a search there was for Sigmund. I think probably mostly it was kind of an APB kind of situation. The officers were told to be on the lookout for him, but I don't think they were really beating the bushes, looking really hard.
56-year-old immigrant. I doubt they were too awful concerned.
It's not quite the same as when a 7-year-old kid gets lost.
Right.
Right? Yeah.
Or a pretty young girl.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
What was that thing I saw? Sorry, it's a bit of a tangent. I saw there was something
missing
recently.
white girl syndrome.
No. It was somebody saying to their friend like, "Hey, I wish I was pretty," and they said, "Well, go missing," because I've never heard of a girl who's missing who hasn't been a beautiful or pretty young girl. So
very good point.
He was not a pretty young girl. Maybe he would have. I don't know.
No,
he could have been pretty.
I've seen pictures of them, but they're kind of low res.
Yeah.
So it's hard to say. And as far as police action, I'm not sure how really in-depth the investigation was because, I mean, they might have actually gone into it in quite huge depth, but unfortunately we don't have any access to the records because apparently it's still considered an open case.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so there have been some people that have tried to investigate this a little more carefully, and the police have just basically said, hey, you got to talk to the coroner's office. They have all the records. And then they go to the coroner's office. The coroner's office says, well, these are kind of like public records, but you're not actually what we would consider to be an interested party. So you can't see them.
That phrase is just so well defined. Oh, you're not an interested party, as in you have an official interest in this story, so buzz off.
Exactly. I mean, obviously they were interested.
Yeah,
I mean, hey,
I'm asking.
By definition, they were interested parties, but not by the government definition. And the press also at the time did not get too terribly interested in this until almost a year later, and for reasons we're going to talk about, but it did become a thing eventually. The search ended for Sig 5 days later on June 11th when his body was found in the town of Todmorden, which is about 20 miles west of Tingley. And you can find it on, of course, the aerial if you look on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
And the body was laying face down. And there are accounts that say it was face up, but I'd have reason to believe it was laying actually face down.
Okay.
Yeah. But it was
because that's how I laid him.
Yeah, good point. So the body was face down on top of a large stack of anthracite coal in a coal yard next to the Todmorden train station.
By the way, that coal was in nuggets. It was basically briquettes.
Yeah, small.
Yeah, it was man-formed nuggets of coal.
Not big fist-sized chunks.
Or raw, dust and powder kind of. It was something that had been formed by.
Pressed, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I saw a lot of questioning online and things, people saying stuff, and I was like, you guys didn't obviously understand what kind of coal this was, or else all of this questioning wouldn't make sense. So that's why I wanted to make sure we pointed that out.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that is a good point, by the way, because a pile of coal can mean anything. It could be piles of chunks of coal the size of your head,
or
the
powder
size of,
and dust, or anywhere in between.
Grains of size of peas, or who knows? Yeah. So,
Any other units of measurement you want to call it there?
Kilometers.
Okay.
Stone.
Yeah. Okay. There you go. Light
Garden
years.
stones. Yeah.
Yeah. So back to the Todmorden train station. This coal yard was right next to the station. If you look at the area view on the webs, you can find the train station pretty easily. It's just to the west of the A646 highway, and according to the best information I can find, the coal yard was just to the southwest, right next to the train tracks.
And wait, let me guess. It's not there anymore.
No, it's not. Because,
surprise.
Yeah, coal's not quite so popular these days. Don't ask me why, but it's not. It looks like there's a car park there now. Yeah.
Different kind of coal park. Got it.
Yeah, exactly. But the pile of coal was reportedly about 12 feet high, and Sigmund was on or near the top of the pile. So he was up there a little ways. So the question, our mystery, well, what was Sigmund doing in a coal yard in Todmorden? He had no friends in that town, had no other business there that anybody knew about. And another question is, well, why was he dead? And where had he been for 5 days?
Yeah.
Big questions that have not been answered yet. The coal yard at that time was being run by a guy named Trevor Parker, who was the son of the owner. And he said he had been there in the morning till about 11 a.m. I think he left to do deliveries.
Yeah.
And when he left, he closed and locked the gates. And when he came back at 3:45 p.m., well, he found a body laying on top of a pile of coal. And he called the ambulance and called police.
Well, he never actually went up to the body.
I don't know. He was not sure that it was somebody dead or somebody.
He thought it was a drunk. He was hoping it was a drunk.
He was thinking it was a passed out drunk or something like that.
I think that's what you hope, or a mannequin.
I don't want to go near it. I'm gonna.
You hope it's a drunk person or a mannequin, and just call somebody.
Exactly. Yeah. And then he called an ambulance and the police. Apparently, the ambulance got there first, and that's why it appears to me the body was face down. The ambulance guys got there. The statement by one of the policemen said, well, he was laying face up, but he had coal dust on his face. And so
I can see why you would think that he was face down.
The ambulance guys actually turned him over.
Like you would do.
And then the police, you would, of course, and the police show up. Well, he was laying face up. But yeah, he was face down, I think. So we got a body. One of the interesting things is there didn't appear to be marks in the coal from his feet, like from climbing up the pile. At least that's one of the constables who was there that day was quoted as saying that. He said it was undisturbed. There were no signs that anybody had climbed up or down it. This led to some speculation later that Sigmund had been dropped on the coal.
Well, I'll dispute that later. I'll wait.
Yeah.
I'll wait till the theories for that.
Okay. And of course, another reason for this UFO speculation was that the constable I just mentioned was named Alan Godfrey, who was involved in the Todmorden UFO incident about 5 months later. That is kind of a famous, or semi-famous at least, UFO mystery.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is well known.
It's funny how, whenever police are involved in a UFO mystery, suddenly it becomes, very credible.
Yeah.
You notice that?
Yeah, I noticed. Yeah. Well, actually, Godfrey doesn't seem like a total nutcase, to be honest. But anyway, enough about the Todmorden UFO incident. That's how the story finally got to the front pages. It was months after Sigmund died. Suddenly some newspaper guys put the two together. They realized, oh my God, the policeman had been there at the coal yard, and then he has this encounter. There must be a connection, and so all of a sudden there was all this speculation in the tabloids that Sigmund was abducted by the aliens, and then died, and the aliens dropped him on the coal pile. Yeah,
and then
we'll talk more about that later.
Officer decided to track them because aliens are just weirdly, they just follow people like that. Okay, sure,
something like that. Yeah,
we'll talk about all that in theories.
We'll talk about that a little more. That is one of the theories out there, though, about the UFO abduction, and that's why he disappeared for 5 days. Personally, I think that the fact that a guy vanishes, turns up 5 days later in a coal yard that he should not have been in a town he had no business being in, on top of a coal pile that he had no reason to climb to the top of, and then dead of apparently natural causes, to me, that's actually a pretty interesting story in and of itself. It's pretty weird, don't you think?
Yeah.
And even without the UFOs.
Well, then the UFO bit feels tacked on. So it's like, how did this not make the papers prior to this?
Yeah. Well, I'm sure it made the papers in some way, but it really seems like it needed the UFO angle before it got legs, I think. And the problem with the way the press investigated this, I think, is that it seems like they only really went at it from the UFO angle.
Yeah.
Instead of going out and interviewing family members and trying to find out if maybe there was somebody out there with a grudge.
Oh, you mean doing investigative reporting?
Yeah, doing that kind of thing. Yeah.
Overrated.
I know. I'm sure the police did some investigating on that score, but of course, as you know, as I've already said, their records are kind of closed. So because it's an open case, and that's why when we talk about this mystery, there's so many people like an unknown person said this, but his name is unknown, or etc. But let's go back to our dead body. According to the accounts I've seen, Sigmund's clothes were actually in good condition, so they weren't filthy, so he wasn't sleeping in the gutters for the 5 days that he was missing. His wallet and watch were missing, and his shirt was gone also. Yeah, his trousers had apparently been incorrectly buttoned, which makes you wonder if somebody dressed him after death.
I'm presuming by shirt you mean his collared shirt.
Yeah, he had a vest on. Yeah,
so not a T-shirt, but his collared shirt.
Did he have an actual vest on, or did he have a British vest on?
He had a string vest.
He had a string vest on, yeah, whatever that is.
Okay.
It's like a string bikini, maybe?
Well, I was just going to say, because in British terms, a vest is actually an undershirt.
Mm-hmm.
And then, what we call vest is like the undercoat. I don't remember what they call it.
Yeah.
Waistcoat.
It could have been that. Yeah, just about all the sources I've seen for this are British. So, and I always do have a little bit of a problem with that. I'm starting to figure out that honey bucket means toilet.
Well, that's the problem, is that there's no photos of the body. The photos you will see online are all reenactments.
Yeah, but on the BBC, I think there was somebody like that.
Yeah.
Those aren't really the body. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm sorry I interrupted you. So you were talking about his pants.
Yeah, the pants were incorrectly buttoned. There are other accounts out there, by the way, that say his jacket was buttoned wrong, that his pants were unzipped. So, then, as always, conflicting accounts.
Mm-hmm.
Topside again, wearing a vest and a jacket. There were no bruises, cuts, or contusions. It did not appear that he had been in a struggle with anybody. He wasn't strangled or beaten to death or anything like that. Also, the coroner reported it looked like he had shaved within the past day. And most interestingly, he had some strange burns on the back of his neck and his shoulders. The burns had a kind of greenish ointment on them, which was never identified.
So it wasn't just aloe vera? Because aloe vera tends to be kind of a weird greenish ointment.
Well, I don't know how hard they tried to figure out what it was.
Yeah.
Alien
goo. It's just alien goo. It's
fine. Yeah, it was probably that stuff.
Alien antiseptic.
That goo from Ghostbusters.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There was an autopsy done that very evening. The coroner concluded the time of death was between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. that same day, the 11th of June. So that means if Trevor Parker left the coal yard at 11 that morning, sometime very shortly after that, Sigmund Adamski wandered into the yard and died of natural causes on top of that coal pile, or he was murdered and brought to the yard and left there, or maybe died and brought to the yard and left there. Those are kind of our options, or UFO'd there.
That last one was UFO'd there. Got it.
Yeah, he was also UFO, maybe. Coroner also determined that the burns on Sigmund's neck and shoulders were about 2 days old. Because, you guys have been burned. You know what that's like.
Yeah.
They start out looking kind of pink and fresh, and then they're kind of gnarly
Scabby.
2 days later,
Depends, yeah.
Exactly. Because of that, police checked hospitals, emergency rooms, clinics in the area to see if he'd been treated for the burns. And they found nothing. And the burns were also unique in that they were well defined. So it's more like contact burns than burns from an open flame. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they weren't amorphous.
Yeah.
In their shape.
What shape were they?
They were kind of rectangular.
Were they rectangular or circular?
Well, I mean, they were roundish, but I had thought that they were kind of like hot dog shaped, but I could be wrong.
Okay.
So you heard I've heard.
I got the impression that they were circular from the stuff that I read, but again, never seen a photo of it.
Conflicting information, but the burns seem to be confirmed though. I mean, they definitely are confirmed.
Mm-hmm.
He did have
burns themselves, yes.
How the shape of the burns and what caused the burns? Was it flame? Was it acid? Well, that's still up in the air. And there are a few theories out there about the burns, which we'll talk about. And police did find in the course of their investigations that Sigmund had been getting what are called moxibustion treatments from an acupuncturist. Yeah, I'd never had these. It involves putting a cotton ball soaked in alcohol into a small glass jar or a bamboo cup, putting the jar on the skin and lighting the alcohol. And I guess it's supposed to be a treatment for rheumatism and some other ailments.
This is one of those crazy treatments. It's like there's that weird treatment for when you've got stuff in your ear and they have the
Wax?
cone.
Oh.
They have the cone that they stick in your ear, and then you light the paper cone on fire, and the heat is supposed to draw everything out. Like, this is that same kind of, how the hell did you think that worked kind of treatment?
Yeah, I don't know. It could just be like a little bit of heat to something
To
that's
relax
sore.
it,
Kind of makes it feel temporarily better. You know, that's why eventually that's why they came out with the idea of bleeding people, because it actually short term produced good results. Because you drain a bunch of blood out of somebody, he feels kind of lightheaded and kind of high.
Yeah, you're kind of hypoxic. Is that the right word?
I don't know.
No, it's
I'll
not the right
accept
word,
that one, and that's good enough for me. But but and so people would go, yeah, wow, I feel kind of high, yeah,
Because your blood pressure's dropped.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
You're just out of it.
And so they started thinking, hey, let's drain blood out of them. That'll make them better. And so, it's hard to say how many people died from getting bled like that. I mean, there's a theory out there that George Washington was killed by his doctor because, he was sick, and the doctors just kept taking blood and taking blood and taking blood. I have no idea how much he had left in him by the time he passed, but sad.
Well,
but anyway,
heat is good for certain
but heat
injuries.
is good, but it's a temporary kind of fix, I think.
Well,
I mean,
yeah, you
maybe.
like heat up to relax the muscles to treat them.
Mhm,
Oftentimes, right? It's not like, oh, put some heat on it and then magically you're cured. Like if your muscles are messed up, they're going to be messed up unless you do something to
But this open flame treatment, this what is it?
Moxibustion.
Moxibustion, which is, combustion, basically. It's going to leave a burn on the skin. So it's almost as if it's doing more damage than,
Well, it
in
doesn't
the
have
longer term.
to.
Well, I think done right, it doesn't. It's just kind of like a heating pad, If you use a heating pad right, it's great. And if you crank it up too high and then fall asleep on top of it,
You're gonna burn yourself.
you might just get a second-degree burn or something.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's an open flame, so I always figured that's a bad idea.
But it's an open
we're
flame.
on a sidetrack that...
Yeah, doesn't matter.
We're totally on a sidetrack, yeah. Later on, the coroner said that Sigmund, back to our story, didn't appear starved. Apparently, he had been eating normally and drinking normally. He wasn't dehydrated or anything like that. So if somebody had had him chained up in the basement for 5 days, then at least he was being fed. There also was no immediate conclusion about the cause of death. Apparently, they had to think about it for a few months, and they finally decided that it was a heart attack that killed him. As for the cause of the burns, that's unknown. Sigmund's whereabouts for 5 days is unknown. How he wound up in that coal pile, unknown. And the mysterious green ointment, nobody knows what that was either.
They were sure it was
Jelly.
ointment. It wasn't like a weird miscolored pus or something.
They were
Sorry,
pretty-
that's a gross
They
question.
seemed to feel like it was some sort of
like a
greeny.
salve
It wasn't
they put
greenish
on.
in the sort of pus sense. It was more like an ointment, kind of clearish, but with a tint to it. I think.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
okay.
Yeah, hopefully,
All right.
hopefully a doctor can tell the difference between ointment and pus.
I would hope it. Well, I mean, I guess pus probably isn't their word, but like when you get a blister and it fills up with that like clear
that
liquid
gross
or
stuff.
whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Because if he had had a burn, it could have blistered and it
Yeah.
could have been the remnants of like the clear goo.
Yeah,
But I don't know. It wouldn't have been green. Probably
No, green would be
necessarily.
a sign of a larger issue, and that would have been apparent, I would presume.
Well, larger. I mean, he was dead. So
Yeah, he was dead.
there was a sign of a larger issue already.
I
so.
say, is there a larger issue? Oh, yes, there is actually.
He's dead.
Yeah.
You have an infection,
But interesting.
it's too late.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah. So we have theories. People have got a lot of theories about this one. The first theory. This is a big favorite out there, which is UFOs.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Sigmund was abducted by a UFO. He died of fright from his experience, and they dropped his body on the coal pile and hightailed it out of there. And so the evidence for this is it did not appear that Sigmund had climbed the coal pile, and also
when do you want to talk about that coal pile?
Yeah.
Because I have huge issues with the nobody climbed the coal pile.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, I've wondered about that one too, to be honest. with
Okay,
you.
finish this part, and then we'll go back. We'll
talk
back.
about the evidence for this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, his last name was Adamski, and it turns out there's a very famous ufologist, or is that ufologist? I can't remember.
Ufologist.
Ufologist named George Adamski. I think he was I don't know if he was dead by that time or not.
He
dead
died
now.
in 1965, so
Okay.
he was pretty dead.
Yeah, and so according to the papers, at least, that can't be a coincidence. So the abduction in this theory could possibly have been a case of mistaken identity
And mistaken time.
Yeah, stupid aliens. yeah.
They looked in the phone book. Went,
Yeah.
oh, there he is.
Yeah. And the aliens would account for the strange burns, too. It might be one of them in the spaceship was playing with a phased plasma rifle in the 40-watt range. And and the ointment on the burns, of course, was unidentifiable because it was alien in origin.
Well, it could have been the neck, right? It could have been like a holding device that overheated and
yeah, it could have been something like that too.
Caused some burn. I don't know.
I'm just loving the idea of the aliens. Like, oh crap, we killed him. What are we gonna do?
Quick, get rid of the body.
We get rid of the body. Where are we gonna dump it? Well, it says here he's a coal miner. Okay, there's a pile of coal over there. Quick, let's get out of here.
That looks like a soft place for him.
Yeah, drop him. Okay. Of course, another reason the ointment might not have been identified is the coroner didn't try too hard to. Again, I don't know how much testing they did of that. It could have.
It really doesn't sound like they tried very hard.
No,
at
it
all.
could have been they just sort of smelled it and said, "Huh, it doesn't smell like anything I know of," and that's about it.
Well, and remember, this is 1980, so it's not as if they can just stick it in the mass spectrometer or whatever it is.
It is a mass spectrometer.
Yeah.
That's what it's called.
Okay. I was guessing that the name, but it's not like they can just take a sample and pop it in there and figure out what its base components is, and just like CSI go, boop, boop, boop. Oh, it's used in this and that and this and that. We know what it is. No, it's 1980. It's
yeah,
like,
exactly.
all I know is it's this. It looks like this.
Yeah, typically, when it comes to testing for this or testing for that, it's like you have to actually be looking for it.
Mm-hmm.
So, you can't just pop it in there and then it just says, oh, it's this. You test to see if it's this, or this. And if it doesn't fall into one of those things, well, okay, we can do some more testing, or we can just say, hey, we don't care.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, finding
it's very small potatoes in this story.
Yeah, finding ointments on burns is not exactly, a big deal. It's not a huge thing.
Yeah.
But you were talking about the whole no marks on the coal pile.
Yeah, so this is the biggest load of hooey I've ever heard of.
Okay.
Okay.
Tell me more.
Joe, tell me this. Where was this coal pile located again?
It was located next to the train tracks and next to the train station.
Okay. And what do trains do when they're moving?
What trains do? They go choo-choo.
Okay, well, those things are correct, but they cause a lot of vibrations in their starting and stopping processes. And if you've ever seen a pile of anything that's about the size of these coal nuggets near something that makes a lot of vibration, those piles move. So it could very easily have been 1 and 2 trains came in and out of the station, and that was enough to soften the indentations that were done by somebody's feet.
Yeah, or a little rainfall, perhaps.
Well,
all kinds of
think
things
about
could
it.
have happened.
The paramedics come running up, so they've already disturbed the scene. So the fact that there's no indentations,
I was gonna
just
say,
isn't water.
I think they probably said to the paramedics, like, which one of are those yours? And they said probably.
Yeah, but the thing about it is, too, is if you're standing at the base of your paramedic and the body is like, say, 180
10 feet
degrees.
up.
10 feet up, and it's like 90 degrees around the pile. You don't go up here and then over to the body. You go around to the base below the body and go straight up.
Right.
So it might have been that they traced right over the tracks.
Exactly. So that's I'm thinking that much activity in that area probably softened the indentations, and then you got these guys who first responders' job is to get to the body and help the individual. They can't be completely, they can't do, we've got to take this circuitous, no.
Yeah, maybe not. I don't know. Of course, I don't know if they climbed up there. They might have thought, that looks dangerous. So we'll just throw rocks. We'll just throw rocks at the body until it slides down to us. Okay.
I don't think that happened either.
Probably not. They probably did climb
Especially
up
if you think they turned him over.
Yeah, they did turn him over.
They would have had to have actually touched
climbed
him.
Up, yeah, I think so. But and also, as far as the UFO theory goes, you remember Alan Godfrey, the policeman who was involved in the Todd Morton UFO incident?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, well, he was, as I said, also on the scene for this crime, and he's familiar with this case. He was interviewed, actually, years later about this, and he said it was, quote, a load of rubbish, referring to the UFO theory.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, so even though Godfrey himself, totally believes he encountered a UFO, he's not buying into it in this particular case.
Okay.
Yeah. There's another theory out there that I found on Reddit, of all places, which is that he had a stroke. And he had a stroke while he was shopping for groceries and just sort of wandered off in a daze. And then some Good Samaritans took him in and took care of him, hoping that he'd come to his senses and that they could get him back to wherever he belonged. But then when he croaked after 5 days, they decided to get rid of the body, because apparently, even though they were Good Samaritans, they weren't quite actually that good, and they wanted to avoid contact with the police. So, anyway, what do you guys think of that theory?
Well, he could have wandered away from the Good Samaritan home on his own and
That's true. They
croaked on the. I mean, he could have saw the coal and thought, "Oh, I know that. Why do I know that? I'm going to climb up there and see."
It's cool. Something familiar.
Yeah.
I thought strokes tended to leave some pretty obvious signs.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I'm sure since they were a little iffy on the cause of death, I'm sure they looked at his brain in the autopsy, and apparently there was no evidence of a stroke that showed up in the autopsy.
Oh, well, not that.
Well, plus the other thing I hate about this theory is that seriously, you're going to find some guy who's wandering around in a daze. You're not going to call the police or something. Or take him to a hospital or something.
And then even after that, when the police are like doing this investigation, you're not going to go,
"Oh yeah, no,
that was the guy."
Yeah, I helped him out, but he wandered off. I didn't say anything.
Yeah, exactly. So okay, not the best Reddit theory I've ever come across, but you know me, I find all the theories and plunk them in there, good or bad.
Yes, you do.
Not a good one.
That's what we do.
And there's a kind of similar theory, which was lightning.
No.
Yeah, I know. Similar thing. He was struck by lightning, became disoriented, and his shirt caught fire, so he took it off. His watch melted, or at least got really hot, so he took it off too. As for his wallet, I don't know what happened to that.
So his watch was hot?
Yeah. It was hot at some point, yeah. And then he wandered around for 5 days because of the lightning, mixing up his brains. And then when he finally saw that coal pile, he was like, yeah, something familiar. So he, climbed the pile because it's coal. I love coal, and he did have heart issues, actually. So if he did climb the pile, it's conceivable the exertion, caused him to have a heart attack.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing else about this theory makes any sense.
I was going to say, because, if a stroke leaves a whole lot of evidence, getting struck by lightning
you would think
is going to leave way more evidence on your body.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you would think.
Especially if we're saying his watch melted. Well, not on his wrist it didn't, right?
No, it didn't leave any marks on his wrist.
And
no.
If his shirt caught on fire, surely his jacket would have been singed at least.
At the very least. His hair would have been all singed too.
Bad theory.
Yeah, so another terrible theory, the lightning one. What's another theory? He left to start a new life, but he got distracted by a coal pile and died on top of it.
He just loved coal so much.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, he did. And so, I can't believe. It could have been. He's leaving to start a new life, and he's saying goodbye not just to his wife and his family, but also to coal. And he had to go reminisce with the coal pile just a little bit longer before he left, and had a heart attack and died.
Can we move on?
I like this theory. That's it for this episode. Yeah. Suicide? No, I'm not buying that one.
No.
There's nothing.
Yeah. Another possibility is Sigmund had a girlfriend. Supposing he wasn't as into the wedding and the whole family scene as everybody thought, maybe. And this is conceivable. I mean, there are people out there who lead double lives. So maybe he just thought, and there was a little bit of tension in the family over the wedding, frankly,
yep.
I had heard. And so maybe he just said, screw this, screw these people. I'm just going to go to my girlfriend's and just hang out there for several days, and just blow the whole thing off. And then at some point, he was going to go home, but then he has this heart attack and dies. And then whoever he was staying with just said, ooh, this is going to be embarrassing. So I'll tell you what I'll do is I'll dress the body up and get rid of it and put the clothes on, dumped it. This might explain the shirt being gone, because I'm thinking that dressing somebody in their vest and their jacket is probably not that easy if they're dead either. But I mean, the shirt would be comparatively harder, I would think.
Mm-hmm.
So, or
probably.
maybe the shirt had lipstick on it or some other kind of DNA evidence. And so
the hard part about this, by the way, I don't remember seeing this anywhere else, but I was thinking about people who have a thing on the side. Usually they don't want to mix their two lives because it's an outlet and an escape, And by doing what you've theorized he would have done of saying, screw it, I'm just going to hang out here the whole time and those people can just blow off, well, that lets the genie out of the bottle. Everybody now knows that you're screwing around, and suddenly you don't get that best of both worlds that people who do this are after.
Well, that is the whole thing.
It flies in the face of why he would have, a girl on the side.
Well, exactly. That is the problem, is that if he had a girl on the side, he would have been more discreet about it. He wouldn't have gone over to her place for 5 days.
Well, here's something I will bring up, which is not a nice truth to be facing, but there are people in this world who, when faced with the serious illness of a spouse, particularly one that's potentially getting progressively worse and worse, just run away instead of staying around to take more and more care of that person. So it's possible that he'd had this girlfriend and, she was fulfilling the needs that his wife wasn't anymore because she wasn't able to anymore, and was just realizing, oh my God, I can't take care of my wife anymore. And that's why he ran off, and he was intending to run off forever. It's possible.
Yeah,
it's not
possible.
likely, but it's more possible than, it helps explain why he might have gone, just been okay with exposing, quote unquote, the double life that he was just ready to leave. But again, I don't think it's a good theory.
No, it's there's not really much of anything in the way of evidence for it. I mean, it does account for a few things, like the body being apparently sort of looks like the body might have been dressed by somebody else after death, maybe. So it would kind of account for that. It doesn't explain where the body turned up on top of a coal pile.
Oh no, not at all.
That's not the discreet. That's not the way I would choose to dump a body.
Yeah.
Because they were talking about like in a locked coal yard and dragging it up to the top of a coal pile, right next to some train tracks at a train station. It's just not discreet.
I guess, and the other thing for me, when we talk about all of these theories that don't have him going to the coal pile on his own, I'm willing to say, like, it would have been really easy for one set of tracks to disappear, but the set of, some person dragging a body up a coal thing seems a little more like that would have been more obvious, but maybe not.
It does seem to me like most likely he got up there under his own power, because why the hell would anybody else drag somebody's dead body up to the top of a coal pile?
I still question that they. Okay, let's just run down this alley. I don't actually think that if he was already dead when he got to the coal yard, that they necessarily had to drag him in. Because what was the guy who was running the coal yard?
Trevor Parker.
May have been to shut and lock the gates. But Trevor Parker may not have been good at fulfilling all of his duties, and so he shut the gate. He did not, however, lock it, and therefore somebody could be like, oh yeah, that guy always just shuts the gate, but he doesn't lock it. You drive your car in. It's much faster to drive your car in and drag the body into a spot. Now, maybe they're hoping that more coal comes and the body gets buried. I don't know, but, I can't imagine that in a yard of any size that you would want to be dragging the body that
Wasn't
distance.
it 10 feet up the coal pile though?
Yeah, it was not at the bottom.
What's
it was up there.
What's the explanation there?
I don't have an answer to that, but I highly doubt that somebody was doing the fireman carry or the old the Agatha Christie mystery where they drag them and the heels are making lines in the dirt.
But that's the dragging. I don't care about the dragging through the yard. I'm wondering about the 10 feet up a coal pile is the dragging that I feel like.
His girlfriend
would be
was a
strenuous.
bodybuilder.
Maybe.
Who was a national shot put champion. And she threw him.
Or maybe his girlfriend was actually his boyfriend. I mean, maybe he
was a national shot put champion.
Could have been.
Yeah.
Could have
Yeah,
been.
I'm just saying that it seems like if you're dragging a body 10 feet up, there's going to be some significant, even with trains and all that stuff, it seems like there would be some marks.
Yeah, there would be significant marks, and there is that risk of being seen and everything. I do think the idea about coming in, supposing the gates were locked, but supposing that it was one of the delivery guys, because coal was delivered to the yard. Supposing if Trevor or whoever is out delivering things, the gates are locked, then maybe the delivery drivers had keys.
I thought,
and so. It might have been somebody who actually had a key to the lock.
But there was no deliveries.
Yeah, I thought
there were no
deliveries.
But I'm saying that if the guy,
The delivery person would have had a set of keys.
Has a set of keys, and he knows
an accomplice. Okay,
and he had no. Yeah, so even though that wasn't his day to deliver, but he still had access to the yard, and and so it could have been. That could have been still to me. It still does not make sense as a place to dump a body.
No.
Yeah. But anyway, that's so we kind of got a little off track there with it.
Yeah, we're just fleshing some stuff out there.
The theory was, the girlfriend, he died, and yeah, I know. So, not certain. This is not a great theory. Okay, let's move to the next one. There's another theory out there in the webs, which is an accident. Thought is that he was on the coal pile, and unbeknownst to him, the coal had started combusting. It does happen. If you have coal, it sometimes will combust deep within a pile, and you can't even tell. There's no open flames or anything like that. But deep down there, it's burning and putting out poisonous gases like carbon monoxide, etc. And when the coal fires like this happen, they burn for a long time, and then eventually, if they do reach the surface, then suddenly, boosh,
they ignite.
They ignite into a big old fire. But yeah, coal that can actually happen with coal. And so maybe Sigmund, for whatever reason, was on the pile and inhaled carbon monoxide, etc., and died of carbon monoxide poisoning.
But he died of a heart attack.
Yeah, I know. But, maybe, I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I don't know.
But then why was he even
Why was he on the pile? Well, that's a good question. Well, there's that. There's also the question of, the police and the medical personnel who were on the site later and nobody got sick or noticed any ill effects from gas or anything like that.
Well, also, he was on the top of the pile. He wasn't, stuck in a room with CO2 he could have been feeling faint and then just turned over and everything would have been fine.
There is that too. There is a question of there was plenty of other air wafting through the area, so I don't see how he could have. So this is again. I think I also saw this one out on Reddit. So Reddit, you're not doing so well today. I got to tell you guys. Usually you guys are more on your game than this. But the theory is out there, so I just had to include it. And again, I just think it fails on a few fronts.
Yeah.
And there's another one. This was kind of hypothesized by the police at the time, which is there was a misadventure with the coal truck.
Actually, aside from the fact that we've already talked about there were no actual deliveries.
There were no deliveries
on those days.
That day. Yeah.
I do like this theory a lot.
Oh, yeah, this makes a lot. This makes on the outside made a lot of sense.
It makes all of the sense.
Until it fell
explains
apart.
everything.
Yeah, except it does. And the theory is that somehow Sigmund fell or jumped or was pushed into the back of a coal truck, which eventually delivered its load of coal to the Tomlin coal yard with Sigmund in the coal. But, of course, Trevor Parker shot the theory down because he said, well, there were no coal deliveries to the yard on that day, nor the day before, nor the day before that. So much for that idea.
It also, I guess, the other thing is it does seem like he would be more covered in coal.
Yeah, he'd have more coal dust.
Yeah.
His clothes would